rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. We ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, at the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over late, walking down this road. I'm out late, ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, granted every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC.
Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LEC as we gear up for our first match for the day. Fnatic versus Na'Vi, coming in just 14 minutes. Of course, I'm Dracos, joined by Finn and Odawamne. It's good to have you here, gentlemen.
Thank you. It's a good day, I think. There's a lot on the line today. Yesterday was quite chaotic. Game quality was up for debate. And in general, I think the games today, I look forward to a lot.
Me too. I hope the game quality is not up for debate today. But before we get into today's game specifically, let's talk a little bit about the race for playoffs overall. Now, kind of crazily at this point in the season, only 3 teams are locked in. That is G2, KC, and Team Vitality locked into the top 6 for playoffs, and then top 4 basically already. Shifter's the only team locked out at 0 and 7. So we need to lock in 3 more teams, boys. And who's actually missing playoffs here?
Hey, Finnegan, my boy.
Yeah, that's me.
Do I even need to say what you need to do right now? I think you know.
I think you know.
I think you know.
Okay.
I mean, everybody at home.
Who's that? 3 and 5, Finn.
Say it with me.
Say it with me, Finn.
Time for
MCOY is gonna make playoffs. We know it. Don't worry about it. They're missing the roadshow, which is just depressing. Honestly, I'm really sad about them missing out on the roadshow. But there are times where teams have a really rough regular season and then bounce back. Mad Lions 2023 Summer Split. Do you know where they ended?
Where?
9th.
Okay.
They made it to Worlds that year.
I remember.
They were fighting a tiebreaker against Moi, kicking me out, and they made it to Worlds. So pretty much, if I would have won the tiebreaker, my head canon is I would have won Worlds as well.
What is the opposite of a flex? Whatever you just said was the exact opposite. It's like a self-own, bro. That was. Why would you put yourself? People were mad that they went to Worlds because they finished 9th. That was some crazy like season points. Voodoo that needed to come through. People were really upset about the format and angry, I remember, at El Yoya specifically.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. The sum of the cardamom is that they can still make it to Worlds. They can still bounce back in playoffs, and they still have a lot of games ahead of them to play.
Excuse me, the
sum
what?
of the what? The sum of the cardamom. Summa kardemumman is a very common Swedish saying. Usually I should know.
Honestly, fair enough. Like, I am uncultured, brother. I got Hollywood culture, and that's it. So
anyway, middle of the pack battle, we have Na'Vi versus Fnatic. You have GX also scrambling for wins. I think it's really interesting. Usually, when you look at approaching the last couple of days of the regular season, you would say, oh, it's boring, it's a done deal and stuff. But now the fact that you have Na'Vi, Fnatic, GX, and MCOY going into that last week and today as well, scrambling for wins, oof. Especially with the strength of schedule of everyone, because you have Na'Vi, Fnatic, and GX, all of them is going to be a bloodbath to the death.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes is on probably SK and GX missing playoffs right now. Like, I'm very hesitant towards praising GX. I know they're in a pretty decent position, but they still need to kind of step up and win their games ahead of them, and they have not been convincing. Like, yesterday, we saw GX play against Heretics, and those games were just all over the place. The early games were everywhere. The goal leads went like my heart rate when I was losing to Odawamne or getting replaced. And in general, it was just a very, very unconvincing performance by them, and I think they really need to step up if they are to make it.
Is the Team Heretics Miracle Run pop?
I'm just going to say...
It's in the...
Yes, he's saying that because I really like what they did yesterday night where they have the prompter. But for everyone who's watching, they need to know that he had to read the prompter. The prompter said, can Team Heretics make a miracle run? It was
to be fair, our production asked the question, or wrote the question, so that I would ask the question. And I think, my good friends, it is a fair question. Look, they did beat SK.
It is. That's the
they
weird
were...
part.
The reason we don't believe in GX is because Team Heretics were in winning positions in their series yesterday. Is it? A lot has to go right for them, no doubt in my mind.
I guess they're playing MCOY. And, you know, it's all in the air at this point. I think Team Heretics MCOY is next week, and there is a possibility for Team Heretics to bounce back. Team that I'm looking at is kind of Na'Vi, to kind of lead us into that discussion. I think Na'Vi, they are playing against Fnatic today, and a must win. There was a lot of conversations on social media. I saw an interview by The Rock, where he was very direct. I've never seen a coach be so open, and I'm all up for
I mean, Melzet was open as well.
Melzet as well, but I'm all up for like transparency and being like direct about what issues you have. But in that interview, if you read very subtly between the lines, like the lines are very thick, you don't have to read that much in between them, but he was pretty much saying that Reledge is our star player. He's the only good one that has really shown a lot of improvement. The rest of the players, they've kind of peaked. And we are looking for next year to kind of surround him with more veterans. To say that while you're in the race for playoffs is bizarre to me.
Okay, it's one of two things where he's saying, oh, let me just take some pressure off my players because they're feeling the heat. You know, Versus started well. Now they need to kind of replicate the success. Let me take the heat off of them and just make it, this season is done and dusted. And then all of a sudden come back, whoa, Navi's the best. Or it's as you said, where it's just this really weird thing where, hey, if you're a player, if I'm a player and I'm going into these, I think they have 3 more games where everything's do or die. And I see my coach saying, yeah, I mean, we're kind of cooked. We're gonna build around Village.
The fries are approaching the bag as we speak.
Yeah, the fries are approaching the bag. You're sitting there and you're like, I mean,
yeah, kind of hard to have confidence.
Kind of sucks to play Fnatic.
Okay, I guess here's my question, and you're paraphrasing here, so I don't want to. But from your perspective, based on what you've read between the lines, or kind of the content that you felt from the interview, but do you agree with the sentiment that that the carries around Relech are not enough for this team to transcend its ceiling? Okay, so the beef is not with what you feel was said.
No, I fully agree with him.
It wasn't for the public.
His points are very valid.
His points are very valid.
It makes a lot of sense. And I'm not like against what he's saying. I'm just like the moment, maybe the timing, you know, maybe after the season is over, we can have those conversations. Maybe not when we're going up against Fnatic in a very crucial playoffs match.
And I will say I feel for coaches because when they say nothing but it's been a tough season, we respect our opponents, we're like, God, you guys are so boring. We never want to speak to you ever again. And then when they're honest, we're like, why would you sell your boys out like that? Don't lie to us. Don't tell us the truth. That's unprofessional.
I mean, I'm coming from someone that has been in the LEC for many years. And as a player, I would be very surprised to see my coach say something like that. And I think if you're playing on Na'Vi right now, you're probably thinking, what a strange thing to say.
We can talk more about Na'Vi in a moment. Reminder that for Fnatic, if they win this series, 2-0, 2-1 does not matter. They lock playoffs. So a lot on the line here. We're talking about all the potential teams that could make it. Fnatic can just get themselves out of that conversation really, really quick. Taking a look, obviously top 4 still a little bit away with the Fnatic 2-0, but you can see that playoffs guaranteed for Fnatic. Na'Vi get themselves closer, pretty much 100% there in the event of a 2-0, 95%. A lot of information to take in, so don't be afraid to take a screenshot there. But it's not guaranteed. But a win here for Na'Vi, for me, is like, their schedule's pretty tough, right? So I do think that getting this win here feels like Na'Vi shoe-in for playoffs, even if it's not guaranteed.
That's the cool part about these last couple of games for these middle of the packs, because you can make this graphic about every single team, and all. For me, the juice of that graphic was numbers go up and down no matter what. And this is just gonna update 24/7 or every single time these teams face into each other, because their fates are just so intertwined. But yes, the big one is if Fnatic wins, no matter what, it's playoffs. What a time to be alive. Fnatic fans can rejoice because they haven't made playoffs in a little while. But for Na'Vi, close, but no cigar.
Close. Not quite there yet. I want to turn our attention to the jungle matchup specifically, because we threw some criticism, or there was some criticism we might have agreed about for the carries surrounding the jungle. But let's talk about a little bit about Relech versus Razork, because this is a matchup where I think a lot can happen. Instead, actually, I take it back. Let's talk about some of those carries that have been struggling. So this is why we said we're jumping. We're moving.
Hold on, we're staying right here. Do not move that graphic.
We're going, we're staying here.
Don't switch the slide. The PowerPoint is standing right there. Razork versus Relech.
We are reversing production. So yesterday what the pros did is they refused to follow the prompter verbally. We're also doing that with graphics and assets. So this is on us, our bad production. It said talk about this. We said never mind. We're bringing up what we want when we want. And what we want right now is the jungle matchup. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so I think the really cool thing about today's jungle matchup, and I think that I'm tracking, is that Razork, big glow up. I think looking a lot more consistent. I still think Razork is quite weak sometimes when he gets early invaded. Like sometimes when the game starts rough for Razork, he kind of loses his footing in the game.
Tell me about it, Finn.
Yeah, I'm telling you about it. I mean, I don't have to tell you about it. You know about it very well. But Relech, to me, is the jungler that is the most active in the early game invades. They draft for strong lanes, they draft for a strong jungle matchup to give Relech that freedom to invade. So I'm really looking for Relech to attack Razork in the early game, attack his early buffs, attack his second Raptor respawn, and force those skirmishes where maybe not all of Fnatic's on the same page if they're going to fight or not.
That's the main difference between these two junglers. Relech is the one who wants to do things individually and people follow him, while Razork, traditionally, when I think of him at his peak and at his best, is when he walks and he's playing around the lanes, while, as you said, sometimes he makes this mistake because when he has too many choices, he sometimes makes this problem where he chooses the wrong one. But right now, with this iteration of Fnatic, with the way they've been playing the last couple of weeks, it feels like he doesn't really have a bad option or a bad decision to make. All of the decisions are good decisions because finally it seems like they're clicking.
Yeah. And one thing that is certainly going to make that problem a little bit worse is what we talked about. Some agreement with the sentiment that we felt like The Rock shared in that interview, which is that the carries of Na'Vi have really been struggling. As good as a lot of these games and map states work, we've seen a lot of moments where it's fallen apart. We can take a look at Samdi's stats. Obviously, the big verbal reference that I'll keep bringing up is we had that 5-1 Casio game where they just weren't able to get it. It was 5-1 to 5-5 for Poby in the mid lane. The setup is there, the situations are there, but the performance has just really not been consistent or delivering what Na'Vi need.
Yeah, I feel like it's just no one... Okay, so when I'm playing with the carry, what I want from the carry when he's ahead is he wants to tell me what he wants to do.
Yes.
I don't want the carry to be 1.5k gold up and sit quietly in the communication and just kind of follow where the game goes. When you're fed, you need to lead the game, and you need to say what you want to do, you need to say what you need to carry the game. And that's what I feel like is missing right now for Na'Vi. I feel like they're relying so much on Paris and Real Edge to propel the game forward. So when Poby is fed, when Samdi is fed, even when Mainter is fed, I don't think they are stepping up in the communication. Of course, I'm just Fury crafting right now, because this is what happens in teams that I've been on before.
I mean, this happened to me as well, and it also with like the teams that I've been observing is exactly the Poby game where he was 5-0. My issue with him, primarily with him and Samdi, it feels like they're playing the same no matter how ahead or behind they are. And as you said very well, you have a burden of responsibility. When you get that gold, even though you might have not been in that position often where you can use that gold, you need that muscle to be flexed so that you can carry, because this whole identity of Na'Vi was about Real Edge. But now you're starting to see the ceiling, as The Rock said. They need a little bit more, and it needs to start with Samdi and Poby.
Yep, definitely does. Reminder before we get into this series, Victor has been administratively disabled after some issues in LCS last night. The Castles will bring it up in Champ Select again. But before we get in the game, earlier, Odo, you did catch up with Vladdy. So let's take a look at what he had to say ahead of this win-in game.
Thank you so much. I'm standing here with Vladdy ahead of their game versus Na'Vi. Now, I wanted Vladdy to conduct a customer survey feedback on our services here with Fnatic GPT. So I really wanted to know, it started the same as before. Spring and summer, a bit of a slow start, but now you're turning it around. Can you tell me what happened in the mental aspect leading to this game?
Obviously, thanks to Fnatic GPT, I think we are taking scrims more seriously. Game by game, I think we are discussing a lot of drafts, and I think we are focusing a lot, like we don't really mess around, we don't do funny stuff, we just play like it's on stage during scrims. And yeah, I think just because we took it so seriously, I think we're just improving a lot faster.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. Now, between spring and summer, do you feel like your responsibility has changed in the team? Do you feel like you play a different role with your teammates and working together with them? And do you feel like that helped thanks to our product?
Of course, I think Fnatic GPT is doing some great work, and yeah, I think I'm more responsible, I think especially on side, and I think Soboro gave me a lot of experience and a lot of feedback on how to play them, so I think as a team now we are more sharper there and we know how to punish enemies by going on side, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. It seems like also Fnatic GPT helped with the Soboro scouting. Now, my last question for you is, enemy coach has just said that this roster hit its limit. The Rock, is he your friend? Is The Rock your friend?
He is.
Okay, so he said that the roster reached its limit. Are you going to put him in the dirt? If you're going to clap someone on enemy team, who is it going to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty easy. Thanks to Fnatic GPT, of course. It's going to be pretty easy. Because of Fnatic GPT, I think mid lane is going to be also easy, and I need to put Na'Vi down to the dirt, not let them go to playoffs and help Koi because they are my Spanish friends.
Okay, thank you so much. I assume that everyone's very satisfied internally at Fnatic with my services. Now, over to you, casters or the desk. Thank you.
Odo, why are you a massive nerd again? What has been happening on that side of the campus? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to the final day of LEC for the week before we get into the Ultimate Week next week. I'm Mr. X, I'm joined by Dagda. And we are going to take you through Fnatic versus Na'Vi, a very important game for the standings, since the standings in the LEC are very crazy right now in that middle of the pack.
Yeah, they're a smidge all over the place, but I know basically Fnatic and Na'Vi all trying to fight it out for that 4th place spot. Still have Vitality kind of leading the pack there, 5-2. Definitely a good L spot for them to be in. But Fnatic still 3-3, Na'Vi 3-4, Giant X 3-3. Basically, these are the teams that we're kind of seeing with Movistar Koi going to 3-5 after their loss against SK, as still trying to battle it out for those top 4 spots.
We'll show you percentages again getting into game, as first we have to get into draft. That's about to start up as well. Due to some visual issues and, of course, using the abilities for Victor, they already said it in Analyst Desk, or rather on, that Victor is disabled until further notice. So there is no Victor, which, I mean, this is not just a champion that was like a niche kind of counter pick.
Oh, he was
this
in the
was
meta.
First pick, game one, pretty much a lot of our games. So this is a big window that is now kind of opened as a response into the Orianna lane, Dagda. A response into bot lane. It was a flex, remember. That's now off the board until further notice.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big difference maker is now, like, some of those picks that even, like, say, hey, does Silas start to rise up in priority? Because we saw the Victor kind of happily being taken into it a lot of times and that kind of stuff. Although people are also opting in towards the Silas in that matchup. It seemed very back and forth in the LEC. But either way, it does kind of change the way you see now some of the picks in the mid lane. But some of the picks we won't be seeing is that Cassie up in the mid lane. Still an incredibly strong pick. Even if Yehu couldn't find the win yesterday, very ban-worthy, and Fnatic thinks so.
The Vi as well. Vi has just been that top tier jungler alongside the Java now in this patch. Pantheon remains open. Vi is also going to be joined by Vayne on the other side. Getting my V's mixed up as Akali goes as well. I think Fnatic want an Orianna if Na'Vi are going to take it first.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Vayne ban early kind of says, hey, we want to try and lock in like an early Mbessa or something like that for Mater, which has been bread and butter for Na'Vi in a lot of situations. But the Akali, as you say, like very much is setting up for the Orianna pick over across for Fnatic. So do you prioritize the Nocturne like we saw? Who was it yesterday that we had?
Yesterday's a blur, Dag. Are you going to ask me?
Yeah, sorry. My
Isma? Was it Isma?
It was
Isma. There was also...
Yeah, it was Isma who was talking about it. Isma was saying, hey, like, if you're going to leave that open, or maybe it was actually Giant X, but either way, it was like, hey, if you're going to leave that open, it's not going to go well for you. So they're going to take the Orianna side of the matchup, and then you get the Nocturne trade with Locke on the opposite side. So Locke kind of, as an answer consistently that we've seen into this Orianna, just looking to try and hard bully out in the matchup.
Yeah, puts a bit of emphasis here on Vladdy, who's had a bit of resurgence towards this later end of the split, alongside the rest of Fnatic. Of course, that's why they're in this position, as looking at a tank right now, but Relech is going to go to the Old Faithful early. This was like his Game 3 response, brought out against the Nocturne, dueling with skirmishing, as the top side is now complete for Na'Vi.
Yeah, especially when you got the Orianna there. It does actually work out quite well. It can help you get to that passive as well, which means you can revive in the middle of fights. I am looking, though, to see the Paris is definitely going to need something that's a bit more of that setup, though, for the team, like the Rel, like the Leona, to try and set up for that engage for the squad. The Olaf, though, would be a pretty nice pick into the top lane. Sobro actually going to swap over to the Invest at the last second. But either way, I think Sobro going to be happy in the matchup. And he's been the person that a lot of Fnatic fans have been looking at to go, hang on a second, he's really uplifted this squad.
Yeah.
And I think he's been absolutely brilliant. So having him comfortable on the Mbessa does lean into a lot of those skirmishes that Sobro has been finding success in.
2 for 2 so far here on the champion this split. As we're now going to see, how do you create comfort in that bottom lane? Because both teams are going to be firing shots each way, as Nautilus is the first to go. Na'Vi on the side of Sam D and Paris, how are they going to survive some of this all-in, this full-on dive that Fnatic's already drafted?
Yeah, I think if I'm Fnatic, I'm getting rid of the Rel after this, just banning that out, because I think it's so strong, especially against a lot of this dive. That lockdown that comes from the ultimate being instant, the Shattering Strike getting a lot of value in those instances as well. And then you can kind of be like, okay, maybe they go for Alistair or Leona, certain along these lines. Na'Vi, looks like they're going to try and focus on the AD carry pool, though, because a lot of those champions like Lucian, Caitlyn, not going to bode well alongside some of those more engage-orientated picks. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan here.
Lucian first to go. Will they, again, get rid of the Rel that suggested before? Good follow-up engage. Good kind of disengage and halt steadfast with that ulti as well. For the time being, what are we doing? Big thinking. Big thinking? Xayah goes. I mean, against Dive, Xayah's...
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're focusing the AD carries when Ezreal is still up and available, right? So you can still go for the Ezreals, be very comfortable in this bottom side of the map, and then you can have flexibility with your support as well. So you're not really losing out too much. The only thing maybe Fnatic are thinking, hey, they're going to lock in support in this next rotation, which I think would be a little surprising, and then they can take the Ezreal for themselves, but we'll see what happens here.
Maybe Fnatic snipe that first. Final ban is going to be that Bard for long-range engage that Fnatic could leverage here with the dive. If they pick up Ezreal, remember things like Jhin are also available that compare well with the Rumble. There are good options here. Upset loves an Ezreal. He thinks, I'll take it instead. But this might just be a handshake deal from Sam D now.
Yeah, curious to see now. So I think you can just go for a Jhin Leona if you really want to. Kai'Sa, also an option, like we've seen into Ezreal several times. It's kind of that counter pick. Sam D hovering it. I don't know without much dive on the rest of the team if you really want to go for the Kai'Sa, though. Yeah, so I think Jhin, makes a lot more sense here. And then you can still pair it with the Leona.
Makes sense, but are they going to do it? Sam D, okay, just says, I'm going to pick Kai'Sa. As you said, it's not like you're on Fnatic's comp where you can follow Kai'Sa and engage, surely. If you go Karma for the lane, it's a takeaway, but...
I hate Karma for the lane. Because it's... Like, you just have no setup for the rest of the team, right? Like, Rumble and Orianna are like, for the love of God, please give me some engage from the support role. So yeah, it looks like they're going to move over at the last second.
Where's the plasma stacks with a Karma, you know? Like, it's harder to get outside of the W tether. And yeah, I think Shen makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think I still would have liked something like the Rel that's a little bit easier to pilot. Like, the Shen sure has the Shadow Dash, but it's kind of single target unless you want to get fancy with like the flashes. You can try and hit multiple targets, but it's still less than ideal for, you know, trying to enable like a Rumble and an Orianna. This comp to me feels heavily built around now this Sehen with like the Stand United to try and protect them, the Orianna shields and stuff like that as well. So for Na'Vi, if this Sehen doesn't really get ahead, I really think the wheels are starting to fall off. Whereas on Fnatic's side, I think you've got great options, right? Good push in the bottom side with the Ezreal and the Seraphine. Seraphine going to get a lot of value through that Encore later on in the game, thanks to the dive buddies that are there and being able to follow up. So, yeah, I think Fnatic, they have a decent time here. Lacking a bit of front line, because everything kind of wants to flank and jump in from multiple different angles. But at least you are all jumping in onto the back line.
Aren't we always just sending it? I mean, Na'Vi and Fnatic here, game one draft to me just says, we're going to find different ways to send it. You said it's about Relech. Keeping him alive is important, but if he dies, then it's like, it's not like they run out of damage, Dagda, but then maybe they run out of a lot of leverage in this fight. You have a dive comp, you have Fnatic full sending it with Locke, Ambessa, Nocturne, and they've also got an Enchanter on their side. They might not have a tank, but they have ways to sustain the fight. It is interesting here. We've kind of just sent a Hail Mary for game one to test the waters, to see who comes out of lane, who snowballs this game, who runs the skirmishes between Na'Vi and Fnatic. There's a lot on the line for this as well, and one game has a lot of meat and veg to it here in the best of three between Na'Vi and Fnatic. We're about to run into Summoner's Rift, 3 and 4 versus 3 and 3. They're close, but they're not in playoffs yet. This series, a defining factor as the bar for entry gets lower and lower, week by week, series by series. And this is the one that we might crest over to next week with that middle of the pack fighting it out. That might actually just lock them in before they have to lift a finger again.
Little evade coming through for Na'Vi here. Or sorry, for Fnatic here, just to try and spot it exactly where Na'Vi are going to be starting. But at the moment, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to how active Paris can be as well. If you're able to start to move around the map, like getting main tier leads, trying to play around Poby, I think you can have relatively good success here. And I think that's where Paris has really shown on Na'Vi, is being able to move around the map and covering for plays against the oppositions. Like we got to see it a lot against Team Heretics. He's on the Shen, has the opportunity to do so, but when you're up against an Ezreal and a Seraphine that have so much push and so much poke, it can get difficult.
It really can. How's the lane going to play out? As Relech right now pathing towards the bottom side of the map. On the side of your screen, you're also just seeing how the journey looks at both these teams. Fnatic right now, almost a 90% rate of getting in the top 6, which is playoffs, which is mad. It's mental with how the season started, that they're in the strongest position out of teams not yet qualified. As we just mentioned, Sam D just took a heavy chunk. I mean, this again, running into the Seraphine lane. And right behind them is also Na'Vi, just outside of the bubble of Giant X. So, yeah, both these teams have a pretty good chance of playoffs. But again, this series would help it conclude, or at least get so damn close to being above 95%.
Interesting to see Relech's pathing, because he's gone kind of back and forth, but now moving up towards his top side. A little slower compared to the Razork, but it won't be too much. Both of them should be able to pick up both sides of their own Scuttle Craps and then reset. But that's a heavy trade against Paris in the bottom side.
Oh, it is indeed. Here was the only thing burned. Paris on the other side as well, with the health bar advantage here for Fnatic's 2v2. As Vladdy Ritual now is used to get the last minion. Won't go and trade in Poby. And Orianna, pre-6 of any melee matchup. A lot of the time, looking pretty good as Poby's holding the lane down.
Yeah, a lot of this is kind of like using your E as Vladdy to try and move around wherever the ball is situated, and then jumping to another creep afterwards to try and reposition again. So it makes it really hard for the Orianna to really figure out where you're going to be to try and get that command attack. Obviously in the early stages though, have to use that Q to try and farm because there's so much potency in the Orianna double attacks. So you can see there, Vladdy more than likely just going to try and finish out this wave and then look for the reset.
There's not any help from Razork because he's fighting his own battle, but mid will have Na'Vi into a 2v1 first with the push out from Poby. Spotting out Scuttle a little bit too late. Razork gets here first, and topside Scuttle is going to be the trade as Relege has to cut his losses and go bot.
Yeah, but look at Razork. He's moved in towards the bottom side, then regrouped towards the top half to make sure that he was able to contest that Scuttle Crab. I thought he might have been trying to look for something with Sober on this top side. Mainter, though, still fairly healthy, so instead, just going to back away. But definitely unusual from Razork to try and move topside to contest there. May actually... Yeah, it'll keep Relech on the map a little bit longer as he now realizes, hang on, my camps are spawning on the bottom side. So unless Razork is basically trying to set up for an invade on the Raptor respawn, as he's hoping Relech will be in base, that could be an option here, but still a bit of an awkward timing and a good ward from Relech to spot out that possibility.
One put in return as well. Phalight's going to spot it out that it is warded as well. Sobro getting flame spitted to holy hell as he's at half HP already. No backs completed by either of these top laners for now, and into the flame spitter. Sobro just says, I'll tank it up. Level 6 is the rush here. They're only just gotten level 5, so that'll be a while away, but obviously top laners playing for that as Ashen Pursuit starts us off. Ritual Nails gets a good little hit for the passive auto from Vladdy against Poby, and Poby gets a trade back. Quite even here. Flame spitter almost cancelling the back, and Sobro gets away in time.
Nice trade, but it does mean that Poby still healthy, and we were talking about Razork maybe looking for an invade, but I don't think it's really possible at this stage. It's Relech coming back out. He's got the better buy because he cleared out his bottom side jungle, and he's just going to be able to go in and collect his top side. So at the moment, it's kind of just all even Steven. I don't really feel like Razork is in a position to go for Dragon as it spawns either, just with the lack of control that he has over mid lane, and the fact, as we said, Relech has that better buy. But we'll see what Razork's thinking.
Razork's thinking, I'm almost 6, baby. And he's backing now for the bottom side, just hovering around. We're keeping our eyes on top lane because Sobro is hitting the worst of these trades. Obviously, with Tabi's picked up, Mainter in a very good position here. Now level 6, equalizer advantage. Sobro is going to charge in, so he gets 6 as well. With the public execution now up and available, overheating could be a good time, but Sobro presses Q2 instead. And Mainter just backs off, looking for a push here once again. With this jungle also hovering topside, there's a public execution used. Mainter might have to use the equalizer down as well. Sobro is hitting everything. Flash out from Mainter. Sobro holds onto his own. And yeah, that Ambessa just rolled a circle around Mainter.
I mean, Sobro's been absolutely fantastic in this top side, and on the Ambessa he's looked more than comfortable. So already putting a stamp on this top lane, making sure the Mainter's uncomfortable. And Razork now, with that upgraded smite, going to move it to bot side river, where the next crab is spawning. Should hit 6 off it, and maybe have access to start making some plays around the map.
Relech very interested in it. Vladdy moving first as well. A little bit of health missing, but as he gets spotted out, Relech will know he won't have his mid laner first. Paris is in harm's way. Shadow Dash comes through. Flash from Relech, looking for the knockup. Razor gets paranoia off the Scuttle Crab, though, an advantage. Shockwave is flushed away from, and Vladdy comes up to snipe the kill. Now Poby in trouble with no mana to proceed. Fnatic have already taken what they want. The crab, the blood, it's perfectly executed by the mid jungle.
Relech flashes to try and get that Scuttle Crab smite, but isn't able to do so. Razork secures it, and it's disaster for Na'Vi after the immediate turnaround with the paranoia, and it's Relech who ends up falling.
Vladdy getting the kill as well on this lock that needs resources. And it's a good way to start the game. Poby was out of mana. I'm sure we'll see a replay shortly, but even with Paris's commitment there, Fnatic on the board first, 1,000 gold lead. But look at the replay now, because as you said, Relech has to flash.
Yeah, I think they got baited a little bit here by Na'Vi, because you see the early spell shield and they think, oh, maybe we can make it happen. But Relech couldn't smite the objective. Level 6 is hit for Razor, happy to turn. And already Vladdy was in position, Lostful was in a good spot, Razor could flash over the wall, and Relech was just completely caught there with no way to escape.
Razor's flash timing on the Shockwave was very clean as well. Once again, looks like he's having a good start to his day. Recently has kind of been the theme. Now, we take one game out that was played only this weekend, but outside of that, I mean, the leveling up of Razork this split has been pretty nice. Getting more involved, early games kicking off stronger. Once again here, 300 gold lead as Razork Tunneler Longsword in the inventory, nice and early.
Okay, Dragon going to be started here by Na'Vi, but you do have Razork in the area if they really want to try and commit. There is no ultimate for the Nocturne, and Vladdy's is just about to take off, so Na'Vi looks like they found a little window where Fnatic don't want to overextend without their ultimates available.
And they're not going to kick it in, so Relech get first Dragon of the game. It's nice when Na'Vi want to beat Dagda. We talked a little bit about Relech being in control of this game. So far, hasn't been the case as Fnatic are getting a deep vision at the cost of that Dragon take. Losper decides, I'm going to start up Razor Beaks. That's because Razor K is coming in to take it away before Relech gets a Smite down. And Smite just secures, so Razork takes camp. 13 CS up right now. Relech going to be spotted out on his own red buff, and this is dangerous going in unless he manages to find some uptime.
Paris is 1 minion off of level 6 though.
Really?
And you can see the Lospa already ticking over to that level 6, so not wanting to try and overextend without that support. So Fnatic, great job in the invade, and this is what I was talking about yesterday with Yike, where oftentimes you see if a jungler over-indexes into a big objective like Dragon, and they have camp spawn in the top side, you can try and look for these trades, and Fnatic, using the fact that they've got this early gold lead, have immediately gone for the invade on the top side. Now as Relech, he has to try and move back into the bottom half of the map, which then opens up the Void Grubs for them immediately after this take.
Dagda, look at what's up in the bottom side. It's Krugs only. Grubs, as you said, natural transition for Razork. Relech found out, sent away. He won't even get a steal despite all this deep vision on your screen. So early game for Fnatic right now is looking squeaky clean. Paranoia is going to be the choke out. Public execution follow-up from Sobro. Razork's on the head of Mainta, who's going to get the stand united now. Paris has transported up towards the top lane. Saves his top laner, but Fnatic, 2 Grubs already taken down as the slow burn came through mid-play. Razork's now going to take number 3, uncontested.
I love the idea of the play, though. Get that ward, try and go for the all-in on Mainter, and even if you don't get the kill, having that stand united down gives you so much freedom on the map. It is such a long cooldown at these early levels, and the fact now that you're kind of able to look for these plays with the Paranoia without having that ultimate makes the map so much more vulnerable for Na'Vi.
It's also the fact that Sobro and Razork just pulled off immediately. They didn't overstay. They didn't play egregiously as Raptors almost taken away with the dreaded return. Relech shows his face, but it's not going to be a steal. And Razork's going to clear these Krugs, Dagda. Yeah. What has Relech got up to do right now? Maybe kill Vlad. He tried to, as Lost was here to defend.
But this is the point we've been making, right? I think Razork has been exceptional in his early games for Fnatic, but it's also been tempered. He hasn't overextended. He hasn't tried to go too far, and a lot of the times. And it's worked out fantastically for Fnatic. And I think, again, we're seeing that on this Nocturne, he looks very comfortable. And it's also the way Fnatic are defending the bot side jungle, enabling him to try and continue putting the pressure down. Like we saw that 3-man invade on the top half. Fnatic are really rallying around Razork in the early stages, and it's just been beautiful to see.
And you know, for game 1, for Fnatic opening up this Monday, like, it is nice to talk about. I mean, especially after yesterday. I'm not going to lie. The day before with the MCOI series, and then yesterday's Team Heretics Giant X, like, it is nice to see some really good macro play. Now, it is just the early game. It is early days, as we all know, European fans, is how difficult this can turn on a dime. But Dagda, I will say, so far, so good. First item there, experimental Hexplate for Razork. We've also got an Eclipse for Sobro. So
we've also got a potential dive in the top lane. Lospa's moving up. Razork was also there, and you still don't have that stand united. So I think Mainter might have to be a bit careful up here. He is still very healthy, though.
Shockwave's going to be used. That W already ticking away from Vlad. He heals back up. Poby's tool now down. Is that Paranoia going to be burnt out? I think on a ward right now is Razork, or at least they're just pinging saying, hey, this guy must be up here. Krug's going to be stolen away again. Paris is walking up as the final little Kruglet dies. Paris will be on vision. The Shadow Dash? No, he's got no support here. So he can't do anything but just hover.
Yeah, so Fnatic in the early stages, Razork going great. Upset also with the early pressure that Na'Vi were trying to play towards Relech on that first Scuttle Crab has opened up a gold lead for Upset in the bottom half as well. Sobro still with a little bit of an advantage, but not a huge amount, which is the one point where they would like to try and open up a bit more.
But I think, Dagda, as we're in a pause, we'll find out what that is. I think the one point we've realized so far, early days still, is that Na'Vi's comp without that engage we talked about. I mean, there is obviously limited tools from Fnatic as well that also rely on the ulti, but from that support position as well, Paris is starting to roam. He's on the Shen, but Relech needs tools to help him get in to chase up, and there haven't been those tools this game. There's ease of execution for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think there is a call to say, hey, we want Shen to answer Nocturne, right? Oftentimes that's kind of the way that we've seen it. We've even seen people trying to bring Shen jungle to counter Nocturne, sure. But it's just, I think with this composition, you just needed a little bit more oomph. Now, there is an issue with Razork's mouse, which has quickly been resolved, which is why we're back in. We will be getting back into game.
As per yesterday's discussion, either not enough grease or we have gone wireless again, and we need to stop doing that. Go wired. It's faster. There's something about the lightning cables they have in mice these days that apparently you get faster reaction time from wired mouse now as well.
Damn.
And some people will be like, oh, it doesn't really make a difference. You tell that to Faker. Like, you tell that to that guy.
I was going to say, I don't think I'm fast enough to make use of that, personally.
True. the top tier pros, I mean, they are. You know, so that's resolved now. Must have been a quick stick as Dragon's up in 26 seconds.
And that's what I was going to say. A lot of vision already down on this bottom side for Na'Vi. So Pyra's sitting in mid, trying to help make sure that SamD can get a reset in it. But it means that both AD carries going to be slightly late to the objective. Actually, SamD a little bit later again. But you have good control of Na'Vi in River, which they kind of need if they want to make sure they can use this comp. Like trying to have choke points, like the one we're looking at just there for Poby's, ultimate, and making it easier for Paris to try and get some big taunts. Will make things a little bit simpler.
So then that'll ease my concern about the engage discussion I kind of brought up before then. How control is there as Equalize goes down on the Sobro. Mainta running forward with the intent to kill. An Electro Harpoon for the slow. Sobro needs some autos down to get some energy back. Looking for Mainta trying to get that shield. Finally finds Eclipse there. The ulti flashed away from the turnaround from Sobro. You think he's losing out, and then Mainta overheats. And it was almost lights out.
Na'Vi holding position here, though. Poby, yeah, there you go. Position the ball right in the middle of that choke point. So Fnatic have to walk over it if they want to try and make it happen. But Razor can't cheat over the wall. Same with Upset. So Na'Vi kind of need to pull this quickly as Fnatic group up.
Upset has good damage, trying to poke out, but Na'Vi seem to be on top of this. Drake at 3k, Paranoia flies in. It's a flash from Razork. He gets exhausted. True shot with an encore, and Razork doesn't care about sacrificing his life as that Grim Deliverance is not enough to escape from the Na'Vi jungler, and Flighty sweeps them all up. An Ashen Pursuit ×3, 4-0, and Fnatic playing with fire near the Drake pit.
The lock is popping off. Vladdy immediately runs through Na'Vi and now has so much gold to play with. The only times I've seen Locke do well is when he gets an immense amount of gold in the early stages. I think that is understating what just happened. But this is what I'm saying. Razor can cheat over the wall, so immediately you lose the control of that choke point. And he's in the back line. You've already got the rest of Fnatic running through them as well. And Vladdy flashing forward to get the last dregs of damage that he needs off. This lock with the resets, and this was insane.
Yeah, okay. We're feeling it. We're happy. Fnatic camp, don't cheer yet, but it is looking pretty good here for the 3-3 squad. Losper was cheering, and I mean, why not after that Dragon play? Dragon wasn't taken, but Fnatic move and crest upon 3,000 gold just about. As you said, Dagda, Ninsley Large comes off the back of that play alone for Vladdy. And even though Dragon hasn't been started for round 2, it does feel like Fnatic trying to buy time to get those ultis up again and find some purgatory members of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and this is where, like, for Na'Vi, the way you'd want to try and get back into this is like, oh, let's look for picks, right? Like, let's try and play for, you can see it there, they quickly tried to overload mid, and now Fnatic a little bit cautious about finishing off the Rift Herald. We'll have to kind of take a break here for a sec. But you just don't really have big tools to do that, right, with the composition that Na'Vi has. So Fnatic happy to play it slow. Wait until they get control over mid, then try and play out on the rest of it. Upset has reset, though, so I think Fnatic still kind of like waiting a little bit here before
But it's good. I like it. Waiting, patience.
Exactly, yeah.
No crazy, weird, what are we doing stuff. I like it. And it's not just Fnatic. I'm talking about our league generally, but it is really nice to see the setup, the due diligence being done. Obviously, right now, this is a Fnatic glazing session because of how they've played this early game. You know, it feels like they respect the Bazooka Na'Vi composition, and they're now going to bring out the TP, the Paranoia as well. Vladdy's been caught out. Meanwhile, on the side of our screen, TP finally going to be channeled through. It's Poby bringing the ball in. SamD flies on in. It needs to be a shockwave, but Sobro flashes out before it can be executed. Poby holds on as Sobro gets out, if only just Mainta coming in, holding the equalizer as well. Razork uses ulti from afar to safeguard the escape of Fnatic, but they lose Dragon for the commitment.
Yeah, Razork just going to move top, try and take that tower instead. So we'll still be 2 dragons. At least Sobro didn't fall. But the TPs, I think, a little bit too deep, especially on Vladdy's side. Immediately, Na'Vi were aware that he was there and were able to turn onto him. But Na'Vi get Dragon. Actually, will that tower on the top side go down? It's low, but Razork didn't stick around to auto-attack it, which I thought he would. Maybe just making sure that Mainter loses the wave. Just
gone.
about.
It's gone?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. Yeah. Okay, so second turret. Fnatic picked up the first one before. But yeah, you're right. You know, Vladdy went deep, and Na'Vi's still very much in this game despite the gold lead. 2 dragons stacking, and they get to choose those choke points even more when they control that dragon territory, Dagda.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like what you got to see there was Fnatic. First time around, we're kind of slow on the setup, immediately pulled the ult with Razork and then jump onto the back line. So Na'Vi just are scrambling the whole fight to make things work in their favor. This time around, Na'Vi were able to kind of pick off members from Fnatic as they were coming in, and that's where this comp can be a little weak for Fnatic if you give that time to Na'Vi.
Look at Upset playing up. He knows it's Shen or it's full hard commitment from carries into an Encore Seraphine. Like, these are one of the Ezreal games where you just feel free because you can, without maybe the Shen in the way, Arcane Shift. You can send yourself up as a body.
But even if he does his cleanse.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
like the one time you mess up, it's like, oh, I'm still fine.
That's right. And so, I mean, again, it's aggressive, but it's the right type of aggressive here. Is Fnatic going to be using this Herald towards mid? Razork drops it and runs, gets in the face of Relech again. And this will hopefully open up the mid side for Fnatic as... And maybe with all the tension from Na'Vi, they're going to stop it from taking a little bit more. Target goes to half HP only.
Yeah, I think this is just the first hit, right? You can see Sobro's now set up the push and top side. You're going to go for the quick reset. They kind of push out the lanes again and then have multiple members collapse on mid to take it down. So I still like this again from Fnatic. Like, they're slowly growing the gold lead, 3.5k. There hasn't really been any like full sends. They're just slowly and incrementally growing the lead, knowing that they win in sides, they win in slow fights, so don't need to overforce anywhere.
So that's what's keeping the game patient for now. Minute 10 till Baron, ignore that for the time being. We've got Dragon in 3. Na'Vi will be on 3 if they manage to secure that one as well. And speaking of how they fight, I mean, Poby went Rod of Ages, scaling build here as Sobro is about to ulti Sam D. He's in trouble. He's got 2 items, but this Kai'Sa mid with only an exhaust flashes away preemptively from the Purgatory. Sobro doesn't have to, or rather he did. I missed that off screen, ladies and gentlemen. It was an ult from each soul laner, actually. And Sobro threw his out here.
But this is the play we're talking about, right? You push at sides after the reset and immediately group on mid. Like, this is what you want to see from Fnatic. And, like, for Fnatic, these are now the team that I'm keeping my eyes on to see if they can make it to Worlds, right? Like, they have this game against Na'Vi, they have Vitality, and then they have Giant X to finish.
Yep.
Like, with the way that Fnatic have been playing recently, like, I expect them to do very well over the next couple of series, and I'm really hoping that this continues, because Fnatic have massively impressed me over the last little while.
And also, as a confirmation, Fnatic winning this series, is what I was saying earlier, it does feel like the 4 is going to be the boundary, and it's with the craziness of yesterday and the day before, this whole weekend, that now Fnatic have a chance to make playoffs with a win in this series. That is crazy to me, by the way. I mean, that's just so wild because, again, the start of this split was crap. Yep. And then now Fnatic were like, hang on a minute, this is a top 6 team. Maybe they could go even further. What a world we live in.
It's great to see, though, because as you say, like, some of the series this split have been a bit wonky. So it's nice to be able to hold on to Fnatic and go, hang on, like, we're seeing you really start to rise. And honestly, like, as an analyst, it's great to see. Like, I just love watching good League of Legends, and a lot of that is starting to come from Fnatic in these times. Still, obviously, things to improve on, don't get me wrong, but I'd much rather see a team raising up than falling down.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's what our whole job's about, building these teams up. It, you know, always some part of me is becrested, I don't know if that's the right word, when you have to call out the criticism and mistakes of teams. That's why, again, this early game, it has been calling out Fnatic's success. 45 seconds to see if they can stop the small pit of success that's been built up slowly by Na'Vi. Third Dragon on the way, 40 seconds stag to 2 items across the board, really. Shadow Flame for the Fed Vladdy, who needs a big Purgatory, with Stride Breaker for Razork, who's going to fly in. I see a Kai'Sa with 2. I see Poby cresting upon Shadow Flame as well.
But even look at the way the Fnatic have set up the map, right? Vladdy pushes out top, he moves mid to then cover on the mid wave. As Upset, Razork, and Lospa actually start to attack Poby in that bottom side. If you're Na'Vi, you have no idea now where the hell Fnatic are because they've swept out all vision on the bottom side. You haven't seen Sobro in a little while as well. So you're kind of a little bit cautious. And Poby even backing all the way out means that now, again, 3 seconds until this Dragon. they are just like, look, we're going to go for the top side instead. But Vladdy is now covering this again. Fnatic are hyper aware of what Na'Vi are trying to do on the map.
Reledge wants to go in. He just gets whomped by Soboro, though. There's a lot of damage here out of the new Fnatic top laner as he threatens. Reledge going to be backed off. They have full information now. As you said, this is a solo Drake. This stops the stacking. And all they'll get in return is that push in of the wave as Na'Vi is 4 back off this top side.
I love that Vladdy stopped his reset there. No members of Na'Vi showing on the map or any of the waves, so he was like, hang on a second. I think there might be a little bit more brewing on the top side. Na'Vi, though, has now reset. Razork...
Oh, that's a steal. The Spell Shield gets the shockwave as well. Razork turns the lights off. Yeah, he went in a little bit deep there. I don't know if he didn't have Smite Dagger. I wasn't quite looking.
No, he used it for a Dragon Eyes too. Oh,
right.
but maybe not.
I mean, it's up now. Maybe the timing wasn't right, but regardless, Gromp was stolen back. So
yeah, but
Razork
also,
can walk away with
Manger
that.
TP'd in. So now Vladdy's alone with his top tower and Losp is there to cover. So even though Razork was a little overextended, he gets out, doesn't really have to invest much, and it's Na'Vi who actually blow the bigger timer on the play.
Getting some damage on his sneaky production. Yeah, Upset has just been chilling away, hasn't he? While Poby has been the poke machine. Has been trying to find out Razork, as we saw in the previous play. Now, Dragon is in 4 more minutes. We are on a slower timed game. And we didn't get to talk much about scaling. I think we talked a lot about, I mean, I use the word bazooka for these comps. And honestly, with all this dive, I mean, you could say it about both sides to a degree. How the hell do we get to late game with these comps? Because there's just there's some big ultis here that just one-shot and win the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I just prefer the Fanatics because it feels a bit more all-rounded.
Right.
Like, we kind of got to see it that first Dragon, whereas, Razork just goes over the wall and jumps on top of Na'Vi, and they don't have enough peel tools to really deal with it. And that kind of only gets amplified with more of them as lost, but good route onto Paris.
And here comes the Encore as well. It flies into Reledge, who's looking for his steal. He wants to find a Nocturne, maybe not. Grim Deliverance used. Razork into the backline, now exhausted. He's deep, but he's not dead. The damage can't find it. Marcus Sobro flies in to deal with the other 3 who are left behind. Mainta tries to commit all to Vladdy, but he too will die. Fnatic pick apart the pieces, and now with 5, Baron in their eyes.
Fnatic make it look easy, come in from multiple angles, and Na'Vi, they wanted that fight and immediately regretted it.
The paranoia fly-in. Razork has done that a couple of times, and he takes a while to die or just doesn't hit the floor. Baron goes down. Fnatic again impressing as this game is walking away from Na'Vi. Look at the replay. Razork just sends it after a good bit of poke.
But this is the thing, Reledge tries to look for the all-in because he's like, oh, lost, but maybe he's overextended. The Encore comes down. Reledge takes a ton of damage from Upset, and immediately Na'Vi are like, hang on, actually, we don't want this anymore. Sober with the TP on the flank, and even though he doesn't connect with the public execution, he just flashes in, knows he's got the damage, there's no lock-up there for him. So he's free to run around as he pleases. Same with Vladdy, just finishing off Manger there.
Gets another a stack on the Purgatory as well. It's such a chill lock game. It's not like he's running around taking a kill a minute, He's just kind of doing his job. Vladdy now with Seekers, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. As I said before, Baron, this game feels like it's kind of run away from Na'Vi. 6,000 gold. And while, after yesterday, after this weekend, after this split, I'm a little bit sus on games being closed out by our teams. So far, so good. I'll comment on what I see. That Fnatic are actually just kind of out-handsing and out-moving Na'Vi through these 25 minutes that we've had thus far.
I still think it will take a little bit for Fnatic to close it out, just because this Baron, you should get the outer turrets.
Right.
Then you've got to go and get another Baron, because this is the downside of a triple melee topside is you just don't siege particularly well. So it's going to be this slow burn into taking this tower, fall back for Dragon, look for the next Baron, and then Fnatic should be able to try and crack open the base. But this is, unfortunately, the downside of the comp that Fnatic has.
Vladdy hovering in between here with his Baron buff. He already got bot pushed up, using that Soul Ignition maybe to go between lanes. And Mainta defending, getting the push out himself while mid continues to be sieged. Na'Vi have given up this turret. They know they can't. Paranoia is going to be used on top of the head. Grim Deliverance from Reledge. Razork already sent, and then the public execution follow-up. Fnatic pick apart the pieces again. Well executed. As Dragon in 45, they've taken some resources. Now the next Drake awaits.
Should open up this push on the bottom side as well. It's been double defended though by Na'Vi, so Vladdy may not actually be able to get on this push. I thought the Fnatic might just move over entirely and use the last dregs of this Baron to get the outer turret. Still may do so, but they are without Razork, so still Not quite the numbers advantage they would like.
Bit of poke that is sending them away on the side of Na'Vi. Scared of this Ezreal as well as there goes Inna. Ashen Pursuit used to clear the rest of the wave. As I said, Dragon's coming up in 15. Inna's down.
And look at the Red Bull Baron power play. A 3.6k gold lead off of it. Now you just get to spend all that. 3.5 items coming across for upset. Vladdy just finished off the Zhonya's. Like, you have so much gold that you've just gotten that you should just be able to turn and burn onto this Dragon. If I'm Na'Vi, I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just, like, I would now be moving main to top lane to start pushing out that wave and just going like, okay, we're just going to try and take the bounty on the tower. Like, I do not think Na'Vi should be trying to contest this.
What else can you do? You're right. Paranoia, though. Too far up mid-wave is Poby. Caught out by Razork. The fear to pursue as he flashes away. There's no escape for Poby. The autos find his marker. Sam D. Killer Instincts in, but in the middle of Fnatic, he has to find a perfect angle. Grim Deliverance not bad, though. Na'Vi might have found that set angle. Relax looking for the rival. He now has it in his back pocket with a shutdown there. Fnatic have gone a bit too far this time, turning the lights off. 2 in the death. It's upset and lost bar. Dragon's going to go to Na'Vi. And just as I praised them, we take a step back into reality.
They still want to contest, though. Sobro is teleporting into this. Na'Vi have position on the Dragon. How heavily do you think he can fight this Fnatic?
Public execution, maybe some kills. An objective bounty awaits for Na'Vi. Razork from the wing. No Paranoia. No flash to get in. This Dragon is gone. Objective bounty claimed, and Fnatic will not commit for the 50-50 of trying to find another fight.
All right, it turns out if Razork full sends us, that's actually the play. So they don't connect with either Vladdy's ult, and then Razork ends up incredibly deep here. The equalizer preventing the rest of Fnatic from really following up, but you end up completely isolated here with Lost and Upset on one side, and then the rest of Fnatic not really in a position to defend them. So Na'Vi find their own flank onto the back line and are able to finish them off, especially as the rest of Fnatic are taking so much damage and trying to set up that play.
Lost walking into that choke. Big mistake here from the support as Fnatic moved down to 5.6, 5.5. It was 8,000 gold a little bit ago. And I am not really sure if Fnatic can do it as well. The classic throw right now. 1 minute 30 till Baron. A Baron flip would be a way to come back into this game, first of all. Ocean Soul also for Xin Zhao's brother. I don't know who Zahen is. Is he brother?
No, he's
Killer?
the darker form of him.
Really?
Yeah.
So Xin Zhao 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Xin Zhao sacrificed himself so the Kinku could survive and then became Zahen.
The who?
The Kinku.
The Kinku.
The Kinku Monastery.
Oh.
The order that Shen has.
Sorry, I just thought that sounds like a fun monastery, to be quite honest. So, yeah, Xin Zhao's brother. Sorry, Xin Zhao Part 2, as I'm now learning. Sorry, guys. Look, honestly, I can't.
There's a whole comic in
I can't read, Dagda. I choose to read other. I'm stuck on the OSRS wiki, mate. That's the only reading I'm doing these days.
And that's just mostly numbers.
Bro, that's a lot of reading in there. A lot of numbers. We're setting up for Baron. It's 35 seconds. It's 3-item territory with Vladdy actually hitting the mark there with his Zhonya's. Eternal Hunger makes 4 for upset. He's got the Shojin on top of that as well with a bell. So there's a lot of saving grace that comes out of Losper for upset 2 to stack on with the bell I just mentioned. But Dagda, there is a team fighting Kai'Sa. Sam D went for the Renan's third. There looks to be an IE coming 4th with that build so far. So Sam D going down the path of more aggressive AD. As Na'Vi do have the damage here to contest, even though they're behind.
Yeah, I don't know if they have position though. Mainter is still in bot side, no vision. Walking into this blind is dangerous, especially this separated. Paris will at least get a ward, but I think it'll be gone before Relech can even get there. Yeah, they're just going to back away.
Paranoia just in case as well. That's not used for a target. That's used to keep Na'Vi away. Baron number 2 goes to Fnatic. They still hold control in this game as Paris tries to get an angle over the wall. Trisha Barrage dodged away from. Red buff is the defense that Relech manages quite easily. Na'Vi still looking for an angle, but Fnatic are not willing to give it to them this time.
Yeah, they just want Na'Vi to have to work for these because you can already see the push coming in on top side for Vladdy. They're having Sobro push in mid as well. So as long as they can keep all members of Na'Vi in vision, at least Fnatic have a bit more of an idea of how they can try and control these waves. The push in bot lane is pretty good at least. It means that Fnatic are only playing off of 2 waves, which does make it a little bit more defensible. But yeah, mages against this push is not going to work out too well for you as Na'Vi.
Lech, though, thinking about how he can make it work instead, though. The jump in, the dive, the Aureate Rush, the equalizer down early. Dread of Return doesn't find a target. Na'Vi kind of flop their engage for what little there is of it. And now we have to wait for the equalizer to come back up.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it buys time for Na'Vi to clear out the waves, which is all they're really doing, but you've still got 2 minutes of this. So Na'Vi, I don't really think you got much in the tank left to save it. Big shockwave from Poby is all you're really hoping for if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Well, a 3-out of Moriana, maybe with the Crypt Bloom can do it, but that turret's almost dead, so it might be at another structure that Poby has to defend their might. Here it goes. Next push coming in. Baron still has a minute 40 here. And Inhibitor turret dies. Inhibitor up next. Poby still on the safeguard edge of dropping that ball down and finding the return. Remarkable ulti onto Vladdy. He won't be there. Roulette tried to dive in, but how does he get on out now? Upsets poke imminent. Half HP for the enemy Zahen that Fnatic have to deal with. As top turret is going to be up next as they continue the siege.
They still have another 2 waves of this at least as Fnatic to try and deal with, so it feels like all these towers on the top side should fall as well. There is a wave that's starting to conga line its way down to that bot lane inhibitor, but Fnatic, I thought they'd keep it up with 30 seconds until Dragon, but it looks like Soul they are way more scared about.
We were worried about returning on some big items. We have a Blighting Jewel for Vladdy. I think he's taking Gromp as triple Soul Nails, auto attack, lovely. Vladdy gonna have his 4th item. We're gonna have a Void stuff here from the, yeah, there it is. So Void now picked up from the lock.
Sorry, that chicken was never gonna die upset. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, that's the strongest bit of KFC I've ever seen. Dragon gonna go down. And Fnatic have no contest here. So, I mean, I've got to give props to Na'Vi on their defense. They're not overcommitting for these objectives. They're like, yo, Baron, what are they going to do? Get an inhibitor, but they can't end the game. You know, like we still have Shen, we still have Shockwave. They hold on to their tools. Manta drops the ult in the previous play, but it wasn't followed up. It wasn't over egregiously sent with all ultis just trying to fish.
And that's why I think actually cracking that top inhibitor was probably a little bit more valuable for Fnatic. But here we go.
But what are they going to do with it? They turn the lights off to dive in. Encore is going to fly in from Lost, but True Shot Barrage hits Manta. He's low. Sobro targeted out. It's a one-man shockwave, but it's enough. Grim Deliverance flies in. Relax flashes in. Ori at Rush. He's about to get into revive as well. Return, he says. It's dreaded, but Razork's able to spell shield against it as the follow-up continues on. Relech, a demon machine, flies through Summoner's Rift looking for his cooldowns with Dissonance on his head. It's not over yet. Movement speed. Dreaded return. Pulls in Lospa. Poby there to help. And a game ain't over till it's over. I'm sick of saying the damn line. There's no objectives up, but there's a hell of a lot of gold on Summoner's Rift for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi find the play off of Relech's flash in, picks off Sobro, and then as the speed ups coming through from Poby to turn it onto upset as well. Na'Vi, as you say, will get 2 towers off of this and decent amount of gold, but we'll see it here. So Razork turns out the lights, but under the tower, like, you're never really going to dive this. So Relech sees his moment, jumps onto Sobro, gets the pull back, Shockwave immediately to help follow up. And then he gets the speed up as well with the flash forward to just chase down onto upset. Sam D repositioning to help finish off the Fnatic AD carry.
And Dagny, you said it in draft, I'm going to bring it up again. Like, if Relech is able to carry, if Relech is able to get set up, well, he wasn't like set up in terms of resources this game, but Poby has items. Oh, let's Dissonance. We're going to give him Command Protect. We've also got a Shen shield there as well. Like, let's make sure he can go fast. And Relech says, aye, Captain. There's the gold graph. It is becoming a classic mountainous range that seems to be on the descent here again. 2,000, the only lead for Fnatic. Soul point still there for Na'Vi. 3 minutes to find that decider, as Na'Vi are actually out on the map this time.
But that's the thing, I prefer this for Fnatic when Na'Vi are out on the map. When you're in your own base, it's much more difficult to get those multiple flank angles we're talking about and have that dive really be effective. And that's basically what Na'Vi were playing about as they huddled underneath their tower. Now when they're out on the map, it becomes a little bit easier for Fnatic to try and find them. And that's why we're seeing Na'Vi sticking as these core units, not wanting to let one person get isolated because of how quickly a level 18 Nocturne can jump on top of you. Same when you look at Vladdy, there's so much burst damage if someone is left on their own.
Manta's the only one who's been on his own in that wave, but he promptly backs away as his team does too. And that's because they kind of did their due diligence, held the choke that we're seeing on our screen right now that is now getting visioned by Fnatic. 30 seconds until that Baron, that's why. Third Baron of the game. And yeah, I don't know. Once again, we're going to have to find out if Fnatic can actually pull that trigger and isolate a member, because otherwise Na'Vi are starting to win these fights as they go 5v5.
Yeah, Na'Vi just kind of have the safety on at the moment, though. The fact that you don't have that flash for LEC makes it very difficult for him to try and do the same play that we just saw, right? So, again, I think it has to be misposition mistakes from Fnatic that Na'Vi punish. Paris does have that flash. That could be one. Poby with the shockwave could be two.
Don't get poked out by upset. Has to be a hidden third as well, because while the poke does land from Sam D, that is not an AP Kai'Sa. He is all about dueling in these team fights. As Fnatic hold left side of the vision core right now. True Shot Barrage tags Paris and Mainta. LEC looks for an angle. He sees Razork, but Razork has a G8. He can buy time as Poke still does a little bit here from Sam D, but Na'Vi now group up.
The minion waves are about to hit on both side lanes. That's why. As soon as they hit, you've got low towers that Na'Vi will have to go and defend. Mainta already backing off to go for that top side. So that's the call as Paris takes a good chunk of damage with Fnatic on Baron.
Is it enough for them to pull off? Poby walks in a river with LEC. Baron is being twirled around for the time being. Paranoia turns off the lights. This won't be a steal. Encore lands on two as well. Public execution from Sobro. It flies onto one target, and it is LEC with the equalizer, cooking Fnatic alive. What an angle from Mainta. Sam D is pulled in his flash to execute upset as well after his killer instinct. Triple down, Razork only alive, and LEC died first to pave the way for Na'Vi.
A massive shockwave from Poby catches everyone who grouped up on Fnatic to finish off LEC. And now it's just Razork standing. Na'Vi will take some much needed gold back, but they do lose, I believe, maybe actually both of these inhibitors. You can see the top lane's already gone, or inhibitor turrets, top lane's already gone down, probably lose the bottom one as well. But we'll see here. So Fnatic don't decide to pull off. I think they could have let the minions do the work. There goes the tower. But you see Lospa gets the charm. Everyone jumps in on top of this, but watch the shockwave. 4 members. Then the equalizer, the damage rips through them as, hang on a second, Poby.
Poby's in the middle of no man's land, but Samdy's backed him up. Gier's going to be down on Razork, and Razork's going to die as well. How he got here, I think he saw a target in Poby, and Poby lives to tell the tale.
That's soul for Na'Vi off the back of that.
I mean, honestly, Poby having another good game. I apologize to everyone out there missing the shockwave. I'm looking at what's happening in the side of the fight. Poby hits an insane shockwave. Mainta layers it down. We come back to live. Samdy's that confident. He just striked a pose. And that's Ocean Soul for Na'Vi. You know what? Never glaze the early game. Early game doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fnatic had a fantastic early game, and they should have been able to close this one out, but it's the lack of patience that came back to bite them. We'll see here is, Razork thought he had a moment.
It's a rod of ages, Orianna, though.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to get through this. Sam D in the wings, the exhaust as well being clutch alongside that heal for Paris. But Fnatic didn't have to immediately do the Baron. If they just pulled away from that, they were in a great spot. Again, very difficult for Na'Vi to engage, so that's your benefit, is being able to pull back. But by committing to the Baron, they end up losing the fight. And if they just left, they would have got, your top inhibitor went down to minions. Okay. The bot inhibitor tower fell as well. That was your goal. Like, Fnatic, that was what you needed Baron to do anyway.
And now Fnatic are in the losing position. They're on the defensive path. These outers are being taken out, and it was bot, then mid, now top. Inner was under threat. They've been taken out in other lanes. LEC is deep here in this jungle that was once Razork's haven. The Fnatic on the defensive path, their poke not mattering as much anymore. An Ocean Soul in hand, and items getting towards the 4th and 5th category right now. A full build on the marks of Na'Vi. All that gold steaming into their base has now given them breath of light as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi just don't really have a lot of pressure on the map right now, though, because that inhibitor topside went down. Like, they were trying to push through that top lane and keep the super creeps out of their base. But it's very hard to get a tower into super creeps. Yeah. Especially when you don't have Baron. So I think this is, again, basically back to stalemate, right? And this game all relies on, can Na'Vi once again find that big engage? Or is it just going to be Fnatic who can kind of, again, play out through moving around the lackluster engage that Na'Vi has and find those big access to the backline? But at this stage, like, your full build for Sam D, like, he's in a very good spot. Now, obviously, the 4K gold lead not meaning a huge amount at this stage because he's hit full build, upset very close to it as well. But still, like, you have firepower on this Na'Vi side at this stage.
You definitely do. And so I want to state out there, we need to see something from Vladdy first of all, because this lock, I think, has either been invisible or we've seen Fnatic's front line die a little bit quicker. Sobro and Razork obviously have to make the play with Losper, who accelerates from the heels with something like that Encore. But Fnatic had the tools, they had the weapons, they had the damage. And it's been stagnated by Na'Vi. 4,000 gold lead. As we said, gold is getting less and less relevant, but still at this point in the game, it is completing item builds. We have 145 for Baron. Elder is not in the same vein category right now, where Baron, number 4, by the way, is spawning with about a 2-minute buffer zone.
Yeah, Vladdy is very far away from that. The Rabadon's death cap as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite have the gold for that. So at the moment, until he finishes it, I think Vladdy kind of is... he's in a decent spot at this stage, but it's just you really want that to push you over the edge, especially considering Poby is essentially full build now with 15 stacks on his Mage Eyes. Like, he is not going to be selling that anytime soon. So Na'Vi happy to step back into the map. Sobro at least putting pressure onto this bottom side.
Yeah.
And again, these super creeps doing work on the top side. Na'Vi has to defend that top half of the map. And now it's opening up a window for Fnatic to create a point of pressure on the bottom lane.
I just realized, Dag, that Mage Eyes, is that why it's called Mage Eyes? Mage Eyes?
Maybe? I don't know. I'm not gonna...
Mage's Eyes? Yeah. Whoa. That's kind of cool. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but that's... I just sat with that for a little bit. So, yeah, those Mage's Eyes, they're 15 stacks. Poby's got so much AP right now, despite, again, going for a more scaling, a more... Let's call it supportive build, for lack of a better word, right now. But, you know, we are not blasting someone out of the waters with Shockwave, but you scaled to that point where it doesn't matter anyway. Where
yeah, I think at this stage you're doing so much damage.
Yeah.
Like the Shadow Flame versus Rabadons, maybe there was an argument to get Rabadons, and then you kind of have at least a little bit more burst damage, but it's a fairly squishy comp from Fnatic, so if you are hitting people, you are blowing people up, and we saw in that last engagement that once you got that big Shockwave, like, it was a game changer. So I'm like, it is Poby, Ultimate, Paris, Flash Engage, or Relech Flash Engage that will win Na'Vi this game.
Now they don't have TP from an Ambassador as well. So as Mainta comes to the play, this will be a 5 versus 4 until Home Guards bring Soboro to the forefront of the battlefield. Baron's now up, 1:30 again is that buffer zone for Elder comes through, and Dagda, Na'Vi are regaining control. Vision is being negated, denied. Fnatic have to walk in with their bodies.
There's still super creeps in the top lane though, so Na'Vi are kind of just bluffing this. They still need someone to clear that out. So Fnatic basically calling the bluff, saying, hey, we're going to contest mid wave, keep pressure on mid, maybe march down towards those inhibitors themselves. And you can see that massive wave. Like, Na'Vi have to deal with it.
SamD's going to deal with the mid one, but you said it, Poby's going to go towards top. Na'Vi are pinging towards Baron. They're looking to leech off the Vision now and take some of their own. They clear out, they maintain control ward supremacy, and Na'Vi have to walk back in. So the push and pull right now of the game, Fnatic use.
But the Fnatic didn't use their timer there. Poby just got to walk top, immediately clear out the wave, and then move back to the rest of the team. So there's no point of pressure for Fnatic on the nap anymore. I think they needed to kind of look for a way to pull the trigger there, or use the fact that Poby was drawn to the top side to try and look for mid inhib or bot inhib or something along these lines.
Go somewhere with the moment they had. 20 seconds till Elder. They have used it to reset at the very least, and they will be walking towards the Elder Dragon as of now.
But it's very front to back for Fnatic.
It is.
Like, you kind of want to be spread out with this comp, force Na'Vi into awkward positions where they can't just deathball.
Because, I mean, if they get uptime in fights, if they get to send the ball in, Dagda, they roll in with an Ocean Soul. Becomes harder to kill. Soboro's at the front line here. Relech looking for an angle. Equalizer layers the field. Relech flashes in. Try to return. Shockwave again. There's an execution on the back from Soboro, which looks pretty nice, but taking a while to die. Relech goes in with a defensive. Ulti Razork goes in with an aggressive one. And I think I prefer his more. SamD. Meanwhile, Renan's value is crazy. Relech saved his 80 carry and his core carries, and it was the right, smart move to do. Elder will be started. 3 for 1 the trade. No smite to contest. Na'Vi have got this one in the bag.
Yeah, you can see Vladdy's trying to run towards cutting off some of the waves, but he decides to back off. I think the time is done for Fnatic. The team fights just aren't going their way anymore. And Na'Vi double buff Baron and Elder on this next push.
Tell you what, put Relech on with a carry, and 1-4-9, he still looks useful. But Poby having a game that his father would be proud of once again. Baron's going to go down, 6,000 gold lead for Na'Vi. We're 45 minutes in deep, and remember, this was once a Fnatic game.
Yeah, Sobro tries to go all in with Vladdy in just a moment. Relech actually connect onto upside as well. The shockwave onto Razork, but it's everyone dealing with Relech means that the back line it has to deal with themselves for Fnatic. Relech turns around though, and you called it in the fight. Like, the burst damage just wasn't quite coming through quick enough. The healing from the Ocean Soul doing a lot of work. And then Na'Vi able to pull back. They find the fight. And Fnatic kind of left head scratching at this stage.
We start fight, cannot lose.
We start fight, cannot lose. True that. Yeah, Relech ulted back. I think it was Paris who's getting caught out. His dreaded return going to pull in Razork, but he spell shields it. Elder now in the hands of Na'Vi. They're going to run through mid. It's 2 minutes on the Baron buff, by the way, as well. So this siege is going to be near impossible to stop. Fnatic on their last legs of the game. I said that 20 minutes ago about Na'Vi. Let's see how Fnatic pull the rabbit out of the hat, Dagda. Better be a good one.
I think it's going to be tough to do so. Na'Vi with the siege, and this is again a triple melee composition, so it's Upset who only is the one that can try and take care of these cannons in the back line. I think Na'Vi should be trying to stand in front of them, to be honest. Poby if he just shields himself, but still multiple points of pressure here from Na'Vi.
Elder half the way through, almost gone to that 1/4 bar. Relech getting poked out. Na'Vi uses this opportunity to go through top lane. They're going to look for inhibitor next as well. Sobro going to defend that mid wave. But Relech will keep the buffed up minions so they don't die, so they can translate this push into a mid-inner turret as well. Or rather, inhib, excuse me. And Na'Vi, look, they're going to break open the base. But will they take a little bit more? Elder Dagger, I think it's got about a minute, maybe 30 seconds left. One more wave. Relech decides to send it in. Grim Deliverance. He's got nothing to lose. Trying to get into his GA. He disengages. Sandy already sends it in. But Shockwave helps seal the deal as well. I don't think that one landed as Paris gets poked on out. But now, onto the Nexus turrets. Na'Vi have 4 members. They've got an open Nexus. Kill the damn thing. End the game. They do exactly that. As in 48 minutes, they will take this game back at the jaws of defeat and crush Fnatic.
An insane turnaround from Na'Vi. Fnatic looked like they had this in the bag, but Desk break down that comeback.
Honestly, gentlemen, I'm not even sure where to begin. But let's begin where it ended, actually. Let's talk about once the comeback was brought to fruition, the final moments where it really looked like Fnatic might be able to find a good fight, but it did not happen. That Elder Dragon fight was a backbreaker.
It really was, because it really felt like Na'Vi just missed their engage. It felt like nothing was hitting. The moment the Shen ult misses, the Rumble ult misses, and the Orianna ult just only catches Razork. At this point, with this backline dive, I thought it was completely free.
I mean, it looks super nice when it starts with Rumble being dead, but keep in mind, Rumble has already done his damage. The Equalizer is down, despite him dying. And now we just end up in this really chaotic team fight where, sadly, I think a lot of Upset's Qs are missing. And combine that with the healing from the Ocean Soul, combine that with the block from the Spirit's Refuge of Shen, and just the shielding on out from Orianna, Fnatic just didn't have the damage
and there was
to finish it.
There was no lockdown either. Once you got that one kill, usually it's reset city for Locke. You would think that the Locke, especially with how much AP he had at that point, that he would be able to clean up. But the fact that there's just no lockdown available on the side of Fnatic just made that comeback fight that it really felt like it was going to go Fnatic, not go their way.
How did Na'Vi do this, though? Oof. They were certainly assisted by Fnatic. We can't mince words there. But it's just fight after fight after fight. And while you consider it, let's just watch some of these fights back. I don't need you to break them down for me, but I do need to understand, how did this happen? How did this comeback happen?
It really felt like at this point, Fnatic thinks they're winning. You're at the point in the fight where you're saying, oh, they're all dead, let's just overextend, let's just fight them. But it felt like this was the first time where Na'Vi are showing their teeth and showing what they got, because this following one, the ball on the floor, again, you got the Nasher, you killed Rilich. You can just choose to back off now, but you get the Wombo combo over there, and at this point Fnatic knows, oh, we are screwed.
I mean, the Poby Shockwave found them all completely, and it felt like when you play League of Legends, you have I think, because we sat backstage and we were talking about, wow, Fnatic is playing super clean, super nice League of Legends, as we watch the Shockwave. But in the end, when you play good League of Legends, you still have to play good League of Legends to finish the game out. You can't just take your feet off the pedals and assume the game is going to finish. Look at that absolute damage share. In the middle of that game, he had like a 50% damage share, the highest I've ever seen from an AD carry on Ezreal. But it wasn't enough. The damage from the Ambessa, the Nocturne, while they were trying to dive as a three-man unit, they just never reached the carries of Na'Vi.
My big takeaway from this showcases a great, how to say, imbalance when it comes to the way these teams have adapted. Because you have on one hand Fnatic, they had the gold, they had small amount of tools, but they didn't really adapt as the game went on to, oh, we need to approach this situation differently, we need to poke a little bit more, we need to be there first. While on the side of Na'Vi, as time went on, more and more fight, they were getting more and more confidence, and they were saying, oh, well, this sort of engage works. We can have Village, even with low amounts of engage, do this little wombo combo where he catches someone, he becomes our main point of engage. But that was the big differentiating factor for me between these two teams.
Yeah, and when we look at the draft, I think there were question marks on both sides as to what we were actually going to see here. Some questions around the Seraphine, if it was really the right call here. Nocturne obviously can be tricky without that conventional CC pairing like the Orianna. And Na'Vi, look, when you're a team that has struggled sometimes to close out games, you're not drafting a bunch of hard CC. I, at the very least, get quite nervous.
Yeah, I mean, neither team had an easy to execute draft. The burden of execution was on both teams this game, and it kind of came down to me, comfort. Like, I think Na'Vi was very comfortable knowing that Reledge needs to get his third item. We can team fight with this Zahen, even though we don't find the perfect engage. As long as Fnatic doesn't one-shot this Zahen, he will eventually stack up that passive, get the reset, not the reset, but like the respawn when he dies, if needed. And it felt like Reledge just became this demon in these later team fights because Fnatic's damage just at one point just ran out.
Exactly. You saw as the game went on, the way Fnatic was getting those leads in the early game, it didn't really matter what champions you had because it was just, oh, you're punishing mistakes and stuff like this. But when the game slows down, when the nerves get there and you feel the pressure that any mistake can lead to the end of the game, that's when the game slows down, and that's where you saw the LEC, who was 1 million kills, did almost the lowest amount of damage in the game.
Look, it is tough, right? Because it does feel like in a game of League of Legends, if you're up 7k gold, every fight is a good fight. Doesn't matter how you play it. But really, the testament to if you can play a champion in a composition is can you do it from a close to even game state, and also it's like really early snowball focused, right? But it didn't feel like Fnatic understood, and to the point you made earlier, Odo, it doesn't really feel like they adapted. Now, I want to throw a little bit of shade here.
Okay.
For the LEC mains out there, because I know that they were angry. Because the greatest player in EU West solo queue by a gajillion LP or whatever did some oopsies in this game. And I'm not going to break down the individual mechanics. I'm going to keep it really simple for you. Production, I think we need to roll the clip. It's a very simple thing to remember. Remind me, boys, how does LEC get stacks?
I mean, he left the car keys at home right now. He just forgot to pick them up. They were lying there on the counter. When you kill someone with the LEC ult, it drops on the floor. You can walk over the little relic, and you get increased execution from your ult, and it reduces the cooldown. It's a lot of good things, and yeah, Vlad forgot to do it.
And remind me, Finn, in that last team fight when Shen survived, I think he was missing the execution threshold by pretty much 1 or 2%.
Not a lot.
Was probably the best cue for you to have picked up those car keys beforehand.
All I'm saying is, you got to pick it up. It's not even like Eye of the Herald. It's like 60 seconds, 90 seconds. It's not 20.
Until the ult comes back up.
Yeah, until it refreshes.
You have a year, my guy. Yep. It's a little thing. You're not going to get to play LEC again, but come on. Come on. Just walk over the ult and pick it up. That said, probably not the #1 point of feedback coming out in the review. Maybe we'll get more insight from Odo as we head to a quick break. In the meantime, we'll see you soon for Game 2 as our casters get ready.
Bloody.
But
you're beautiful, don't worry, okay?
Thank you, my love.
Oh, you're beautiful.
Thank you, my love, yeah. My dear.
Look, guys, go. Look at Ori. Oriana.
Guys, my ultimate is look here.
Anyone? Oriana no flash.
Double campaign,
That's it, boys, that's it.
Yeah. Seraphine ult. I'm fine. Yeah, CC chain. He's dead. Go more. I am ulti case, you can jump in. He's no flash. He's spinning. Towers? No,
just a tower. Came in there.
Hit tower. Oh, good job, guys. Bad guys.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relief, walking down this road. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together
Welcome back to the LEC, where negativity is not on. Anyone who talks about throwing games or that LEC teams can't close out with a lead, they're going to get banned. Twitch chat, broadcast, anyone, no one's allowed to talk about it anymore. We are happy people, and god damn do we love comebacks in our league.
That is the most terrifying smile I've ever seen on his face. Yeah, Navi, I mean, bringing it back. And look, for Navi, they're going to be happy out with that. The fact that you're sitting at 3 or 4, again, the battle to get to top 4 is still available for both these sides. So having that comeback there could be pretty crucial to seeing them make that top 4.
And if they make top 4 off this, if this is a 2-0 now, not only would I lol, but I would just be Ruffle LeMayo.
especially because Navi have like Fnatic and Giant X left, right? So like, they really want to start picking up the pace with these. Like, it is a tough one for Navi to get up into the top 4 spot, but I mean, taking a game off Fnatic, then trying to take a game off of their opponents later on as well is going to be super important here.
Vladdy didn't know what Locke did, and he got an early lead, and he didn't do much with it. I just don't remember seeing that guy in fights. Oriana's now down, though, and that thing did do a lot in fights on the side of Navi. So with Jace and Jarvan gone, we're just getting rid of the core champions that cause problem and ruckus on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Vi and Cassiopeia also similar picks. Vayne going to be banned away. So basically very similar story from the last game. Victor, again, for everyone, is banned. So we will not be seeing Victor at all in any of these games today. But it does mean things like the Syndra start to rise up in priority. Maybe you're looking at things like the Pantheon as well if you really want to try and get that early pressure. But we'll see what the answer is here for LEC.
That is an Olaf first pick coming. I can tell the future.
Damn.
Olaf first pick. Yo, Sobro, show us your Jax. Show us your Kled. Finn would say show us your Kled.
Yeah.
Lucian, I guess.
We've even seen, if you really want to get spicy, people playing Camille into it as well. Bringing that out. So seems to be a few more options there. So I like the Lucian Milio in an isolated position here, right? Like, it's pretty strong. The problem is you can kind of opt in towards like the Yunara Lulu as an answer if you want to, and then you've got Olaf with a Lulu. You potential for a Xin here as well. I assumed it would end up being banned away in the next rotation, but I do like that you can kind of like play for this style if you really want to, because Lulu plus Olaf and Enchanter just seems very strong.
Dagda, they're listening.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and you're so right. I mean, that Lulu point with Olaf, like, such an easy time ulting, and then what? Oh, Olaf gets free reign anyway, and they're on our Yunara. I can just switch targets. Lulu value already quite big, as Vladdy's going to go back to a firm favorite in the Rise.
With taking the Rise, though, does mean, as you can see already, they're going to focus the mid lane bans. So that Xin may sneak through, or maybe go with Nivea Xin as the ban here for Fnatic. I don't think you want to give the Xin across with this already. It seems like a very potent combo in the early stage, or sorry, in those skirmishes in the early stages.
But then let's just come back quickly to mid. If they're going to focus on Nivea, they've also got Syndra to ban, and then they've got Poby, who also plays a little bit of Talia. Yeah. And so there are options into the Rise. Syndra is going to go naturally, of course. But Talia with one of those skirmishing junglers.
Oh, Navi bans it out. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed that. Okay. Throw a spanner into the works.
Yeah, I suppose they are second rotation here, so maybe they just thought Fnatic would immediately lock that in.
And Pantheon, I guess. Pantheon, if you're scared about skirmishing.
Yeah.
Skarner.
Skarner, also not bad. Trundle, actually, maybe very high priority here. That's actually probably why the Xin Zhao ban. Basically very worried of the Trundle in response. Trundle just well into the Xin Zhao. Right. Steal the resistances from the Olaf as well. So, okay, Pantheon going to come through. I actually wouldn't have hated leaving the jungle counter pick and potentially taking the Trundle in the next rotation, because it is just super high value into probably some of these tankier picks, or even some of these team fighting picks that are coming through. But the Wukong going to come through, and Annie to round it out. So at least Wukong, Annie, a pretty staple pick, and something that does very well in engaging these team fights.
He plays it.
The rest of them.
He plays it. He plays the Jax. Okay, Sobro just threw the spanner in. This is what we want to see. Top lane camera, please, observers. And thank you. Every other lane, I don't care. You know what? There could be blood. There will. And if there is, please go down. But let's look at top. Because realistically, Dagda, every other lane is like, I'm going to try and burst trade you and move. I'm going to use Realm Warp. I'm going to just run as Annie. The 2v2, I'm going to scale. I'm going to duel. But Olaf versus Jax, that is where the money making comes from in this game, no?
Yeah, it's a very exciting matchup. The fact that you have to trade so effectively with this is super interesting. Especially for Jax, it's a lot of like, hey, trying to take the exhaust into the matchup so you can delay the all-in, especially, and at level 6 as well, up until level 6, trying to time the counter-strike with if Maintor ever looks for an all-in with the Olaf, especially if an Undertow does land. So yeah, it becomes a very difficult matchup for Sobro to try and play if things start to go wrong. So I am curious how like early jungle pathing is going to be here, because if Razor can kind of blow open this top lane matchup, I think it works out quite well. And with Sobro taking the Ignite into the matchup too, I think this says they want to try and look for an early play into the top lane.
Ignite versus Exhaust. Okay. By the way, Sobro is also starting D-Blade on Jax, so this is going to be a lot of fun up in top lane as Na'Vi on match point. 4-4 where they would sit is unreal after the way the game one started. We were saying like, oh my god, maybe Fnatic's back. They don't win this series. They're not in playoffs yet.
Yeah.
And so... yeah, early gold lead, it doesn't matter. By the way, I got updated from production as Poby's going to go for a small invade down bot, but Fnatic are just going to stay near the turret. This week, the positive gold difference at 14 is currently 6 wins, 9 losses.
Oh my god.
So the team with an early game gold lead as we get a pause is more likely to lose. 6-9. Nice.
That's not the way that stat is supposed to work.
No.
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 Like usually, like I remember looking at the stat a lot when we were in the LPL.
Yeah.
Because we had that massive stats database, and like the bad teams would lose like 60% of their games.
Yeah.
When they had a lead.
Yeah.
This is a negative win rate. That is insane.
That's so crazy. I mean, what's the math? 15 games in total.
Yeah.
And yeah, 6 of them are. Sorry, 9 of them are losses. Okay, well, with that out of the way, Dagger, we are in junglers starting opposite sides of the map this time around. There is a Raptor ward, as you would expect. So Sobro will be pleased with that information. As you see, Wukong probably do a 3-camp clear. Krugs into Raptors after that, maybe back for a longsword, and then go towards his bot side. Samdi and Paris already winning out. Power of Lulu trading.
Yeah, and this is kind of where like the level 1 for Lulu incredibly strong. Same with Yunara. A huge amount of this matchup is essentially as Upset trying to take quick trades, proc pre-TA, and then get out, but specifically make those trades around when Sam D doesn't have that queue up and available. And then obviously with Sam D having the lethal tempo, wants to try and extend those trades, use the Lulu slow to make sure you can do just that, and try and find those early advantages. But the level 1 from Lucio Emilio not incredibly strong. In fact, Upset actually missing out on a creep as well, so he doesn't actually have the level 2 quite yet, which is quite handy for Paris and Sam D, I will say, but there we go.
First trade in, Upset takes his opportunity, Cozy Campfire for the sustain. Meanwhile, we look towards Poby and Vladdy in the mid lane, electrocute down Poby, quick burst trades himself. Making sure Vladdy doesn't get up timers. This is a great angle. Razork's coming in the nick of time. On top of Samdi's head, who might have to flash, but he gets stunned up. If Samdi flashes now, it's away, so he holds onto that summoner and dies to Razork for first blood.
Nice job by Razork. 3-camp clear into bot side, immediately punishing Samdi and Paris, because we're already talking about it in Champ Select, right? Like a lot of this focus was going to be on that top lane matchup, especially with the item, the summoner spells they've taken, so Fnatic kind of flipping the script there. Razork going bot, getting that lead and opening up for Upset and Losper to control this lane matchup now.
Nice from Paris though. He interrupted the base from Upset, but the wave is kind of pushing towards Upset now. 2 extra range minions, and now none. Upset's just going to have to clear it out as Paris is just holding the fort. This will be a pushback towards Sam D if he chooses, and Upset will try and base again. Maybe if he can.
Yeah, Sam D though going to just let this slow crash into him, so then you're going to lose a ton of creeps as Upset off the play. So nicely done by Paris to make sure that is going to be the case. And you can see Razork now making his way up, got Scuttle Crab. Very slow on the clear though in comparison to Relech, right? Hasn't cleared at any of his top camps. And Relech already setting up some vision to make sure that he can spot out when these camps are going to respawn. So I think you got options here as Relech. If you want to try and punish Razork a bit more with trying to steal away some of these camps, as you're going to be very late on the reset as Razork.
He's just clearing up his wolves. And then there will be the base. Relech opening up on top, double longsword. Sobro so far has been aggressive with his trades. Leap Strike into Undertow. Manta trying to lure him in because Sobro obviously wants this wave, and then the next one that's pushing in, which will give Relech some time. Manta got cannon. Happy days for all top laners as a deep tri-ward for Sobro is just going to give him a bit of information, and it's hard to gank a Jax pre-6 Wukong Dagda. He can use Leap Strike, and he's out.
Razork's mid, though. Poby hovering towards this bottom side.
He's going to get movement speed first. Flash for flash. Poby's out for now, and the Molten Shield gives him move speed. Over the wall, Razork trying to cut the angle, but Vladdy does it instead. Double Incinerate, but Poby's still stunned by Razork. This Pantheon making magic happen for Fnatic's early game.
Razork is doing wonders in this early stage. Even Vladdy being able to flash over the wall to just follow up there. Nicely done. And this game now, very firmly in Fnatic's favor, right? Winning mid now with Vladdy picking up that kill. You've got Razork now on the bottom side, can try and like clear out these camps, reset and move into that top side of the map once again, especially as Mainter is coming off of cooldown and that level 6 is about to tick over. Trying to deny that window for Mainter being able to play out the advantage in the matchup is going to be pretty crucial.
I mean, Razork, he had a good early game last game as well. Like his Nocturne, the first 3 ults I remember were either impactful or used very strategically. And it's not like he's had a bad series overall until we factor in what Fnatic did last game around. But this time around, another early game gold lead, 1,000 at the 5-minute mark is exactly what you'd love to see. I've just been told, by the way, that in comparison to my stat before, 6 and 9 is the win-loss for gold difference at 14 for this week. Before that, it's 50 to 20 for week 1 to 4. A normal stat.
Yeah.
As Tibbers comes out. Dagda, that's normal. 50 wins, 20 losses if you had a gold difference at 14. Thank you, Molecule. So yeah, it's been a topsy-turvy week, I think, for the old League of Legends in EU.
Razork is shadowing topside. Fnatic kind of lost track of where Relech is right now. Relech basically was saying, look, I'm not going to get this Scuttle Crab. My camp's just spawned on the bottom side. I'm just going to try and trade for Dragon and then look for the reset and move top. Will not quite hit 6 off of this, but Razork also isn't going to hit 6 off of this Scuttle Crab. So kind of realizing, hang on, I've got a second where I can try and play off of this. Again, though, Razork was just hovering top to make sure that Sobro was going to be able to successfully crash this wave, and there wasn't the timer, because this is where this matchup goes in favor of Mainter. The fact that he has the exhaust, he has the ultimate to bypass the counter-strike, like it makes this so much more difficult for Sobro, so he has to be very careful he plays this one out.
Arby's as well is going to help quite a lot. Relech cresting upon level 6, and he is in the top side of the map, but again, Tribrush warded, still warded. I think that leftover ward will expire shortly as all in the bottom lane, and meanwhile, just Upset trying to test the limit of what he can get burst damage-wise. And First Dragon did go to Na'Vi again. I mean, I think it is just worth mentioning that Na'Vi kind of built that bridge last game, and despite the fact that they were losing, they lent on it, and it was a big factor in them coming back in the game with the Ocean Soul. This time, speaking of objectives, we're going to see Flighty, before going towards Grubs, he's going to use his Realm Warp towards bot. He's Polymorph first, and here's the fly in from Grand Starfall on top of the head of the AD carry. Sandy can't move, but Flighty dies to a trade. Paris gets the auto down. It's not clean, but still Sandy's not there to absorb his CS.
Yeah, and the kill went to Paris as well, so in the end of the day, not great for Fnatic, but they're still going to be happy with the fact that that dive went the way that it did. And nice timing as well. Like, having that roam there was very nice from the Rise. Vladdy making sure that it worked out. The ultimate from Razor comes in. The wave, unfortunately, had already died, so they're immediately going to start tanking tower, which makes it a little bit difficult to try and rework and juggle the aggro. But still, you get the AD carry, Paris gets the kill. Sure, you lose a plate mid, but Sam D is really far behind. Well, starting to get very far behind in this bottom lane. The freeze that we talked about earlier, definitely helping out on the CS in that gold a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's still up in gold was kind of crazy, despite being 0-2 in this game. Razork, part of every single piece of that damage and contribution, of course. Second time he's made a gank towards bot. And Sam D just can't do anything. He has held onto his flash in both these ganks, though, as well. I don't know about that one, but obviously the first time, bit of criticism as Relech baiting in with the clone, now level 6. Cyclone held onto for the time being. Razork is here with a level advantage, and Tunneler with double longsword. Grub's now in focus here as Fnatic want a piece of the pie.
Yunara doesn't have control over top, though, and they kind of like the Jax in this fight. If he's able to get there, as Polymorph keeps Razork off of Paris for the moment.
Building up the Mortal Will. Wants the enhanced Aegis Assault once again. Grub's going to be dragged over. Sobro sitting on a ward. Fnatic are in a warded brush. Poby's here with no flash, but still with stun up and available. Smite first for Razork. Just the one for now as Na'Vi group up, and Fnatic won't be able to walk back into this. It's going to be 1 for 1 at the very least. Looks like 2 here as Relech regains control.
Mainter dipped into Fog of War, so Fnatic didn't want a full contest when they didn't know where the Olaf was. He's just walking back to bot lane now to catch this wave. We should just get push in top for Na'Vi now, and then the reset to your more standard lanes.
But is this greedy staying for the crab? Relech is going to need some help. Loffer gets a kick, rather doesn't hit it. Smite comes through now. Flash Cyclone. It's Vladdy who's greedy. Has to flash away. Second part of the Cyclone incoming as Razor's already found the sun, but Paris is just a lure. He puts a shield on himself as Vladdy re-engages. Flash away from Paris so he doesn't spread the disease of the Rise Q, but Relech match the flash with an ulti from Paris. Relax will survive. Razork comes in for the steal, but Na'Vi using all tools to get out.
The wild growth interrupted Razork's stun. It was perfectly timed by Paris. And it was kind of lucky, honestly, that Na'Vi managed to step away from that one with no one going down. They had push in top lane. Sober was starting to move over, so Fnatic felt very confident in taking that engagement, but couldn't quite get that last bit of CC to finish it off.
2 flashes for 2, a couple of ultis burned. Top laner's going to fight undertow there. You know, observers, you know better than me. I said at the start we were going to look at top, and you were like, yo, hysterics, we see the future. And it hasn't been that exciting. I don't know why it hasn't been that exciting, but there's all this little, you know, aggression. Now with a TP, okay, hold. Mainter doesn't see this is not a control ward. He will once that ward is there. Vladdy on top, counter-strike, Ragnarok instead, and looking for the 1v2. Exhaust is down, he has to fight it out. Undertow there, the flash! Ragnarok from Mainter will take the 1-for-1.
That's why you take Exhaust, Sobero. Olaf does so much, but honestly with the Ragnarok, the Exhaust isn't going to do a huge amount either, so major plays for Mainter in the top lane, able to turn that one around.
Now Sobero does get the wave pushed in, which means reset, which also means Mainter loses a bit of gold, but it is about standing your ground as a Viking. Do you think they run? No.
No, but has the Ragnarok immediately, and this is what we're saying, right? Once the counter-strike is used, you cannot survive this as Sobero, and so much of the matchup is about trying to survive the all-in from the Olaf, but in that case, even with the Rise there, they thought they could take the fight, but not enough in the tank.
No, but it is a bit of a statement piece. At least for now, we come back to live. Fnatic are starting off this Drake. Upset and lost, but had the wave pushed up, and Na'Vi nowhere to be seen. This Dragon's just going to be gone. Maybe a handshake deal, but what is going to be the deal from the side of Roulette right now as Dragon does go down? Nothing. This is not the best deal, but it was, I guess, a reset timing for Roulette, for Trinity Force.
Yeah, they're still kind of putting pressure onto the bottom side, though. But the wave isn't exactly there. Looks like, yeah, just trying to steal away camps.
Smart's going to come down. Razork's going to see this in action. Fnatic are moving in, but Clone just going to pop out. And Big Krug taken away by Roulette. So small little invade, but remember, Razork is up individually, despite being down in CS because of those earlier kills. So junglers right now, you'd say that Razork's in a pretty comfortable position. Send Roulette out. Vladdy, this pathing with no... What is Vladdy doing here? Maybe thinking he's confident. I don't know why. He's dead. You know, he doesn't... you know, I can't explain it. I can't. You're done.
You do have a sizable gold lead in the mid jungle for Fnatic. And I think that was what Vladdy's thought was. It's just like, I can survive this immediate damage. And now Mainter's here, though.
He's found Razork. He has Ragnarok again. Will he need to use it? It comes out. Undertow connects as well. Picks up the axe. Back on up. The Aegis Assault down. With the Mortal Will, he got the movement speed to get away. Razork thinking about maybe ulting in, but he doesn't have that available. Got another 20 seconds on it. Well, Mainter sends him packing.
Yeah, you can see here. So he thought he had Razork to help him out, but Razork doesn't want to come in. There was a lot of burst damage that came down. I think he was just, look, I've got my jungler right beside me. This can't go wrong. But it does. Razork just not really able to follow in the fight thanks to both the ultimate from Roulette and Poby.
It's just against an Annie and a Wukong, I would think, I'm worried about getting layered CC. You know, anyway. Vladdy gives a kill back over to Na'Vi.
Oh, here comes the Razork, though.
And now going to get one back, as you said. Grand Starfall, perfectly placed. I have to say, you know, Razork right where he needs to be every damn time.
It does help when you're on the Pantheon.
It does.
It makes it a little bit easier to get to the place you need to
when you have an ult that says, I'll be there.
Yeah.
You know, and he was there.
Yeah.
Roulette, will he be here?
Mainter doesn't have ult, though.
He does not. Ulti used by Sobero. Is this going to be his 1v2? But Smite comes down. Roulette in without his ulti. Bonks him, and Olaf loves the low HP trades. He'll withstand it. Sandy finds Upset. Clone's going to be used in the mid lane. And Flash was burned by Upset in the interim here as well.
So nicely done by Sam D in Paris to find that window to try and play aggressive on. Lost but just gone for the reset. So didn't have the support there for Upset. It kind of comes back to bite him there. Minute now until Rift Herald, and that's Grandmaster's might down in the top lane. Should be back up just in time. But yeah, a lot of like key summoner spells like Upset's Flash now being taken away.
And I have to give it to Sam D. That trade was nice because they just saw Razork ulti bot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a kill onto Poby, and Sam D thought, you know what, I can kind of commit here.
Oh, TP to the bot lane.
And Poby might be caught again, even without the Pantheon ult. Poby trying to push out the wave, and He's going to use the Molten Shield, but is it enough movement speed? It is for now. Sobro brings out the counter-strike, leap strike away as well. Paris on the way in. As you said, the TP is Poby, stun, nails down Razork. They're deep in the wave, and Mainta's going to run him down. Relector swing, not even needed as Cyclone comes back up. Such a low cooldown as Polymorph onto Sobro. He needs a way out. He wants to find a way out, but he will not be given a way out. Na'Vi is starting to punish, and Fnatic send it down bot to be only caught out.
2 kills going across to Na'Vi. Sam D should be able to clear out this wave and prevent Upset from getting much more. So they're going to be happy. I think it's first tower in the bottom lane as well. Like, sure, it's some plates for Fnatic, but a disaster. And it's just overplaying their hand here. Moments before the Rift Herald.
I've just confirmed with production, Dagda. This is me having an inner working. Fnatic were actually ahead at 14 minutes.
So they lose the game.
So they're going to lose the game. That's why Na'Vi started winning, because the 14-minute gold lead was in Fnatic's favor. And then Na'Vi actually picked up the ball as soon as it crested over that. So the math works out, the script works out. Herald's going to start though, and Fnatic still, rightfully so, memes aside, in this game somehow.
Yeah, Na'Vi didn't look for the reset to contest this. They're just like, look, we'll just take the gold from that first tower on the bottom side and run through that instead. We get to see the play here. So TP from Sobro thinking, oh, we can catch Poby on the overextension, but is not realizing that Relech was there. You've also got Paris with first move down to the bottom side. And it's a TP from Mainter to follow up. That immediately turns this around. Sobro was kind of close to getting out though. I think he had a ward because Relech basically tries to guess which way he's going. The polymorph here, it prevents him. But yeah, he must not have a ward or would have been able to leap out of that one.
Maybe wanted to bait Relech maybe to flash over preemptively or something, but regardless, yeah, there's the swing. Thank you very much. Just at 14.5 before the 15-minute mark. Dragon's up in 3 seconds. There's Na'Vi on the board now pinging down. Cyclone is up in 7 seconds again. Really not much of a cooldown as Relech almost towards that second item. He's caught back up in gold.
Fnatic members for a flank though.
Yeah, it is. And there's a Pantheon ult as well. That went in deep, maybe preemptively. Poby just kept on running.
Razork gave up the good position he had there.
Yep, and now he's going to use the Herald. Combat begins. To get in the Herald, who's it going to be? Razork waits. He wants the smite still with Q, and he might find it, but in the way, Relech starts up the Cyclone. Relech sends it back a bit, now flashes out. Meanwhile, Poby deals with Lospa, and the Olaf is angry again. Sobro can't do anything as Na'Vi steamroll Fnatic. Do not get early game gold leads. They don't do anything for you.
Apparently not. Na'Vi, the team fighting has just been way better for them every single game thus far. And Fnatic just are crumbling again. I don't know why Razork went for the ultimate there. Poby nowhere to be seen. He'd already reconnected with the team. But also, Lospa is playing this very dangerously. Like, he's playing so far up here. It makes it very easy for Poby to jump in on top of him with Mainter. Razork has to flash away. And Upset's already out of the fight. He knows that this one's done. Wants nothing to do with the end of this for Fnatic.
Poby's been caught out a couple of times this game, but like, it still had some influential plays. Last game, a couple of whiffs on the shockwave, but then that insane one that was in this choke that Lost was walking over right now with Mainter too. I think the biggest thing for me was always about Na'Vi, like, can their benchmark, their threshold, their foundation of players step up? Maybe towards Poby and Mainter. I think they are doing exactly that. Mainter's got a 1.6k gold lead on this Olaf as well, and Sobro's jacks his response into this Olaf. So far, he has been ganked, he's been camped, he died in a 1v2. It's definitely not been looking balanced here for the old Sobro this game.
No, it's a little unfortunate, but Fnatic still want to try and be the aggressors here. Stepping up in mid, you got both Razork and Vladdy trying to hunt down on this mid wave, but you can see, like, it's not really gaining anything here. And he's still going to push out top, like, slowly be able to get the tower if you want. I think they could look for a potential, like, Realm Warp. The Vladdy move into lane and then get the Grand Starfall into that top side to try and make a play towards Poby, but they just haven't been able to fully coordinate it as much as they were hoping.
Not at all. Dagda got a minute till Baron, but 3 minutes till Dragon, which is going to be important. If we want to talk about coordination, we need to see this play and this plan come together for Fnatic. Because I think we kind of talked about in draft, like, the Lulu pick here was genius. It's already had a lot of value. I think their triggers are very easy, Dagda. They've got Annie, they've got Wukong. If they have Flash and Ulti, They can send it in, set it up, and Sam D can have a field day. I mean, actually, no, Mainta's the one who's crossing the field. He is the one who's going to Lila.
Sobro's on towards Poby here, though. Hiding in the bush.
He's caught out again. Counter-strike down. Tibbers is a panic. Razork going to ulti in anyway, but it's a shutdown to Sobro. Razork just wants to be there. He just wants to be part of it.
Yeah, it may give an opportunity for Navi, though, to try and push in mid and get a bit of pressure here, but don't want to full commit. They're sending main turn set up towards the match, that top lane. So it's a nice pick, at least. And it's getting something back, especially for Sobro, who has drifted very far behind in the match.
And that was a shutdown. I don't know how that was a shutdown, but that was a shutdown. Poby was only 2-2. And the kill went over to Sobro. Culling going to come through. Upset just trying to get within range to threaten Sam D. Baron's up, but that's not going to be taken, as Mainta's going to take top lane turret instead. Shutdowns are a weird thing. I don't think anyone understands them.
Nah.
Like, Poby was a shutdown. Okay. Sobro just got like 600 gold or something for that, I think. But he also did take down top turret from what my blind eyes, I think, saw.
No, they're mage eyes.
My mage eyes, sorry. Yeah, what did they see? I would, you know what? In real life, if I had a choice, I'd be a warrior, bro. I'm just telling you right now, I'd be a warrior. I'd love to tank. I'd love to be in the thick of it. Anyway, Sobro's caught out. Poby has a stun. This Jax is going to be stunned up first. Here comes Sam D, the follow-up imminent. The ignite on his head, a counter-strike down. Poby runs in to give him a kiss of death while Mainta takes the kill.
Brave of Sobro to try the 1v5.
Yeah, very brave.
But Navi somehow managed to come out with a win in that one. Push those though for Fnatic as Vladdy going to threaten onto the tier 2. Reset coming through from Poby to match. But with 50 seconds onto Dragon, like, you just push this wave out. You've got TP for Poby to try and join in. And Sobro off the map for a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, there's 15 seconds left on that time. He has Sundered Sky now. And he has his TP in his quest slot, so we'll be able to join him for this Dragon if they need to make a quick play. Upset's going to try and add mid pressure to that, but Na'Vi now back out on the map. They're moving as a group, and Fnatic have to be careful. If this Dragon goes over to Na'Vi, another winning position for this team.
They're just not really in a position to match it though, right? This is what I was saying. Sobro only now moving in to try and catch that bot wave. Na'Vi are fully set up around River. And if you ever misstep as Upset, like, you just get chased down by the Angry Viking.
True. But that guy worry as Na'Vi step on up, almost getting mid-turret themselves. Razork sending a spear, Comet Spear into Relech's back. If this Dragon goes over, it is Cloud Soul up next. Na'Vi going to start it.
Vladdy top lane. Na'Vi, I think, should just get this. Yeah, Fnatic don't want to try and contest. You're just going to look for the mid-tower, and then a little bit of pressure on towards that tier 2 in the top. I think Poby, though, can just reset, TP to the tower, and keep that pressure up.
Culling into Sam D, a little bit of shielding to leverage that for the time being. Because he can't fire onto Upset, that'll sustain him, waiting for the next wave. As you said, Vladdy continues pushing top. He will get some gold for that, but Poby's now out on the wave to stop as much of it as he can. Razork going in deep, Ward's going to spot him out. Mainta found out, Ragnarok not used yet. Stridebreaker to get on out. Another Comet Spear, but Razork doesn't pull the ulti like his intentions wanted.
Still decent damage onto Mainter, which at least makes Sobro a little bit better at pushing in this bottom side, and Fnatic should be able to steal away some of this jungle as Relech.
Yeah, he tried to steal it himself. Is he going to be able to get out? Clone over the wall. Yeah, and so Fnatic are stealing away resources. A good counterplay for what just happened with Dragon, because Fnatic needs something dagged up. I mean, Cloud Soul on this comp, by the way, is disgusting. Olaf, Wukong, Yunara. Guess what? Lulu's going to run faster. This little pixie thing is going to sprint at you. And Polymorph you. Oh, yeah. Drum solo. Sobro didn't want to interrupt, did he?
No, it's also like the Infinity Edge spike for Sam D on this Yunara is going to be absolutely insane. So even as you're getting Mainter threatening the backline, I think Sam D going to be a real threat in these fights. I'm sure, like, Upset should be able to match it as well, but the Yunara, I think, is just stronger unless she gets caught.
Sending it in, Razork commits flash as well. The Lulu ult forced the flash out of Sam D too. Realm Warp in from Vladdy. Rest of the team not yet. There as Relech pulls out the Cyclone. The cleanse good. Going deep, and Sobro gets a stun. Poby's down. Fnatic, what an angle. Upset flashes in, but maybe a little bit too deep. The stun up from Razork brings fight back. Sam D doesn't have any shielding left. Fnatic just said go, and it finally worked.
Sam D caught out in River. The amount of vision that Fnatic had on that top side was part of that trade around the Dragon. And Na'Vi end up blundering into it and give Fnatic a Baron. Can Relech steal, though?
Mainta at 5k, 4k.
No
Relech is trying. The monkey over the wall. But still, Relech from under the nose of Razork still gets gets the Baron.
There was no vision on the opposite side to spot out if Relech was coming in, and he manages to get the steal, but we'll see it here. Actually, I thought there was a bit more vision on this top side for to spot Sam D, but just a good call from Fnatic. And they managed to punish. They try to go all in on Vladdy, but you can see here as Olaf goes into the back line, doesn't really get on towards too many of the key targets. They're able to keep their distance, and it's a turnaround play from Fnatic as Sam D gets caught by that mega fire kick alongside with Razor.
I mean, Sam D walking back in. He felt confident there, but Paris used up a bit of the juice from the Lulu, and here we go again. Look at this.
Yeah, this was so risky.
Hello there. I have the high ground. And it's gone, Dagdo.
I mean, the monkey gives its life, but yeah, exactly.
It's on me, by the way, my cue. Another one.
Another one. Yeah, very nice steal from Relech. Because that was a winning fight from Fnatic. That was a game turner. Shout out to Sobro, who's like 2-6. His backline play probably enabled the rest of that fight to go pretty well, where Fnatic also found the turn onto Sam D. So, yeah, Poby sent in the Baron pit. Sam D died to a stun, but Na'Vi still have the Baron, and it is on Paris. It is not on Relech. I think it's on Mainter as well, Dagda. It's 2 Barons for 2 lanes.
Yeah, it means you can put them in both side lanes and keep up pressure basically until this Cloud Dragon spawns.
Yep.
So I think this is where, if you're Fnatic, you are going to be aware that chances are Annie and Olaf are going to be existing in side lanes. Try and find windows where you can, like now, where Vladdy and Razor can try and play up towards mid lane. That's why you're seeing where the Yunara and Lulu are so far back. They don't want to give that pick potential across. And if you can keep this up for Fnatic, but then it becomes very hard for Navi to enter the map.
An angle here. He doesn't have flash. He's going to be spotted out, but into Poby's waiting arms. He tried. Now at half HP, it is an Aegis assault to get on out, but Mainter's found an angle himself. How will Razor get out of this one? The answer is he won't. There's Fnatic running for their lives. Mainter didn't hold on to the ulti, but for now, Vladdy's going to face check, or they're going to face check him, but a Cyclone. Perfect angle from Relech. Sends it up. Sobro gets in the back line, but Sandy cannot be crushed with the Lulu by his side. He tries, but this time, Na'Vi are aware. They'll take the fight, and Razor thought he could start it, but boy, sure did Na'Vi finish it.
They didn't see where the rest of Na'Vi were. Olaf had already dipped from that bottom lane as soon as he sees the Pantheon, and Na'Vi are in a position to cover. Poby opening up on mid, catches out Razor. Mainter managing to help out and finish him off on the side. The realm warp to safety is abandoned, which only means that Mainter is in the sideline pressure. Upset thinks maybe we can make a play with the culling, but it's the dive in from Relech that forces Upset out of the fight realistically, and takes a while for Vladdy to go down, but he does in the end alongside Sobro.
Big shout out to Vladdy. He had to hold his ground. He knew it, but now Cloud Salt's going to go over. That fight tipped the balance again. And even though things looked a little bit close, it is Cloud Soul for this composition, which seems utterly broken. Razork's going to be found here, but there's no Cyclone for Relech to further the catch, as Mate's been working on inner turret in the bot lane. That will fall with the giant minion wave.
And I think like Fnatic still have a chance in this game. Like they still have like the good pick potential that we're talking about with like the Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall. But Na'Vi just made it that much more difficult. Like their team fighting becomes so much more potent, as you were mentioning, Asterix. The Mainter gets so much more value out of it. Relech having access to multiple people is great. And even for Sam D, like this Yunara was already hitting like we saw in that last fight. Now you've got the Cloud Soul to reposition, to keep up with the pace of the game. And you're very quickly working towards these late game items. Yunara in a late game with a Lulu is obnoxious to try and deal with.
It is. Bell's almost back up as well. Shirelli is picked up by Paris, so lots of mobility. As Na'Vi have found Razork, he was pitching an angle again, but he might have to pitch a 10 as he finds himself homeless in the enemy jungle. Relech going to spin for that extra movement speed, and Sobro now going to be found out here as well. Mainter, he's just going to whittle him down with an axe. And Sobro pops the ulti, but he's just dead. Relentless swing, easy, true damage, and 2 dead again. The map is yours, Na'Vi.
I don't know why Razor keeps trying to hard force these plays.
He was playing good this game until he wasn't.
Yeah. Like, just take it slow. Like, you know that, like, once the map ends up a little bit more split, like, even if it's 2 people at one stage, like, if you see the Olaf in the bottom side, you don't see the Annie, just wait a second. Like, at this stage, there is no way that you can try and make these plays when you don't know where Navi's on the map.
Even if he goes the right side around the blast cone, Losper now caught out. Great wild growth. You see, Relech doesn't have ult. He doesn't need it. We said Fnatic were back. Now, that was the start of this weekend or last weekend, I don't know. Fnatic, I don't think are back yet.
Yeah.
Na'Vi are looking maybe like the team that is the gate again around that, because they're going to move to 4-4. From my understanding and what I've been told, they're not confirmed for playoffs, but this all but helps get them to that position.
I don't know where we're at anymore.
Dagger, we're going to rename to the LE Let's See, okay? That's what we're going to recall ourselves.
The NFLEC, because there's so many throws and Hail Marys, you never know what you're going to get.
I like that one too. I like that one too.
Yeah, I'm just... Like, for Na'Vi, this is great. They go to, if they win this game, they go to 4-4. They have to go up against Giant X. Still a tough competition for them, but at least gives them like a much better spot going into the upcoming games. But for Fnatic, like, they then drift to 3-4. Like, how do they then look against like Vitality and Giant X as well in their later series? Like, this was kind of the, I'd argue, one of the easier ones between Giant X. Still kind of a little bit of a back and forth, but certainly against Vitality, that's going to be a struggle. So you're only going to end up maybe cresting into, well, hang on.
Lech runs in head first. Flighty gets some good damage down. The Mega Fire Kick disengages from Fnatic, but Baron is up. Sobro was on top wave. He's now recalling. As Sam D is going to be opening up towards mid. Razork's found out he's too deep in the wave. The Aegis Salt gives room for Relech, gets Mega Fire kicked again. Ulti burned down by Sam D. Na'Vi committing deep into the mid lane wave as TP burned by Sobro, but it is back to Baron. It is back to their terrain, as Na'Vi will continue to try and lure Fnatic in.
Vladdy's Rune Prison saved his jungler there. That would have been Razork dead to rights if Relech hadn't been stopped in his tracks. But still, Na'Vi basically playing between 2 points here. Fnatic have zero vision in this area, no blue wards, so they're going to try and rush down mid to draw Na'Vi out of the position.
The Romwat being used by Vladdy. I think it's a bait for now. Undertow trying to clear the wave. Vladdy can't get a Rune Prison. The Comet Spear not doing much either, but Innitar going to go down for Fnatic. That's a bit of gold to them. Baron will still find its end. Fnatic getting little off of what should be a one-sided play. We'll still call it as worth as they can in this position.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, getting the Baron is significantly more important.
Of course.
Big wave in bot lane, which will be cleared out by Vladdy. Will help him at least try and get towards that Rabadon's death cap, and like late game Rise, definitely nothing to sniff at. But now with Baron buff pushing in for Na'Vi, it is very hard for Fnatic to hold on.
Well, Actualizer with Rabadons, that would be a way, wouldn't it? Vladdy the only one with semblance of gold in this game, with the differences on the bottom of your screen. They're using Baron, pushing in a top, Maint is on mid. Vladdy got some pressure down in bot, at least relieving some for his own team, but Na'Vi are running in these turrets fast.
You can see Major trying to set up a mid is being matched by multiple members of Fnatic, which is just letting Na'Vi get position on towards top side. Razork might have to send it, but he's gone.
He's got Tibbers and he's dead. Vladdy at half HP as well. Stepped up, gets Cyclone Breath of Light to get him out. Relech is taking turret damage, but he pulls out Cyclone number 2 on Sobro's head. He goes golden, probably buys him some time, but that turret's dead. Sobro has nowhere to stand anymore. The Arclight of Ruin not needed, doesn't hit, but Culling sending him out. Flash from Upset to get a flash in return, but now Upset's exposed. Fnatic, you didn't think there'd be 2-0, did you? But in the LEC, let's see, we never know. As Na'Vi at 15 minutes took this game, grasped it by the horns, and never let go. Sam D clears the ace, and Na'Vi moved to 4, pocketing Fnatic in a 2-0.
2-0 for Na'Vi. The early game's looking good for Fnatic, but as you say, after 14 minutes, Na'Vi continuously able to find success in that late game.
It did indeed, and once again, Relech, first win on Wukong, by the way, in his LEC career so far, so it's a big congrats for him, but Paris on the Lulu looking mighty clean as, yeah, fist bump. No, fist bump. No, go fist bump. Go fist, hey. Take a bow, and now go fist bump. Go fist bump the boys. Hey, no. Sammy.
Shh, player of the series vote now at LEC Main Relech and Poby. as they can do whatever they want at this stage. They won the game, they won the series, and they may have just taken one firm big L step towards a good L spot in playoffs.
You'd think so. I mean, again, it's how high they can go. We're in the discussion for top 4 because right now it's a middling bag. Mainter standing by with Finn, though, after a successful game 2 and 1.
Thank you very much. I'm standing now with Mainter after a huge win versus Fnatic, and this almost locks you guys in playoffs. 96% chance of making it. How does that feel being so close to playoffs already?
I mean, it feels good. It would be a bit scary if we lose today, because next match is Giant X, not a bad team, right? So yeah, now it's gives us more confident. We can be more confident on next week as well. Play without shaking, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good. Feels good.
It's definitely a super important win for you guys.
Yeah.
And now in the second game, you guys first picked Olaf, which you had a fantastic game on. And you guys seem to have quite a different read on the champion. I think in the LCK, there's a lot of first pick Olafs, early picks Olaf. But in the LEC, he often drops to 4-5. Why do you think that other teams don't really pry Olaf as much?
I think champ is really OP.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people scared about getting, Vayne or Trundle in their face, especially Trundle, from like players like BB can pull out it. So yeah, they're afraid of Fiesta, so they're waiting for second bans like some matchups, and just then blind pick Olaf.
And you just think it's so strong, you don't really care about the bad matchups.
So I can just blind pick it.
All right. I mean, I liked it. Looked very good this game with the Cloud Soldiers running havoc. And now we are approaching the end of our regular season, and teams are beginning to lock playoffs. Excluding you, there are 2 more playoff spots available. Which are the other 2 teams that you think are going to claim those spots? I can give you the team names if you want that are contesting for it.
Which team? What is the choice?
Yeah, it's like MKOI, Team Heretics, Giant X, SK, and Fnatic.
I think MKOI should make it. And probably Fnatic.
Probably Fnatic and MKOI?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're playing against GX. That's the next game, right, coming up?
Yeah, see confidence, because I will play against them, so I don't mind to win them.
All right.
So they will be out.
How do you think that series is going to go? Do you guys think you're going to win?
Yeah, it depends. Like a lot of scrim days forward, like 5 or 4. We will practice. I think we will win, yeah.
Yeah.
I will blind pick my Olaf and be happy again, I hope.
So they're better ready for the Olaf.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mainter. Congratulations on your win. We're now going to toss it to a quick break, but when we'll be back, it's going to be GX versus G2.
Counter-strike, Ragnarok instead, and looking for the 1v2. Exhaust is down, he has to fight it out. Undertow there, the flash! Ragnarok from Mainter will take the 1-for-1.
Nice, really good. I cannot die. I died him. Kill him.
Nice, guys. Mainter at 5k, 4k, Roulette is trying, the monkey over the wall, but still! Roulette from under the nose of Razork!
Another one.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
I got you covered. Blast off! Now we're cooking. Keep 'em coming.
Yes, I am a weapon.
Bring on the bad guys. Light 'em up. Surprise! Huh. Hi there. Yeah. See ya. Winners don't duck. Wanna see the fireworks? Up and over! Easy peasy. Who wants some? You want some? We've got this. Yeah!
Welcome back to LEC. We just got our first look at the Caps Hall of Legends skin line featuring Tristana and Orianna, of course, available in store from the 10th of September. There's a lot of stuff happening here. I think similar to years past, it's a ton of content. It includes the Hall of Legends Pass, 3 tiers of bundle. That is the Risen Legend Collection, the Immortalized Legend Collection, and the Signature Immortalized Legend Collection. Risen Legend Orianna will be available via the Pass, and the Tristana variants available via the respective collections. Look, it's kind of crazy. Because like we've gone from like we saw the Faker ones, the Uzi ones. It's so weird to see all these Caps moments celebrated as in-game icons. It feels strange to me. I'm still not ready for this.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy actually that it's happening. In a way, I can't believe it. But I do like the fact that it went pink Tristana, because all I'm saying is that people are not always. People were complaining a little bit, but when Forbidden solo killed Faker, people remember it for like 15 years. On said that MSI. When when Cap solo killed Faker on the Tristana on the midwave, it's just another day for Caps. It seems like people have forgotten about that play because that was really hype, you know, flashing behind the Azir into the midwave.
When I think of Caps and Tristana, I think about all of his animation cancels because that's what people criticize. They're like, wait, why did he pick Tristana? But his highest dopamine and like peak moments of Caps' career happened on the Tristana because he revolutionized when he brought it back into mid lane, the animation cancel to cancel the Vi. He got that consistently. It wasn't just a skill move anymore. It was just pure peak Caps move.
And back then people weren't consistent in doing the Vi ult. I remember that as well.
Also, we have the Hexakill versus BDS. Obviously a domestic incident, a domestic moment, but still a hype one. Hexakill, look, it's
not a game mode.
It's not a game mode.
No.
It's not a common occurrence, but when you're this clean with it, like, it kind of just comes together.
He's just a Caps champion.
He's just dabbing in LEC right now.
It's also a really strong statement to Perkz. It's like, bro, you kind of now you have to let him play the Tristana. We've really only seen Nuke play it. I feel like we're due for some Caps Tristana now.
It's also pretty messed up to show that when Labrov is also playing today, as he was getting hexa killed by Caps in that very moment. But you know,
supporting G2 even beforehand. We love to see it. Of course, win rates very important. Fakers Ahri skin win rate in LEC 60%. Most played Ahri skin in LEC since the release 2 years ago, patch 14.12. So
now imagine what Tristana will do when you get that skin. Oh baby, your win rate is gonna go to the moon.
I hope it doesn't go bad. That would be sad. We checked the Uzi skin rate. Is it bad? Is the Uzi one bad? Like, we only got the Faker one, so I'm not sure. We'll have
I
to
just
find
hope
out.
he plays the skin, not like Faker.
That's true. I mean, Faker can kind of do whatever he wants. I feel like 50% of the skins in the game belong to Faker, so it's kind of like
it's fair.
You know,
I think someone did the comparison. How many skins does Faker have compared to other champions? Like more than half the champions in the game, he has more skins than.
The biggest skin line in the game, I think, is the T1 skin.
Yeah.
Right now, for his most recent Worlds. Don't quote me on that, but we're pretty close. I mean, it's impressive stuff. Really excited to see what the rest of the pass looks like. Those little emotes, those little details. But before we get into the game, Caps also got a greeting from the LCP. Let's take a look.
恭喜 Caps lưu选là miền Thắng.
Chúc mừng Cap đã được vào Hall of Flame.
Chúc mừng Cap đã vào Hall of Fame của Liên minh huyền thoại.
이번에 G2 캡스 선수가 명예전당에 헌정됐다는 소식을 들었는데 되게 많이 축하드리고요. 어떻게 보면 G2의 심장이라고 생각을 하는데 꾸준히 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 정말 대단하고 생각하고 멋있다고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 명예전당 정말 축하드립니다.
キャップス選手が他のプレイヤーと違う分言うと本番の大舞台でものすごく強いっていうのがあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり彼ほどの逆境に強いプレイヤーっていうのはなかなかいないんじゃないかなと思います。キャップス選手改めてオールオブレンドおめでとうございます。
我最欣赏 Caps 的点就是永不放弃吧，然后每一年都在为自己的未来打拼。
因为我之前在欧洲也打过一段时间嘛，然后那时候也跟他做过对手，所以我觉得他很努力，然後我覺得他這名人堂記得沒毛病好。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã ghi danh vào đại sảnh huyền thoại.
恭喜 Caps入选名人堂。
캡스 선수 명예 전당에 입성하신 것을 정말 축하드립니다.
恭喜 Caps 入选英雄聯盟名人堂。
我认为新生代选手，尤其是 LEC 赛区的，应该都会算是把它当成中路的标榜，有点像是 Faker 的感觉了。恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂，又达成了一个里程碑。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã bước vào đại sảnh danh vọng nhé.
Yeah, Caps will be returning to the Rift alongside the rest of G2 who are already locked into playoffs and are comfortably at the top of the scoreboard. They're locked into top 4, which means they have a single best of 5 to make Worlds. So they're just rounding out the split here with their very last best of 3 versus GIANTX, who are not secure yet. And even more uneasy with Na'Vi taking a win over Fnatic in the last series.
Yeah, GIANTX still sitting at 3-3. Still have a lot of those games still to play though, so we'll have to see where GIANTX do end up landing. For G2 though, I think they'd like to have a bit of a better time. Since the last series you saw from them was them getting an absolute shellacking from Fnatic. So I think they would very much like to turn the tides and go back to their winning ways.
But, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, Dagda, because, again, LEC has been topsy-turvy. It has been a crazy week of League of Legends here, and, you know, that G2 series was last weekend, so it's a very different world right now. G2 Fnatic was last Sunday on the 16th of August. And now here we are, 6 days later, no 8 if I could count properly. And GIANTX, I mean, we saw them yesterday versus Heretics, but it wasn't like they won the early games in those games. Heretics actually threw both games very handedly, similar to Fnatic just then. And I'm running out of content. I think none of it, it doesn't matter. Just don't win early games, G2, and I think you win, honestly. I'm convinced it's either
I
a
do
curse.
think that G2 are one of the teams that you can't trust to take an early game and close it out. So
okay, really?
We'll have to see, yeah, as we get into the draft, exactly what the game plan is. Cassiopeia has still been a very high priority alongside the Jace, the Vi, the Nocturnes, the all regulars showing up in those ban lists at the moment.
Yeah, just the usual Bs as Orianna is up and available for now. Now, if Orianna gets picked, usually it has been that trade-off of jungle. I mean, Jarvan usually appears in this phase. We get an Nautilus ban from G2.
Akali also has a tendency to show up just so that you can try and go for the Orianna pick. But Lucian going to be the focus instead. I mean, it has been very strong for Ansem and LeBron, but does mean, you know, Akali's still there, Orianna's still there. And yeah, even the Vayne still available, though that tends to go in the second rotation.
Jarvan is also up. Jarvan, Orianna. Yeah. Jarvan gets slammed. Now, do you take away the Rumble is the biggest question, because I think Jarvan Rumble still remains to be an easy setup with something like the Syndra as well as options if we do talk about Orianna, or the Orianna as a 2-3 here for G2. GX cannot give away at least one of those picks.
Yeah, I don't mind taking away things like the Rumble Wukong that we've seen a little bit. It's less prevalent, but I still think Wukong can do decent into the Jarvan with the knockups and then the ability to get out of the Cataclysm with the W and these kind of things. But Ezreal, also very, very strong at the moment, and the ability to play around that Cataclysm is going to be key.
Zhao, it is indeed. So taking the challenge here is Isma, but that's Rumble, that's Orianna, right?
Yeah, I think Rumble, Orianna, and then Giant X probably going to slam the Karma. So trying to set up for a strong bot side. G2 may need to match though. Like they might be a little bit nervous about that potential of banning away any sort of answers from the Ezreal. So yeah, it looks like that'll be the call instead. Ashe Seraphine, and now as Giant X, you can basically go, hey, we ban away the Rumble, we ban away the Orianna, because I imagine Karma are going to be the pick here.
I forgot, you know, Broken Blade's already done his LARPing of the Rumble. He's done enough, so they don't want to pick it yet, you know. We're going to get Ashe Seraphine instead. Han, Summer and LeBron have been the strong point so far this split, and honestly have had a great year with G2, while Ezreal Karma, strong 2v2s for all, for both Giant X and G2, as we're going to ban away some of those solo lanes, because for once they've kind of been thrown to the wayside with such big picks up and available.
Yeah, I do think focus on the Rumble, going to be nice. Orianna could be another one. Unless Giant X are basically saying, hang on, actually, if we ban away things like the Akali and the Galio, we could take the Orianna for ourselves on this next rotation, unless G2 end up banning away. So maybe the option here as well. But I think G2 could end up just banning it, honestly. I don't think they're too worried about top lane matchups. Like, you've got Broken Blade that has a bunch of picks that he's happy to take, and you've got answers for an Orianna.
You know what my concern is? If, I mean, G2 could probably leave the Ori open, get quality for top lane here, and then if Giant X pick Orianna, you just slam Syndra Rumble, don't you?
Yeah.
And you have mega range, easy setup, good ranged engage as well. I know against Ezreal Karma maybe a different question with Crescent Guard also to mitigate, but I think it's just worth throwing that in there.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, you even open up for AD mids as well if you go for the Rumble on the top side. We'll just see if that's what G2 are angling for here. Akali or Syndra could be banned here by Giant X and basically set up for the Orianna. Going to be the Rise, though.
Okay.
So way more worried about side lane pressure this game coming through from Broken Blade and Caps. But yeah, I still think you can slam the Orianna. Akali then becomes very prevalent though for Caps. Good side lane pressure, which is kind of what Giant X are worried about. And the Rumble can still do a lot of work here for G2 as well. And you don't really have terrible matchups.
It'd be funny if Caps locked in Tristana instead, just to be symbolic of this occasion. Olaf is going to go. It is still about keeping top lane safe here for Broken Blade. I'll keep that point moot until we get back around to Caps' pick. As Giant X need to show us, is that Orianna really where they wanted to sit, or are they going to change things up?
We will see. The other, like, I don't think there's anything in the top lane that you really want to take. Like, I think you're happy to just leave counter pick for Oscar in. Like, he's got Renekton's, he's got Nars, he's got plenty that he can try and bring. But they are going to go and take away the Rumble, okay? Because I don't think Rumble adds strong with the Giant X composition. So I think I would have preferred something like the Gnar for them, where they have like set up now from the top side for team fights.
Yeah.
Especially with the Karma being able to speed up the Gnar into those positions, it's always nice.
BB does play Ornn. BB does play a lot of these tanks. Bruise is also, and Bess is there too. I want to think about when I think of BB, but he's been successful enough on this.
But you've so much setup there, like Ashe Arrow, the Seraphine Encore, to then immediately follow in with the Mbessa, and the preemptive Akali basically saying, hang on, we're pretty sure you are going to go for the Orianna, but they don't have to here.
You don't have to, and you could challenge us a little bit as well. Something like the Yone, the Silas. I mean, Yone slaps here with already having a Rumble. Xin Zhao. I see buttons to send when you don't have a hard engaged support. And I think Jackie's, I mean, this is one of his most comfortable champions of all time.
Yeah, I think it gives you a lot of pressure to answer for G2 side lanes, which is nice. As you say, it kind of adds in a tool that can set up team fights, especially along that Rumble equalizer. So, yeah, Giant X, decent topside, good skirmishing, good 1-3-1 to try and match G2. G2, though, have much better pick potential, I feel like, off of the Ashe and the Seraphine that they can try and play around, and also a decent amount of push.
Yep.
So we'll see if G2 are able to kind of leverage Hans Sama and Abrav in towards those picks, because we've seen it time and again. Hans Sama is kind of insane with the Ashe arrows and where he's able to make them land.
And that guy can aim. And look, again, it is still a 2v2 that can take off. It'll be fun watching 2v2. It'll be fun watching mid as well. While top lane Broken Blade's just going to try and push through it, cleanse through it. No, he doesn't have cleanse. He wants to win the game. That's essentially where I'm getting at.
I think
with this.
most pro players want to win the
They
game.
want to win the game, yeah. But that's what they're here for, you know? G2, they're not mucking around. Top two, I mean, even first, I should say, the ability to be able to pick who you're going up against for the best of 5 against
but
world.
KC are still undefeated, and they have SK to play.
They almost lost against Shifters yesterday, Doug. You take that back now. I mean, yeah, okay, G2 can only go 7-2, so they're kind of locked.
Yeah.
But Giant X are not, and they could do the most annoying thing as we start with a pause. What is happening in Valorant? Why we got pauses in the Valorant studio?
Valorant aren't even here.
Yeah, no, but it's their studio, it's their fault. We didn't have pauses in our other studio, Dagda. Is it a mouse problem again?
God only knows.
This weekend, I mean, honestly, I'm going to have a big sip of honey hot water.
While
and
you
just
do
hope-
that, I'm going to talk about Ashe Seraphine, because production was very kind to tell me they're 6-0 in summer right now
Really?
as a duo, and I think they are obnoxiously strong. There's very few champions that can really fight back against them. Ezreal Karma is one of the ones that at least can manage it in lane, but it's just how strong they are in both team fights, the ability to find and fish for picks. And even if you do get ahead as Giant X, you always have to be so cautious of just what an Encore and Ashe Arrow into a side lane can do.
Pause has been resolved. Don't know what it was, but as we get on to Summoner's Rift, Ashe and Seraphine 6-0 is a big stat. Will it stay undefeated, or will Jackie's Yona, that's 25-12 historically, be enough? Versus Caps on Akali. That's the kind of matchup you want to open out this series. We have had some messy series the past couple of days, and now I want to see skill expression as Hans Sama crests upon 600 games in the LEC. I don't know how many he's at. I don't know what leaderboard he's on, but I mean, he's got to be up there for sure. Like, he's been around since before the Misfits days. I mean, Misfits is when I really got to know him. I remember him and Ignar. That was my favorite bottom lane internationally at the time, with Fervor of Battle Leona. Do you remember that? Hot damn, game 4 versus SKT.
With Ignar, yeah.
Ignar comes out with Fervor of Battle Leona. I will never forget that moment. His exhaust comes down. Jackie's has Q3. Lethal Tempo up. He gets a knockup onto Caps as well. Wants to get the flash out. Lethal Tempo gets the kill! Caps didn't expect that little high note to sing him to his grave.
Jackie's getting the first blood with that exhaust. Beautifully executed in the level 1, and yeah, Caps not looking so hot in the mid lane. What's happening?
He's having a day off, I don't know, but the Lethal Tempo, it was that note that just took over. Flacken might be in trouble now as well. Labrov sends it in. The flash already been burned. It's actually the cleanse. Now the flash used. I have to correct myself. The heal was burned. Cleanse was held onto, but Flacken still the most important summoner is now down.
And this is what we're talking about. Hans Sama and Abrav love when they're able to try and play through these aggressive bottom lanes, but here's the replay as... yeah, Caps tried to step up to look for the trade, and Jackie's just went, I'm having none of your crap today. Exhaust immediately down, Lethal Tempo giving that last little proc of damage.
Hello, good. No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Jackie just thought, I'll get his flash, and that'll be it. And it was not. Yeah. He got the kill, so he laughed.
It's also given him a very early null magic mantle, which really is going to, well, no pun intended, nullify the amount of damage the Caps can do in this early laning phase. Like, this is going to be pretty nice for Jackie's. Yeah, I'm a little worried for Caps now. This isn't the best of starts for him.
He saved his flash because Dagda, he's going to hit 6 and solo kill Jackie's in response. That would be poetic.
He's getting some decent trades. Jackie's at least getting some damage back, but the electrocute don't work there.
Is indeed. Level 6 on the highway. 4 just hit. Broken Blade. Meanwhile, we come up to top, and Ambessa throws her... I still don't know what those things are. Half Moon. Like, I think of like Maple Story level 12, Zamadars, I think they're called. They're like the triangular
Sorry, you said
things.
Half Moon and I went to the Jaffa Cakes ad.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like we're in different wavelengths.
No, we are. We definitely are.
Half Moon, Total Eclipse.
We are seeing Broken Blade get some good trades. Skewmon, great timing here. Jackie still has his flash. Let's see if Jackie's used it. Yes, he does, but he gets electrocuted. Almost dies. If Cap's got that auto and another 5-point strike, that would have been a dead Jackie's.
Yeah, I mean, Caps, even though he did go down, still that was a decent CS lead in the mid lane, and thanks to Skewmon getting some nice help, should be able to crash this wave. So that gold lead from the first blood, not exactly working out for Jackie's on the get-go.
And if we look at mid as well, I think Jackie's had to soul unbound. Yeah, he's soul unbound to get the wave because he can't miss it. He doesn't have TP. Cap's got the next wave pushing in. Jackie's still backing. Observers, if we could, I would like to see mid wave because that is disgustingly large right now.
I mean,
it's not anymore.
Well, it's gone, but it's the place that is taken as well. Cap's now taking over to level 5. These few will disappear as well. So, yeah, you can see like 23 to 42, a gold lead for Caps in the mid lane.
Wrong about it being large, but it's still wave denied. But you're right, that Cap's gold lead now comes out of left field on top of the kill. Cap's able to back as well as Jackie's finally resets back on mid-wave. Junglers around the bottom side, but on a ward is Skewmon for the time being. So information gathered by Giant X as Isma just starts clearing down.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a focus towards Dragon in the next couple of seconds. G2 just trying to get vision in that pixel brush, or at least deny vision from Giant X in that pixel brush, because it both opens up for, you know, the potential around the Scuttlecrab that's on the bottom lane. The Dragon is there as well. Both junglers, going to be looking for that 530 smite so that they have the upgraded smite for that next objective.
TP's being burned, double TP. Broken Blade just hit level 6 as he recalled as well. Caulfield Warhammer versus Tarbies for the Rumble, who Oscarinen has now reached 6 from the last minion dying in the wave. Junglers are in position to walk through bot lane as Hansam is going to get pushed first.
Caps takes over to 6 in mid. Jackie should be able to match as well. So Hansama having the level advantage in the bot lane and push should give this Scuttlecrab to Skewmon. It's very risky for Isma to try and contest this because a level 6 from Skewmon could immediately end up burning some crucial summoner spells on the Xin Zhao.
So the fight begins, pings are going down. Jun and Flacket have a wave crashing in. The push from Hansama and Labrova now enables, if I could speak today, the vision to go down. Jackie's goes over the wall. Caps also level 6 here as well, so you can see Jackie's will be able to match that with double daggers. But Caps has a bit of burst now there as Jun hovers on the side, but Dagda, the Grub, or rather the Herald, no, the Scuttlecrab. It's been a long weekend. The Skewmon's going to get 6 off it and start Drake.
Yeah, G2 do a good job of commanding the vision around that area. You can see a pink in the banana brush, pink in pixel brush, stopping any sort of follow-up.
Proud. Jackie sends it in with Soul Unbound. Meanwhile, we look towards the bottom lane. Hansama close to getting 6. No, he's not. He just steps it up anyway. Once again, gets the Arcane Shift out of Flacket to run away. Lethal Tempo on Jun will pull out his heal. Labrov burned his while Dragon does go down. The mid lane kill doesn't end up happening. Caps didn't burn an ulti, but he got a really sizable chunk on Jackie's again.
Isma coming into the topside jungle, though, basically saying, hey, I want to try and answer for the Dragon, but now it's setting up for a potential dive from Skewmon.
Arrow just came up as well. Hansama has 6, and down someone will go. The beat's going to drop under turret. Flacket getting autoed. Labrov tanking up, and there's the Cataclysm. Out of range as Hansama gets the fade away. 1 for each bottom laner of G2, and Skewmon sets up a perfect dive.
Oscarinen would love to try and get some heavy trades against Broken Blade to see if he can look for maybe an answer in that top side. But all that's happening is that Isma going to try and steal away as many of these camps. But huge win for G2 on the bottom lane. Flacket was already struggling in this matchup, and now you've got a near 900 gold lead for the Ashe.
It's big. Dagda is a 20 CS lead on top of that as well. And on the fact that Caps is also out CSing mid despite us watching those 3 minions die to the turret. Things are really good for the early game of G2. It started with a level 1 solo kill, but look at how it's going now. Remember, early game doesn't matter. As, you know, we're 7 minutes deep. We're still within that early game.
Actually, do we have the data? Is it gold lead at 14 or is it first blood?
Oh, that's deeper, isn't it?
Yeah.
Molecule, hey. Paying you the big bucks.
We're giving
answers.
you more work for the sake of giving you more
That's right.
work.
I want some answers, sir. That guy, I mean, his time zone right now is cooked, by the way. So shout out to him. Now True can flip clean.
Also just shout out in general. Molecule's insane.
All in. Not quite. Ulti held on to.
Yeah, Molecule is the GOAT.
Molecule is the GOAT. This has just become a Molecule glazing stream. There are some people in this world who can absorb stats and numbers. He is one of them. Smite down from Isma. He's got level lead, Isma does, but...
Yeah, I like this invade, though, from Skewmont. Again, using that push. Like, this is what I love to see with Ashe and Seraphine. Is like, hey, we basically guarantee ourselves pushing bot lane. Let me help you in the jungle. If you go and invade, I can always play over towards that, especially post 6. I still have that ultimate available, so even if Isma tries to contest, well, now Jarvan just has a stun target in front of him for ages. Like, I think this is like something that like the top teams do exceptionally well, but we haven't quite been able to see from some of the teams that have picked Ashe Seraphine thus far. Still going well for them. They're 6-0, so it's not like they have done terribly with the Ashe and Seraphine.
Yeah.
But I think it's these little things that you can do to really grow it. That Ezreal ult, though, pretty crucial. Void Grubs started by Giant X here, and with no Ashe there, I was about to say, I think Hans Sama should stop his base and just match the Rumble. There's no point in trying to go back here.
He's going to do that. Broken Blade readjusts his trajectory. He's going to walk top now as well, but Grub's still going to be taken. Skewmon turns this into a bot lane play. There's the arrow. Now Oscar in, and is he going to turn or is he going to burn? He's got flash available, the Hawk Shot just in case. Cataclysm flashed away from Flag and Drag up, but there's a Cataclysm Dome in the way as Oscar ticks over to Skewmon. Gets some damage down as he walks away himself. Broken Blade's going to clear the top wave. He won't be dove as an Arcane Shift to maximize damage. Isma is being spotted out. Broken Blade is taking the fight. Lebrov's roam now coming into effect. Smite down for the steal, but will Isma get away? Drakehound step to full effect. Here comes the encore right in the dome. It's Broken Blade as Lebrov sneaks away the last tick of the kill, but on both sides of the map, G2 very active.
The heal was barely off of cooldown for Jun, just a little bit too late for that help, and he'd also used the shield to try and get to the fight, so there was nothing left to save Isma. Nice roam from Lebrov to cover that topside play and set up for the kill now for Broken Blade.
But I mean, you look at...
Actually went to Lebrov, never mind.
Yeah, did. He's 2-0. Lebrov carry, just the usual. The fact that G2 made a counterplay on the jungle invade from top, there was no wave for top, so the bot 2v2 had to disappear. And Dagda, Oscar and lost Smite in the bottom side of the map from Skewmon's gank. It's been a great early game from G2. It's 10 minutes deep, and we're 2,500 gold up.
And I think you're in a position now for G2 we can try and cover this. Actually, I think I was about to say Skewmon could go for the invade on the Raptors as they respawn, because look at the amount of vision that's in the bottom side of the map for G2. Like, there's a ton of pink wards, very little vision for Giant X to know what's happening. You will end up spotting Jun on that top side on that ward as well. So this is now a question of, does Skewmon just want to look for the invade and try and steal away camps, or is he more interested in protecting Broken Blade? Because
does Broken Blade need protecting? Whoa! Eclipse damage on Flack at half HP. Now, if Broken Blade ulti's here...
that's psychotic.
It is, because Isma's nearby. This is quickly going to turn into maybe a dive.
Yeah, this is where I'm saying I think Skewmon needs to move top here. As Broken Blade taking a lot of damage, they will now spot Isma, who's just packing his Q off of that top side.
He's trying, but the arrow is imminent as well. TP, ulti dodged away from Broken Blade, trying to step away as Skewmon comes in for support. The arrow hits Flacked! And the damage from Skewmon as the last turret shot completes as well. In the Cataclysm as Oscar has to stand his ground and just wait his turn. Caps coming in, trying to pop his ulti and find a target. And it looks like Oscar will be that target. Broken Blade comes back in, Skewmon burning down, but Caps to save him. And Hans Sama with the Ashe is once again a sharpshooter.
Defense is the best offense for G2, it seems like. Lebrov defends play 1. It's Skewmon and that Ashe arrow beautifully defend the second play. Broken Blade basically trying to use that ultimate to deny the third auto attack from Isma. And then Flackett gets caught, and even with the cleanse, it's so much damage. Oscar Rinnan doesn't have flash because it was burnt in that last passage of play in the bottom side. And with Caps and the roam, Giant X, they got nowhere to go.
I was confused at the damage at first active. Was that a turret shot that completed him off?
It's a turret shot as well, yeah.
Turret shot as well as Skewmon's damage that came through. And just the added extra bit from Hans Summer, I think, helped seal it, helped complete it. Regardless, though, it hit, and that's all I care about as a commentator is Mountain Dragon. Guys, it's been a really long week. It's Mountain Dragon number 2, and G2 are about to set up, meaning Dragon number 2. They're 4.5k gold up after that power play in top, and Hans Summer has just been having a field day. In fact, all lanes outside of top and jungle have big CS leads. Caps up 40 CS, Hans up 30. Monstrosity.
Caps is going to trade on by Jackies, but the Mountain Dragon's already been started. And unfortunately, this is like where it gets hard for Flacket and Jun, because you can try and stay underneath your tower, but there's so little vision in that bot side jungle that you have no clue whether G2 are doing Dragon, whether they're trying to dive you, whether they're stealing camps, what the hell is going on that bottom side. So you just have to back away. And the interrupt, just going to be a frustration as we're kind of getting this blue spot. But look again at Lebrov. He's reset, he's moving top, he's covering that counter punch from Giant X.
He is.
Like, this is kind of textbook from G2, this constant push-pull with the jungle and support and not letting your opponent do anything on the map.
You asked a question before, Dag. The quick answer before we get a fight. Maybe I don't have a chance now. Broken Blade, great damage onto Oscar Rinnan. Might turn with the ulti, but Oscar, no, out of the way. That Ambessa nerf still felt out as Oscar walks out. I've been told First Blood is also 6-10 in Week 5, the same as a positive goal difference at 14. G2 trying to break that as Broken Blade's been found out. 3 members of Giant X are here. Lebrov needs to help him. Encore, lay it through nicely as the healing is enough to get Broken Blade out of dodge. Takes the lead. It's free in River right now, as Jackie's going to be the next game. G2 use a Broken Blade, or rather Hextech Gun Blade. Jackie's in trouble. So much damage. He's going to try and clear the wave. He knows he's dead. He gets the cannon, but now the kill's going to be given over, probably over to Caps, as Jackie's dies. And a good punish as G2. On the top side, meanwhile, the dive is just trying to poke out Broken Blade, but the wave is too thin for them to go again.
Yeah, but now you don't really have an opportunity to cover for the mid lane play because you sent 3 members of Giant X top, 1 just died bot, so G2 again opening up. The good news, though, about our stats is G2 are ahead of 14. Giant X got first blood. We will have a decider as to what the real curse is in this
It's going
game.
to change. G2 maybe. I mean, I say that, but 6,000 gold at 14, I don't think I've seen a more dominant early game.
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
It does.
To just see people run away with games when they get
I don't
leads.
know. I don't trust it. It is G2, but I don't trust it. We're getting towards playoff season, but Herald's up in a second. There's TP here from Broken Blade, who, while his ultis are missing, he's obviously doing a lot of work in this solo lane. Oscar Rinnan getting hit with everything there.
I mean, Broken Blade just wants to keep up the pressure, right? Riftard, as you say, has spawned. You got push in mid. You're trying to rotate over, so the quicker Broken Blade can get back on the map, the better. He's going to kill.
Is he going to public execution onto Oscar Rinnan? Scumon's here. Wait for the long range ulti, flag and drag instead, and Broken Blade's like, nah, I'm going to kill him and take the kill. That's more reliable.
Caps, though.
Great game. Caps are going to get low, though. The flash from Jackie's used, and Isma will shave the kill away for a shutdown. And with this turret as well, objective bounties are up. A good objective and good move from Giant X.
Blackett forced the flash and cleanse, though, as Lebrov and Hansam are chasing him down as well. So action in multiple spots. But at least tower going to be traded for Giant X, and it is a bounty. So a nice bit of gold injected into Jackie's there. And it will be traded by Broken Blade into the top side. But Rift Herald, I imagine, was going to be started by G2, but they're more interested in taking the camps at the moment. Should move over to that in just a moment.
I mean, Scumon has just been trying to shift away to stealing a lot of these camps. Yeah, Herald begins. Broken Blade gets top turret. And this game, the finger is on the pulse, even though Giant X were down 6,000 before. Bit of gold back in their pocket after trying to find Caps in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Caps doesn't connect with the 3-prong strike. The exhaust going to do work as well, yeah. Caps, I think, a little cocky. You cannot trade against this Yone when he has the exhaust, especially with Isma in the area to finish up. Still, though, this is what we're talking about, right? Blackett forced the flash and cleanse, did not want to take that fight at all. G2 get Rift Herald, and Giant X trying to make a pincer move here.
They're trying, but Scumon's in front of them. Oscar might be coming in, but flag and drag is tricky. Blackett just used his arcane shift. He's in the middle of a Fed Jarvan, and the auto attacks are taking him down solely with that, and Caps just coming in to steal the glory. An angle for Scumon as Broken Blade finally hits, and the Cataclysm nails 3. A flag and drag to go through. Scumon slowly going down, but he's done his job as Broken Blade flashes in, lacerates, and repudiates the enemies. Giant X running for the hills, and this one looks firmly in the grasp of G2.
That encore was crazy from Lebrov, catching all 3 members. Hansama still feeling it, though.
Did he just base after that? He arrows, he gets it. He literally took a blast cone, pressed B, then walked. I mean, that is aura.
Yeah, they're kind of farming at this game, to be honest. 2.8k gold lead for Hansama. Flacken and Jun have just not been able to live up to it at all. But we'll see here, Giant X trying to get on towards Scumon. But G2 already in a position once again to cover. Cap CP's in, they turn on towards Flacket, finish off the Ezreal. No flash, no cleanse from already because of pressure from G2. And then Lebrov just over the wall here, ults through Scumon, connects onto everyone. And with the Cataclysm to follow, Giant X at least survive for a little bit. They do not quite get Skumon on the end, but Broken Blade makes sure that they're able to finish it out.
In the final Sundering Slams. Nicely done from Broken Blade.
Yeah.
And look, ready?
Blast
cone. Oh, no, he just stood still. Oh, sorry, I thought he was either starting to be or he just struck a pose, I guess.
Labrov. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Great comms. Broken Blade might be in trouble here, but as I say that, Jackie's just gets Q2'd. Ulti buffered with his own Broken Blade, baby! Hot damn! He's looking for him. Look at the player profile down below. He's looking for him. Stare him in the eye and say, what up? Jackie's just got smurfed on.
Broken Blade knew he had that one in the bag. That cheesy grin afterwards. Happy, happy lad. As G2 once again keep up the pressure on the map. The Rift Tower going to be placed in the bottom lane. G2 shifting to immediately crack open this bot lane tier 2. Giant X are getting styled on.
They are. And Dagda, I can't believe, I'm going to say it again. I mean, the base is still not under siege yet. But this could be our cleanest game of the weekend. We could be finally setting the Force into balance as we look at this sick 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, great job from Jackie's, right? Like, he lands everything incredibly well, but Mbessa gets a good turnaround, and then the buffer, knowing that the Own is going to be behind, the caps with the question mark ping as well.
He's looking for it. He's so humble.
Just a little glance like, hey, do you see that? Do you see that? You looking?
The tongue comes out a little like, you know, I did just do that, yes, I did. I mean, that was clean. Aim's behind him as well, right on the point of the ulti. That was fantastic. So props to Broken Blade. He's missed a few ultis this game, but that one he can always remember as the one he hit.
I mean, G2 are very much in control, man. It's so clean. Like, it is. It's just the movement around the map, keeping like your jungle and support constantly covering plays. Now you're in a position where you have as much information as you need. Skumon, I think, is going to try and solo Oscar in as
Hans
well.
has stepped up to this. That's a great arrow, but Hans is still in trouble. This is a TV flank. Oh no. Jackie's ult is buffered as Broken Blade does it again, and half HP. Broken Blade's in the middle of it all. An opportunity for Giant X. Caps will get flacked. It's a 1-for-1, but a shutdown. It doesn't, Yeah,
that was a bit of a weird one from G2 because Skumon was moving into bot lane to try and gank Oscar in with no one else in the lane. He's now here, but it does mean that you lose Broken Blade, you do lose the Ezra at the same time. But yeah, I mean, maybe G2 getting a little cocky, just a little bit, you know?
It was clean, I mean, to be fair, Caps did get flacked, but.
But look, see on the minimap, Skumon had moved into the bottom lane, so the TP was up here. So in a 4v5, Caps does get flacked. Flacked did not stand a chance in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, he's so monstrously fed that Caps guy. As Baron starts, look at where Isma is. As Jun's found out Shuriken flip on the Karma. Caps goes into Fog of War. The equalizer down. True Barrage hits him this time. Caps is dead. Double shutdown to Oscarin and Barrett at half HP.
Broken Blade is not here.
Giant X are coming in. Barrett is going to stop. And, you know, even G2 are doing it, Dagda. Even G2 are doing it. 7,000 gold, still the lead. Soul still coming up. But even G2 are doing it.
What is happening?
We like to throw. But it's not over yet. It's not a full throw until it's a throw, is it? It's not a team fight. They're just little picks.
Yeah. But it's like little windows giving Giant X back into the game, right?
I mean, Oscarinen, he's now got a gold lead over Broken Blade. So he just got double shutdown. Broken Blade in this brush. Who's he going to kill?
Himself.
He doesn't put damage onto Isma. He jumps in a 1v2. Spike comes down. Isma's going to look for the knock-up. The arrow saves the day. Flash by Isma. Broken Blade's ulti hits. It's recoverable. Okay. It's a good play. It's a good play, Dagda. It's a good play.
They learned. I did think that Broken Blade was about to die, but he's okay. Is Flacca? Yeah, G2. They're immediately hightailing it back over towards the Baron because there's no jungler on the map now for Giant X.
Yeah, free Baron. Free Baron. We like those. TP from Broken Blade just in case. Jackie is going to get an objective bounty, but here comes Caps. Shuriken flip when he's got second part of the ulti to get into range. Broken Blade's going to corner him as well. Jackie is just going to die here, but how slowly is the question as Shilbo saves him for now. Shuriken flip there. Hops back and dead to Caps. Baron now there. Soul on the reset, Dagda. You know, I think we're back to cleanliness.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to air it all out, you know?
Get it out.
Get out of the house, open a few windows.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, get the front door open, throw the mat out.
Luft, whatever they call in Germany, where they open all the windows out at the same time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta get that Luft. So we got Baron. G2 got Baron. And Dragon's up in 35 seconds. That's Soul for G2. That's a Cloud Soul. Broken Blade's going to get this bit of gold. Oscarinen's going to die now. He's got Flash. And how he dies, well, he doesn't have Seekers, so there's no way. Yep, Broken Blade just tags him on the way out. Caps gets the kill again. And now it's a 5 versus 4 for Soul.
It is ironic he got executed when neither the Public or the Perfect were up and available.
That's true. It was just an old-fashioned Butcher's Block execution, like they have in Skyrim, you know? That one. So there's no dragon to save him.
Yeah, and he didn't escape, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, they needed Shyvana. That was the problem.
They needed Shyvana. That would have done it. One of the best starting to a campaign ever there has been. G2 are going to take Soul. They're 8,000 gold up. The reason I said 11, far away from the screen right now.
And that's where they would have been.
That's true, where they would have been. They have Soul. They have Baron.
They have bottom turret in their sights. And Giant X are all up on the top side. So Caps is going to be the port of call here.
It's an Akali. Jumping in onto Flacken. Can he 1v3? All in from Isma. Okay, Caps is dead. Now Caps is dead. Baron is doing work on bot though. Oscarin's coming in. Equalizer. Oh no. Oh no. Isma's got. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yo, Oscar. He's almost got Equalizer down. Flag and drag from Jarvan finds Isma. Skewmon sent off a little bit. Jud gives shielding. Broken Blade's tagged out. Here we go, the all-in. Isma finds a mark, but onto Broken Blade, it's not enough. Cataclysm gets there as well. Jackies gets a good hold onto Han. Summer, he does die, but it is a trade as Oscarinen is the other trade. Broken Blade lives. Okay, G2 can do it. Flacken, running for his life. He's going to flash. Skewmon, damage not there yet. Broken Blade looking for his quadra kill. He's got a quadra kill. G2, end it. You had a gold lead at the 14-minute mark.
Look at Flacken. That man is nowhere going near G2. He had a little head shake. He had a little smile. He was like, not today, BB. You do not get a book.
You know what, Dagda? I don't care. BB is going to look for it regardless. Flacken's still in range. The spawn's up in 10 seconds. G2 are on the Nexus turrets with an early game gold lead. The Nexus is gonna fall. G2 are gonna win the game with a lead. They save Europe yet again as Flacken not gonna find Caps. The Nexus falls, and that's how you do it apparently.
Let it be known that no one in LEC wins game if they get first blood. But G2 avoided that thanks to Caps, and he just added a few more deaths in for the crack.
They did it. Game 1 done. Over to a break.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling that he does.
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watchers go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality.
Well, what can I say? I guess BB is a different kind of Western top laner. It was nice talking to you ladies. Have a good one. Cheers.
Finn, what was that? Dude, and what are you reading?
Bro, calm down. Okay, I'm trying to get the LPL and LCK teams to notice me and G2's impressive champion pool.
They don't even play Rumble and Jace, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. But Genji and BLG, they banned it at first stand against us, you know? But then we got to MSI and it's
Yeah,
like...
okay, only Top Esports was stupid enough to ban... Okay, only they were dumb enough to ban the Jace. You know, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Bingo.
Okay, so basically we're trying to deceive all these LCK and LPL teams into thinking that we play Rumble and Jace. But why, man? Aren't we like just good enough? Can't we just... There's like enough niche picks and creative strategies coming out of G2. Surely you don't need to resort to weird stuff like this. Why can't they just be themselves?
Bro, you're totally not getting me, man. You're totally not getting me. Drake, is that really what you think? You think that would work? Yeah, sure. Like the best teams in the world are gonna ban Kled and Warwick and I guess whatever highest win rate top laner is on all analytics that people try to cheese with. No. It's not enough to play the weird picks, okay? It's not enough. You need to play Jace and the Rumble or they won't even look at your way. Do you seriously think that G2 loads in the draft, locks in the Jace, and with good conscience thinks he's gonna win them the game? Brother, he's got a 1.3 KD average as Jace! Did you not see standing phase versus Rooster? The 0 and 7 shifters top laner Rooster. Bro, we need those bans! Dracos, at Worlds, every single LCK team needs to think that Broken Blade's got those Zeus fingertips when it locks in Jace or Rumble. And, hey, what's up? What's up? Even if it means we'll have to watch the rancid laning phase that he presents here every single day in the LEC when he picks our champions. Do you take that deal? I think that's a pretty good deal, Dracos.
Okay, fine. Take the deal. Damn. All right, that's a good point.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
All right, so trying to press LCK and LVL teams. Right. Oh. Hey, T1. Broken Blade, Rumble Jace, pretty good. Chonamnida. Yeah. Okay. No, don't watch the VODs. Guys, don't watch the VODs. Just ban it. It's fine. Just please don't. No, don't watch the VODs.
Thank you so much, Finn, for the exposure of G2's plan, but G2 did expose GX's early game. Now, when it comes to teams and trying to figure out from the early game who's gonna win the game, you look at this crab situation, but if you want to figure out how hard they will win that game, you look at what happens after the crab situation. So, let's roll out the clip. G2 find themselves in the bot river. They're doing all the steps properly. They're about to secure the crab, and Isma is gonna look for a cross map on that side of the map. Pause right now. When you are G2 here and you just got visual confirmation that Isma is over here and you're completely exposing the bot lane, well, what do? We are gonna go dive, so let's roll the clip out because I don't envy GX's position here. Isma really needs to find some way to get back in the game, but you're selling out your bot lane, man. After this, it's just completely explosive gameplay. G2 will take over this game, will run around with all the gold lead on absolutely everyone, and that's what I mean. Your reaction to what happens after the crab is all of it. You really had to just not go for that cross map. You need to cover your bot lane because two camps are not worth just losing the game like that.
I agree, Odo. Very well put. Some questionable choices, to be sure, across that game for GX. The problem was, once the snowball started rolling, I was just like, what do you even say? Like, what do you even do? This is, of course, important to note, because it's like Hall of Legends, we're celebrating Caps. This is his first game win after being inducted into the Hall of Legends. And it was a pretty convincing game win. He did get solo killed, and I was immediately like, we were making memes. We were like, all right, time to make
it's just a curse.
Like, we're thinking all the shit posts we can make about how Caps doesn't win a single game. But then he, from that point, completely dominated mid.
Yeah, I mean, the second highest CSD since we started tracking the stat in 2022 in mid lane. I kind of thought that montages were supposed to be like 3 to 4 minutes. I feel like I just watched like a 25, 30-minute montage by G2 in this game. It felt like they're literally playing with their food. And it started with Caps just dominating the laning phase, as you said, Dracos, after getting solo killed. And I have no idea how he did it. Like, usually when you get solo killed, it's a pretty bad thing for your lane. Like, generally, that's not a good thing. But Caps maybe has studied Bowser's good depths because he just completely ran the middle laning phase.
This guy from Schema, they really did set him up from success. But you already saw in that role, he's getting a lot of good raise.
Look at this, Odo. Oh my god. That is probably the most beautiful anchor I've seen.
Something. Oh, I didn't think that Seraphine has the ability to make montages just like that, sleeper montages, but it was like that.
And another one.
And this whole game just became a highlight reel for everyone on G2. Hey, Caps, you're in the Hall of Legends. What do you? Let me try and get the.
Teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid. Dashes away.
God, he did absolutely hit him with the nothing personal.
Oh,
kid.
this one I didn't see. Oh, okay, wait.
This was just a sad. This is like Flacca just getting bullied all game by Caps and Broken Blade on these assassins that
after all this time, always.
He just put his headset on. I wanted to yell at him to say he has to say nothing personal, kid, next time. He has his headset on. This was a Goomba stomp of epic proportions. Like, I think that the play that you broke down, Odo, is one of the only moments in the game where it's like you would go back and review that and talk about it.
It's just a snowball, because past that point, even if you have the tools, you're playing against G2, buddy. If they are good, and they are good because they won so many times, they know how to snowball that lead, because everyone, all of a sudden, on the side of Isma, hey, Isma, make a play, but all of your lanes are bleeding and they all need you at the same time. What can you do? There's just too many wounds.
No. Yeah. Also, everyone's getting outplayed 1v1 too. So it's like, what can you do? It's too much for any jungler or any player to handle. Obviously, there's still pressure on GX to try to find this win. G2 was always going to be one of their hardest opponents. But after a game like that, a bounce back feels impossible, but it would make it all the more impressive if they can find a way.
I mean, we were joking about how big of a stomp it is, but you gotta like zoom out a little bit. This game is very important for Giant X. They are still at the brink of missing playoffs. Like, Sure, they're up against G2, and G2 is the favorites here, but Giant X needs to get every single win they can. And if they don't bounce back here, that road to playoffs is going to be so much steeper.
I think next week they also have Na'Vi and Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken, and even outside of that, you need at least game score. Let's say you lose against G2, but at least, you know, when it comes to all those tiebreakers, they need to really step it up. And it all starts with that early game where the game is just solved and everything is just math at that point, where you just need to make proper reactions to what enemy is doing. You cannot just drop the ball like that.
Absolutely cannot. And it's so good that you highlighted, Odo. Game score also incredibly important. Even if you cannot take the series, even just taking us to a game 3 would do so much for GX. Let's see if they can bring it back in this game 2 as we send it over to our casters.
It would be a miracle for the series for Giant X. Obviously draft dependent after game 1. There was a lot of solo flair from both teams, but despite Caps getting solo killed level 1 without burning a flash, G2 bounced back in that game incredibly well for how the game state looked after that.
Yeah, they did a phenomenal job. And I think that is kind of the beauty of G2, the way they move around the map, the way they're able to cover the plays. And it makes it very difficult to kind of crack or find that crack in the armor. And Giant X, unfortunately, just fell too far behind. There was a couple of moments where they tried to make plays on side lanes, but unfortunately it was just that little bit too late. So we'll have to see what the game plan is coming into this next draft. As, yeah, some of the big picks on the patch, like the Rumble, like the Ezreal are already taken off as well. So we'll see what Giant X are going to be cooking.
Lots already taken, you're right. Olaf, I think, kind of a response. A lot of these teams that are versing top laners with wide pools, really worried about it in the time being. I mean, Olaf also just a strong bit, so I could be talking out of, as Finn called it, my ASOL. I think we've got Galio banned to follow up because maybe... Normally we'd have a Rumble top with Galio gets banned. Ha! Orianna still there, by the way.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Orianna party definitely rising with the Akali taken away. Becomes significantly easier to try and put her in towards the mid lane. Especially if you ban away things like the Vi and those kind of things, you don't have a lot of threat on towards her in the mid lane. So I'd be curious to see if that is going to be the game plan as we get on into it. Because it is Giant X who are first pick here, so they may get their answer.
With that first pick, Jackie's on Ori. Not a bad choice. Outside of that, I'm just kind of looking through what he's been playing this split, and Ryze was looked at last game, not picked in the end, so that is still available. You ban Anivia, you're kind of saying, maybe I want to play Ryze here.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to go Ryze first pick.
So does it get banned?
But Nocturne's also up.
Yeah, okay, Nocturne is the bigger problem for them. So yeah, Ryze definitely on the cards, but Orianna very strong as well.
Boom.
And it looks like, yeah, that is going to be the call. Okay, so huge amount of those picks already gone. Syndra, though, is still up and available, so you can take the Syndra for Caps
Lee
into it.
Sin would be kind of red hot for G2 for this one too. I guess depends on... I mean, Lee Sin has been like an R1-2 a couple of times.
I just haven't been very impressed with Ski1's Lee Sin is the thing.
True.
Like, I know he's brought it out, he's got some wins on it, but I think it's been a bit fraudulent at times. But looks like it won't be the Syndra. It's going to be the Lock. Caps going to try and run up against Jack. He's had a very good game on that Lock last weekend.
I saw a Lock earlier today, and Vladdy didn't do anything with it. Let's see if Caps can break that rule. Lock Lee Sin, Lock Nefiri, Lock. We don't have Vi, we do have Skarner. Maybe you don't need jungle here. Maybe go support.
I mean, could just be Lucian, to be honest.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, I think the Lucian is a good call.
So many pairings left up with it. It can really do anything. So, yeah, Lucian gets locked. Other side, Dagda, what do you feel?
I mean, you probably go with the Yunara Lulu as a response. Lulu Kog'Maw, also another one. Just to try and answer for it. It does mean, though, that you're kind of giving up your jungle pick, which is a bit of a worry when you want to try and pair something that's a little bit more aggressive and has a lot of attacks, or benefits a lot from the attack speed and the shields that Lulu can give. And with Xin Zhao gone, Wukong probably going to be one of the picks there, but just going to go straight for the Xayah instead.
It's Jackie Tolver's Tristana. Lol. He's just showing it in front of Caps. It's intentional. I don't know if it... I mean, it's not going to be picked. We've already got an Orianna.
Tristana top. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, those are the days. Yeah, because they think Broken Blade's going to pick... Nah.
No, it'd be the Rakan, right? Xayah Rakan for the bot lane? Yeah.
Lucian Millia, Lucian Millia.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu is good in the matchup against the Rakan, but I think Lucian Millia is just going to be fine. You still got basically everything you need. Ult to disengage from the charm. You got the fire kick to try and keep the Rakan away.
Yep.
No reason not to just lock it in here.
With that slam, no junglers, so get ready for the pinching of junglers part 2. We still have the Skarner, the Lee Sin, the Wukong, Trundle. The Olaf was already banned before, which is a flex. Dagda, the Pantheon here as well, is something that might just have to be taken off as... I
think the Neferi is a good shout from what you had earlier. Just because I like Neferi Orianna, you kind of get the setup, a lot of protection for the Neferi in the early stages. Wukong probably another one, as Wukong Orianna, a solid combo in that mid lane as well. Lee Sin can still be a threat too, or the Skarner, which we've also seen sometimes with that Orianna.
Yep.
But yeah, you got plenty of options here as Giant X. So instead, G2 going to focus on towards the top lane. Jace ban, Vayne ban, surely to follow, which is more than likely setting up for the Gnar for Broken Blade, which I do like with the composition that you're kind of seeing.
Because he's already, he said it game 1, I'll say it again. He's already done his Rumble, his Jace, you know, due diligence, his split. They don't need to pick it again. They're okay. They want to win today and finish their week with a 2-0. That's how G2 want to finish their split. 7-2 if they win the series. Whose bear is that? Is that Flackett's bear? Does Flackett have a bear?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah, and I've seen Flackett set up for a while. We just don't get this angle. What? Flackett's bear? That's cute. Very cute.
Oh, there's the Wukong. So the Wukong Orianna is still going to be denied. I think with the Vayne ban coming through from Giant X, it kind of opened it up for G2. And now it's just a question of, do you end up going for that Gnar ban? Do you try and look for something like the K'Sante? You are, as Giant X, going to be blind picking the top laner. So maybe you want to keep that Gnar for yourself, but Broken Blade kind of happy to play multiple things into that.
Yeah. Things like also Camille top as we go to fringe picks, Camille top, Poppy, Ornn, Renekton.
Yeah, I think, okay, so going to ban TF. So this...
That's Gnafish for GX.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I think like Broken Blade probably still has a few picks there that he's happy to run into it. So I don't think you're that overly worried. Because I'm even I'm trying to think about what else he could maybe pick here, but yeah, do you just pick it away? Is that the call? Okay.
Take it then. Does Oscar pull out something like Camille, Poppy? What have you got into it? First we need jungle.
Yeah. I mean, you could just go for the Renekton and try and play through that style, which isn't the end of the world. And especially when you're playing against Locke and these kind of things that are jumping in on top of you, could work out okay.
Sure. Sort of range 80 carrying bot as well, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to smash down a Renekton and try and play the range versus melee matchup.
Aatrox also maybe another answer here if you really want.
Oh yeah, actually, you're not wrong. I've seen a few of those matchups now. It's going to be Oscar. Come on, set us up. Look at your comp. You got scaling. How do we transition that with the Pantheon? The Broken Blade answer?
Ooh.
Or no, the new
there
answer. I mean,
okay.
the Camille versus Gnar. There we go.
I mean, very strong in the side lane. If you can find the 1v1 and the ability to just scale into this game, it's going to be a bit terrifying for a lot of the locking down any of the carries really on G2. So Skewmon going to respond with the Gnar maybe. That would definitely put a wrench into the works for Giant X.
What a Poppy game it would be as well. Rakan, Pantheon, Camille. Poppy is going to get locked in. And yeah, you're right. It's a fantastic Poppy game here.
Yeah, this is mega value for Skewmon, especially when you start to get to team fights. Like if you knock anyone away on Giant X, it's kind of a core piece just gone. Because you kind of want Pantheon to be that front line, try and buy space with the Aegis Assault, the Orianna to support it, the Shockwave, the Rakan, everything is so important, especially with Camille being knocked away. It's useless.
But what do you think about G2's comp in terms of starting a fight? Relied on Mega Gnar. Poppy's, I mean, very built around disengage, around situational engage with walls. It's not super reliable like a Nautilus Hook.
Yeah, I think it is tougher to start a fight as G2. But I do think you have options, right? And I think G2 have been very good at playing around vision and trying to draw people in to objective fights and those kind of things. And I think that's where G2 can look for these engages, either through Poppy, even just the stun against the wall, the knock up, Gnar finding flank positions, right? I think I trust G2 a little bit more with the composition like this.
I mean, that's completely fair. G2, top team in the league, top 2. They win this, they'll just slam themselves into second position. And Giant X on the other side, they need a series win, they need a games win. They talked about it on desk, how vital it is. G2 won an early game. They won through an early game. It's crazy to believe, but they did indeed. Game 1, win through that early game. And now we come to Game 2 with a harder to understand and play out comp. Other side, Dagda, GX. I mean, you have Orianna, Camille, Pantheon. I think they want to go in. I think they would like to set up Shockwave. And I think they can pick angles as well. I think it is probably a lot easier to execute if a Giant X played this game out well.
Yeah, I think Giant X, if they can avoid Skewmond, are going to be in a good spot. Or if they can very quickly pull the trigger. And I have to see if G2 are going to give them those opportunities to do so. Already, though, you can kind of see like Hansama and Lebrov taking this third bush. They really want to get aggressive in these early stages. And if you can try and win out through bot lane, I think it gives you an easy answer into, hey, let's look for dragons. Let's try and snowball through that advantage.
And they've shown out of the brush now, trying to threaten. Guardian is up. Going to get a first off for Jun. Hansama steps into Flacket, exhausts us down immediately. Barrier to save, saving grace. Heal as well. Flacket in trouble, but sending him out, that's all G2 wanted to do. They use 2 summoners for 2. The exhaust out down as well is a big one here as they assert dominance against Jun and Flacket.
Nicely done by Hansama and Lebrov. Just understanding the matchup, willing to take that trade, even with all the creeps there. They heavily win the, and they should be able to get full control over this bottom side now. Also nice trade there from Caps.
Yep.
Getting that early level 2.
Just pulls in that Ashen Pursuit. Jackie does get one back though. And that's always going to be the case when it's ranged. Nails, Ashen Pursuit, and the auto attack damage as well. Using that passive well. Clockwork Wind Up though is just as good as Jackie's and Caps. At it again, looking for solo kills back to back as Jackie does again. Mitigates some of that trade by getting some back once more.
I mean, if I was Isma, I'd half consider just like walking through mid lane to get to the other side and maybe try and force lock back a little bit because Jackie's might be able to freeze the wave there. But Oscar with the flash.
Oh my god, Oscar's damage. Broken Blade in trouble, but 2 turret shots. Hyper, W sweep, and auto attack. Oscar almost got auto. If Broken Blade got that auto down with Hyper.
Yeah, I thought he would just go for the auto attack.
Then it would have been a 1-for-1.
Yeah, well, I thought he would just auto attack, get the movement speed from Hyper, and then be able to avoid the follow-up auto attack from Oscar in it.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that because he was trying to space out. Oscar just didn't relent. TP back in, but Broken Blade just got solid kill by Oscar as Caps is close to dying himself. It is that W that is active that is going to heal him back up in a second, but Jackie's has more mana and Caps in a position where he wants to crash those 2 minions, but he can't tackle. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, so Broken Blade goes into the mini now. Oscar in and gets the level 3, immediate hook shot. And then here, so Broken Blade, okay, flashes away, gets one auto. I thought he would just auto here.
Oh, he cancelled it.
Yeah, he cancels the auto. Like, even afterwards, I think there was still time for him before Oscar in and closed the gap to get another auto attack off. Would have been close.
Jackie just keeps laughing.
But yeah, big mistake from Broken Blade.
Yep. And for Oscar, I mean, very big meeting. Skewmon's coming down for the gank, and the Mega Fire Kick, the W already up. Skewmon has Flacket against the wall. He didn't get the charge, so that's the difference. The Bobber almost dies under turret. Dive, not successful, but Caps is coming here to cement the play. There's no response from a jungler as Caps going to come over the wall. Spots out the ward. Flacket's still in trouble. He has no summons. An Ashen Pursuit with a couple of nails, and he'll be nailing in the coffin. Caps misses, but Skewmon does not. Now for the follow through, the Ashen Pursuit. Hans takes the kill. Caps really saved the hell out of that play.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't get the initial slam against the wall made that a lot more complicated than it needed to be. Still, Hansam and Lebrov with blinking health bar is going to escape. Caps will cost himself a wave in the mid lane. You can see that the experience and the gold definitely looking a little bit nicer for Jackie's there.
Gonna get some of those nails down, but yeah, the big lead there is Broken Blade in trouble again. There's that precision protocol that is whomping him for now. As Oscar came back with a longsword, Ruby Health Crystal. Broken Blade came back with a potion. Skewmon trying to bail him out. Lethal tempo up. Oscar stepped up already. Where's the nearest wall? Boomerang Blade. Doesn't get the slow. It does indeed. There we go. Hook shot, wall shot. Just before Steadfast Presence gets in range from Skewmon.
Yeah, we're still allowed to push out though on that top side. But we see it here, right? Skewmon tries to get the push against the wall, but doesn't quite set it up. Does at least interrupt the dash from Jun. So gets a little bit of damage off. But it's then on the repeat as Lebrov is completely out, where Flacket tries to push the wave away, but with Caps here, Skewmon flashes forward, make sure it hits the second time. The Q from Caps does miss, which is a little unfortunate because he would have liked the kill. Yeah. But still, Hansama able to clear up one on the back end, and now we're fighting over the Raptors.
Jackie's not level 6 though, so he can't do anything to keep Skewmon there. And off the invade, good defensive measures because Jackie's right now, along with Oscar, doing well for the solo laners of Giant X.
Caps starting to lean down towards his bottom side once again. That wave is starting to push in. You can see the immediate pings from Flackett. He does not want to be left alone as this turret's about to hit, but it's fake pressure at the moment. Caps just kind of still hovering over Ward, so Giants know they're safe.
As soon as that Purgatory's up, Caps has the ability to have a wide AoE slow and make an easier dive happen as well. Skewmon not anywhere nearby, but he is pathing down from his attempt to get up in top lane. And right now, gold is even outside of those solo laners. It is this bot lane of G2 that find themselves in a very good place in the early game. Corpus Warhammer is the damage.
Yeah, Isma has the smart advantage, though, coming in towards the Scuttle Crab on the top side with hit level 6, but doesn't actually want to go for it. Surprised at that. Okay. Thought he would like try and slow play it until his smite came back up. But looks like with Jackie's, despite the fact he is the level 6, they don't want to try and play for it. And Oscar in and have pushing top. So Skewmon delays it for a moment.
Gets the stun. Good buffer, though, with the hook shot first. Oscar gets out, and Broken Blade is doing a little bit better. I mean, the wave is not going to bounce out, but yeah, the attention from Skewmon has not only saved bot, or at least pushed a winning lane already, Dagda, but has helped Broken Blade mitigate some of the control that Oscar found off the solo kill.
Yeah, I think the next step here for G2 is to try and look towards those dragons. Like, obviously, he got focus on top side from Skewmon because he did just take the Scuttle Crab. He's now going to reset Krugs and then probably look for a dragon as their bot lane has just reset. They're about to take over to level 6. You add in a Sheen towards Hansama. He's incredibly strong right now. So I think, yeah, this is the reset for G2 now, to just push out waves and then move over towards the dragon.
Rob's not going to be able to hold this minion, but it is a cannon wave, so not much GX can do outside of getting the push now and
should just
themselves.
kick the cannon out from underneath the turret. There you go, to hold on to that gold for Lucian.
Great mechanics. Actually, I forget that exists as a thing. There it is. Hans got it. It'd be so tragic if it was saved, and he misses it anyway. But Hans will hold on. A big gold lead, as we already said about, and you talked about his components, but I mean, once again, Hans, Summer, and Labrov, not only have they had great laning phases this split, but they've just been super switched on, being a shining light of G2. When I think, Hans Summer gets a bad rap. He's always been a top 280 carry, and people go like, oh, well, he's not as flashy or whatever. This split, he's been flashy and consistent. You get the best of both, no?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic split. I think he's been really, really solid. Both the duo, like in laning phase, has been able to consistently get leads, and then he's been exceptional in team fights as well. It really does feel like he stepped up coming into this split, and even like basically after the end of winter into spring, kind of we got to see them really be the consistent part of G2 for what was some messy series for him.
Ulti, good buffer there from Oscar. Goes into Hextech Automator and the Pantheon. Aerial Assault will fly in, but Isma got minion blocked a little bit. Skewmon now defending his top laner as Broken Blade sends out a Boomerang Blade, waiting for the Aegis Assault, but there's no Mortal Will in the fire. Flash there forward. Ultimate, Keeper's Verdict away. Oscar gets sent away. And the spear not up. Isma now has his Mortal Will at full stacks, but he's going to use it to start the grubs instead as a disengage all but used by G2's top half.
Yeah, Isma flashed to make sure there was no way that Skewmon could react with the steadfast presence to the stun. So Isma at least forcing that flash, the knockback, and the damage that was done means that Isma should be able to move over towards the Void Grubs. Skewmon should be able to go towards the dragon if he does want to, though, in a kind of response. Jackie's is moving down to try and protect his bot lane, but doesn't know where Caps is right now.
It's a danger, isn't it? Jackie's caught out in rotation, though. Here comes Caps, sending everything. Purgatory's going to miss, so Jackie's not slowed. Kiting around really nicely. Great movement, but Skewmon is going to muck this up for him. The nails fly in once more, and waiting for an Ashen Pursuit, but Caps not going to send it. Shockwave is a two-man, buffered by Caps as he gets on out, but Skewmon turns it into an engage. Just fucking flushes out, survives somehow. The kick from Labrov is not going to be enough as Hans Summer flushes in on top of Jackie's, but he's got no mana. Isma comes in to save the day. The shield folds up, but Labrov alive. Hans in 1v2. It's gotten messy. He's trying to take it out, but he's got no mana as well. And Isma takes the kill.
Oscar Rinnan gets one as well.
What?
Oscar Rinnan cleaned up at the back. He teleported into a ward that was just outside a dragon pit and was able to clean it up.
And Labrov killed Flackett. I mean, Flackett was out, was fishing for Labrov. I didn't see how the support got the kill.
Oh, he got the kick onto Flackett. I didn't think he'd have enough damage off the Q at the end, but he did. So we'll see it here, right? Caps doesn't get the Purgatory, which you called out, but Camille just reset. So Camille then TPs into River as G2 fully commit to this. The heal from Jun gets Jackie's into a safer position. Flackett was already low, so he's got to be a little bit careful. But Skewmon gone too far. Caps has gone super low. Jun has bought a bunch of time, and the Camille, you can see, is in behind them. So as Han Sama picks off at the top of the fight, Camille comes over the wall, finishes off. Actually, oh, I thought he finished off Caps. Doesn't quite finish him. Han Sama ends up falling. You get the kill from Lebrov, and then, yeah, Lebrov must have got that the fire kick to kill Flacket.
Yeah, he did, like at max range or something. I'm not sure. Jun caught out in front of Dragon. Lebrov does have level 6, a Breath of Light up. Culling almost back up after Han Sama used it last fight. G2 has the Hellfire advantage, and you're right. Here comes Broken Blade, about to go into Mega. Now Jackie slowed down. Has his flash from the last fight, surprisingly. He'll be stunned up as he holds onto that once more. Shockwave's not up and available, so G2 will use this to mount themselves back into Dragon.
But they all pulled off a Dragon, which is giving Oscar in a lot of free time on topside, so they want to get more.
And Flacket has no ulti. This might not be a stun, but to keep his verdict is going to slow him down. Mega Fire Kick as well. Flacket can't move. Han Sama claims the kill. I mean, Skewmon is just everywhere this game.
Skewmon needed to make that play happen because they're going to lose a lot on topside to Oscar in. And you can see G2 knowing they can't even go for the Dragon because they'd actually lose way too much on trying to keep the play up. So Broken Blade has to run topside to collect the wave. Giant X, maybe a moment to try and look for a dive, but G2 quickly moving to that top end to try and defend.
Oscar might be in trouble, but he's going to E away, I think. Isma now spotted on a ward. This counter gank, he knows. Puts up the Aegis. Assault takes the turret shot with it as well. And guess who didn't get out? It's John. Capitalization from Skewmon again. They're just always in the right place to counter.
They're just not ever giving too much of their time to a certain thing, right? We talked about the Dragon where they want to try and set up and take them early, but they understand, hang on, we have to trade because Camille is getting a big advantage topside, and also we then have to cover for the potential play on Broken Blade. He's very vulnerable with no flash on the top end, so they just forego Dragon altogether and move in. Plus catching Jun for Caps really helps because Caps hasn't been able to find as much as he would want on this lock thus far.
He's gotten some gold back now. He's been down in CS consistently. Jackie's now threatening a Shockwave Ash in pursuit, but Shockwave not used. The ball just outside of the range of where Caps jump back to as Jackie's looking for individual gold himself. Now hovering around his jungler because GX have control on this top side, but Herald's not up for another 2.5. It is Dragon that is still on the map, yet untouched, that with Han Sama's lead, it feels like G2 are positioning towards now.
I think they're just looking for the bot tower. You can see it's one place, and Flacket does not feel safe anymore. You have to try and clear out your top camps here as Isma, so he would have been on his own. So instead, Flacket's like, I'm out, peace. I'm going to look instead to try and take that top tower in response. So Lucian will get the solo gold. They should move over towards the Dragon. But again, I think this is where we'll probably see Lebrov try and look for, I was going to say a reset to cover the top tower, but Broken Blade actually just went mid. So you're kind of getting both Flacket and Broken Blade abandoning these sideline turrets, knowing they can't be safe underneath them.
Yeah, that worrying from Broken Blade opens up, so it's going to be a trade. Again, Dragon is going to be the step up from G2, but still a bit of gold here as Oscar Rinnan is 1.1k ahead of the curve over Broken Blade. So, I mean, last game he got shutdowns when G2 tried to do a little bit of throwing. This game, naturally, from that solo kill and the good position fight last time around, Oscar's having a great game on this Camille to open up. 2-0 with Trinity Force. I mean, it might be a worry here for G2.
And he now becomes the focus in fights.
That's just Ashen pursued forward. He's going to get root down by the feathers. The fly in from the Grand Starfall. Caps made a big mistake, and Isma's there to punish alongside Flacket.
Oscar Rinnan isn't punished on the top side, though. He uses that Hextech ultimatum and the flash to get away from the G2 play. And I think this is where you're going to start to see things like Caps making those mistakes is going to come back and bite them. In a team fight, Hextech Ultimatum with Jackie's ultimate is going to decimate Han Sama, and that is incredibly difficult to try and keep them away. But now the TP coming in to help out Skewmon.
Jackie's caught on a side lane, as is Orianna. Big mistake. Hammer Shock slow and waiting for the keeper's verdict. There's a Shockwave. Broken Blade is teleported in as suggested, as Dagda told you. Hammer Shock not going to take the kills. Broken Blade orders it down, getting goal back. Meanwhile, we look towards mid lane, and Lebrov's caught out. Han Sama's up next as well. Oscar made magic happen. 4 members of Giant X snapped down mid.
Oscar Rinnan is playing so well through this lead.
Purgatory going to be feathers flying instead. And Caps will not get an execution.
Blackgate just about able to escape away from that one, was right on the brink of it. But again, Giant X finding the counterplays. We are dead even when it comes to the gold. And this is what I was talking about with the Camille. Han Sama wants to try and play aggressive on the mid wave because they see many members moving bot, get some good damage onto Flacket. Isma comes through, the teleport again from Oscar Rinnan on towards the play. And it is not a fun time for Han Sama when you're trying to play against the Fed Camille like this. Immediately comes over the wall, sets up for the play, gets the kill. And this isn't even with Jackie's having that shockwave on top of it. It's really going to be tough for G2 to protect this Lucian in these fights.
Now let's talk about Herald, because it's the next point at play. Gold is even, and the thing I want to say, Dagda, is there was a lot used on that play, but we have more ultis coming up on G2 first. However, GiantX, how are they bridging their time here as Jackie's moves towards mid with shockwaves almost up and available? There's a long lane for Broken Blade, so it's not like he's going to threaten anything yet, as GiantX are on this Herald first. Caps might be in trouble. Hookshot, walkshot, it predicts! Caps tried to Ashen Pursuit out, be smart with it, but as Ritual Nails come through and the Soul Ignition is down, Caps needs help, and he gets it from Skewmon again. Running away with the Hextech Sweep and the culling. I mean, he is a hero. Skewmon is going to lose the Herald, but he saves Cap's life.
Skewmon, absolute heroics on that play. The fact that not only do you get the kill, but you buy time for Nara on this bottom side to try and trade for the Rift Herald, it's huge. He may have overstepped here, though.
In trouble, waiting. Shockwave's going to bring him back in. Isma doesn't have the ulti. That's up in 5 seconds, so there's no aerial assault / Grand Starfall to fly through and secure the kill. Herald's going to be used instead. The play's keeping fast here for GiantX in the early game as they try and open up this mid lane outer.
Nara only resetting now is Broken Blade going to start to move back. Won't quite get the tower with GiantX. Oscarina unfortunately taking a little bit of a step too far. Kind of shuts down a lot of that pressure that he had. And I'm surprised because he played it incredibly well at the start, but just not quite been able to get Caps. The kill on Caps was detrimental to GiantX's success there.
Oscar gave some gold back over. Again, Skewmon getting praised here because of what he's able to do. Isma's had some great ults as well. I think both junglers have really opened up some of the windows of this game. And it's a close one. It's only 1,000 to G2, but Dragon's up in a minute 15 as Jun just pops his head in, says, what's up? Ward going to be placed down. He's got his team behind him, but he can't do anything to steal away these Raptors. As he's just getting information around this next neutral spawning.
Yeah, knows that basically Lucian has to show up to collect the wave, so using that small little bit of time that he has to try and establish vision. Still though, a minute out until Dragon. You're still having Locke trying to pressure on the top side. Isma did end up using that ultimate to try and get a pick onto Caps in the top side, but didn't quite work out. So maybe that makes G2 a little bit more emboldened to start creating some pressure on the map. Broken Blade did get 3 plates on the bottom tower while we were looking at that play in the top half. So if he can get some alone time, it's definitely going to help out. Like, he was very far behind Oscarina, but now only sitting 300 gold because he got several waves and those plates in the bottom lane.
A lot of gold back in the pocket. G2 group up. Jun steps forward. Isma now reapproaches an angle. As you said, Dagda, Isma already used his ult to try and find Caps in side lane. Didn't work out. So G2 feeling confident. There's no reposition from GiantX's jungler as Oscar's putting the pressure onto the working lane of top. And Dragon's up in 5. Isma trying to get a position here, but he's going to get poked out by Broken Blade. Jumps in for the stun. Shield Bolt now down. Aegis Assault used for movement speed. Broken Blade about to go mega. GiantX have to pay respect.
Oscarina still trading that top side. Caps holding down the fort though. And GiantX, they want to try and approach, but without Oscarina, this one ends a bit dangerous. There's the deep TP though.
He is coming in fast. Broken Blade just runs out of Mega Nara as well. A good advantage maybe for GX to steal as well. Isma comes in now for the fight. Oscar hookshot, wall shot, comes in for the sweep. The quickness, Jun finds 3, and all bundled up together. A present for GiantX. The cozy campfire keeping Skewmon alive as they run for the hills. A blank mid lane turret, only just standing, will stand its ground while G2 retreat.
Jun with the amazing plays there, diving in onto G2 over the wall. They don't spot him, and even afterwards as well, you'll see Skewmon's ultimate ends up getting interrupted. Isma, massive steal, but watch Jun on a ward, but just pops in, jumps in, immediately sets up, and then here, the Skewmon ultimate gets interrupted by Isma, so can't even reset the play. GiantX, like, that was a massive turnaround for this game.
So smart from Jun. He presses R, he flashes, he doesn't W. Steadfast presence is up. Skewmon's expecting a full-on engage, but he doesn't use the ability. That costs him to get stuck on the outer rim. And as you said, big quickness, big kills going over. And I think we saw Flackid getting a bit of gold back in his corner as well. So for GiantX, a play that also opens up the mid lane turret. And it was a stolen dragon from Isma that keeps him firmly in this game. It is neck and neck. It's only game 2, but again, so much on the line for GiantX when their playoffs bets right now are really hinging on at least 2 of their remaining series being a win. If all 3 of them could be, then we're talking about a Giant X that could crest into that top 4 again.
Yeah, I think, though, Giant X are just in a fantastic spot. Like, Oscar Inen should... It's outscaled Nara in the side lane. It's like the mini Nara does not live up to what this Camille can do. Then when you get in towards team fights, the combo of that Hextech Ultimatum and Shockwave makes it really hard to play through G2's strong point, which is Hans Sama. And Caps just has been invisible on this lock.
Sure.
Like, you don't really have a big carry performance coming through from the G2 mid laner, which makes it way easier for Giant X to try and do plays of their own.
Broken Blade's getting dove here. That turret is mincemeat. Ulti gonna go into the wave. He still gets stunned up with the Aegis Assault. And now, speaking of, that shield will come in soon, and it's just easily done. Broken Blade is gonna die a staggered death. Quickness was used by Jun, but the kill goes over. And what's the response play from G2? They find Oscar Inen, but he's able to survive this for now. Steadfast Presence used. Keeper's Verdict as well. Oscar does flash away as G2 bring 4 to the top lane show, but mid's now under pressure. Inner turret and bot's now under pressure. G2 do not have the numbers in the lane to defend this.
Now, Hans Sama basically just going to try and stick around and immediately burst down the tower, but as you say, like, plate spot, tower, mid, isn't quite going to fall. I believe Giant X will have to try and back away from this, but actually TP, they're collapsing on G2.
Oh my god, and that was a back as well. Guess what? Lebrov's gone. Skewan's in trouble. Steadfast Presence not up, or at least not yet. And Hans Sama's going to be put into the ultimate dome. A war present. Oscar does die. Hans does a lot of damage, but in a 1-for-1, Skewmon needs to get out of there. I don't think he's going to, though. As Zisman for the chase. Dissonance, the stun negated. That W comes in clutch. But Giant X are on Baron's side of the map, and Hans is down for 30. Will they risk it, or will they look for a pick?
Skewmon still being alive makes it very tough to try and make the call to go for Baron. But the fact that Hans Sama managed to turn around and kill in that is insane. Great flash play from him to turn it around. Also having the support of Skewmon to deny any follow-up. So even though we were talking about, oh, this is Giant X play, like, you get push on boss, Broken Blade gets some plates in mid, like, they actually get something back off the end of that.
Giant X moving to a gold lead again, probably irrelevant as we look at the play here. They TP'd on this reset.
Yeah, it's so many members of Giant X up here. But still, Hans Sama with a flash, and then immediately Skewmon getting into range to stop the follow-up, deny the Camille. Hans Sama with the barrier, one last dash is able to get the kill. And this is a very fast Poppy to escape away from that top lane, having the support and that steadfast presence to keep them alive. This game is nuts.
It's great, and I love it. Again, it's not just one domination into a throw. This is a very back and forth game. A lot of skill expression. And Dragons neck and neck. 35 seconds till the Infernal comes up. Note, Jackie's has gone for this Storm Surge build again. He got flack for it last time. No pun intended. Storm Surge, Rod of Ages. I mean, we need a third item from him, which maybe could be a Rabadon's, maybe could be Shadow Flame, who knows. But yeah, it's an interesting build. While Caps, as you said, has been invisible. Speaking of, Isma looking to make himself very visible to Skewmon. Gets him to the stun. Steadfast Presence comes in again. Giant X threatening. They're on Baron's side of the map, but there is a dragon coming up, and they know that they need to take this.
Locke has teleport, though, and Orianna doesn't, so Caps basically just being a nuisance on the side lane, knowing that he can always join in. Giant X going to move over towards the dragon, but when it's only the second dragon for Giant X 23.5 minutes into the game, it's not exactly like Soul is going to be around the corner anytime soon, so G2 just going to kind of stay out, push out some of these waves, and not look to contest.
Until the next one. Fights have been around getting set up on these objectives, so maybe things are quiet unless we look towards a potential sneaky Baron, as Hans just picked up an Infinity Edge, a little bit ahead of Flacket still. He is the strongest member on G2. Broken Blade got a Sterex, and he's actually slightly ahead of Oscar. As we were talking about, you know, he has been on sideways. BB is almost 50 CS up for a guy that got solo killed early on by Oscar Inen and has kind of been sent out of the game a bit. Props to Broken Blade for still remaining relevant in this game. Sterex going to help him teamfight better as G2 hold mid down, making sure that Baron isn't free vision.
Ravenous Hydra completed there for Oscar Inen on reset. He's going to be quite strong now, especially in those side lane plays. If Broken Blade is in mini-Gnar form, he's going to be a little tough. Has the level advantage, which is definitely helping him out. As we were talking about, G2 have been positioning him better to catch some of these side waves.
Yep.
But this is definitely where it's starting to turn in favor of the Camille, especially as she gets towards level 16. I feel very nervous for G2 in side lanes. So though, on the map you can look, It's Skumond, Hansama, and Abrov constantly moving to try and figure out where this play is going to happen from Giant X and trying to play defense. You imagine most of the time that play is going to be around the Orianna because she is so vulnerable on a side lane. And you know what G2 are like. They love to try and put like these double up plays with both Caps and Broken Blade to catch any of these like vulnerable side lane mages. But at the moment, Giant X are actually playing around this bottom side, setting up vision for the Camille, making sure that she's able to push in, as Skumond will just put out Isma.
Remember, W can go over the blast cone. Isma won't be able to escape. Skumond's buying time. Isma flashes. He knows that the rest of G2 are on the way.
G2, again, kind of moving back and forth across this mid. Hansama stepping forward.
And Culling goes into Flacket, into join the rest. Flacket, here comes Skumond as well. The feathers go out. Storm down. That is now a flash and an ulti from G2's aggression.
Skumond had the flash. That flash charge could have been the death of Flacket, but nicely done by Hansama, keeping the pressure up. As
Backhand, what an egregious place to back. He flashes, he's out. But that's now 2 flashes from the play. G2 are going to start this Baron.
Yeah, they immediately want to go over towards it. Commanders in the bottom side will have to teleport in towards the fight. Caps opening on mid, won't be spotted and may give him position for a flank of Giant X if they contest here.
Isma to fly in and steal. It's up to him. Grand Starfall after that mistake from Flacket. TP from the back end onto a control ward. 4K, Oscar in trying to delay. 3K, he gets in the smite. Isma, no steal. It's G2's as Oscar in pulls out the Hextech ultimatum. The keeper's verdict was mega. It gets Jackies out of the show. He didn't even get shockwave down as Oscar is stunned up. Hop over the wall. Oscar still wants to follow up as Jun as well wants his way in the fight, but G2 are getting away. Hands in the air. It's 5 members escaping, now waiting in the brush for a potential another play.
Heist successful for G2. Oscar Ridden doesn't end up using that Hextech ultimatum on towards someone who can't knock him away. Broken Blade shoves him immediately out of it. He gets to walk away. You talked about Skumond knocking away Jackies. G2, that was a steal and a half.
That was one mistake from Flacket Dagda. He backs in the corner of vision of mid-wave, not respecting G2's going to push that next one. And Baron goes over, away back into this game, and it's not like G2 were out of it, but we were speculating for Giant X, how strong they were. We talked earlier how easy it is to execute. And now G2 have a bit of tempo back in their favor. Broken Blade gets a push out in bot and Dagda. G2 are going to topple over top, or at least try here with the next wave.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move Broken Blade in towards mid to try and be another point of contact that is at least closer to this top side, but also can still threaten these tier 2 towers. Giant X not in a position to defend right now. This Flacket has to be very careful.
Double auto. Hansama is huge. Caps from over the side. Ashram suit with Purgatory. He has been invisible, but it is one ulti for an execution that under turret will do work. Broken Blade versus Oscarinen. Is it going to happen? Here we go. Jumping in. Broken Blade. Ambitious. Isma's on the way. Meganar against the wall. Doesn't hit the stun. Caps wants to get himself with Ritual Nails. Broken Blade goes into Mini, but here comes Caps. Finally, it's Purgatory, but only on Isma. It's enough. Finally, we see him, the Hall of Legends, legend himself. It's Caps contributing to this game.
This feels more like hell for Giant X. They've been playing so well, doing the right things, but against G2, it's one mistake, and you end up losing out. G2 cracking open turrets in the center, in the bottom lane. Giant X, they'd held off for so long, but maybe they just can't do it once more.
Isma walking up to the plate. Dagger still has ulti. It's not like they wanted to converge and use Oscar's ulti, then the Pantheon ult. Oscar sets it up. This was strictly a 1v1 for a little bit.
Exactly, but Caps had already started to move. No vision to spot out the mid laner for G2. It started to shift over. Isma thinks he has a moment in the Mininar, but the Sterex Gauge doing work. Caps doing a lot of damage alongside that Purgatory, and Skumond sets up for the kill with Isma.
I mean, look, I had to give credit to Caps
and
for
he
what
picked
he did.
it up.
Did he? Oh, Caps picked it up. He knows how to play. Okay. I had to give credit to Caps because I feel like, you know, he was part of a fight, felt like in the longest time, but it was Skumond again, wasn't it? 1-1 and 8.
Skumond's been amazing.
Skumond's pop, I mean, it's just, as much as I'm trying here to give Giant X benefit of the doubt and glaze them, I mean, G2 now 2,000 gold up. Oscar steading in, hookshot, wall shot onto Caps. Maybe it was too early of me. He flashes out, but he gets knocked up. He's dead, Oscar. Great dive, finally using that Grand Starfall. Broken Blade's just run out of Meganar. Where's their engage? Hansama holding onto the culling for now as Giant X numbers advantage, 45 seconds. And any pursuance that came through off the Baron buff is now halted as Giant turn into their own siege.
And someone might just try and culling the wave though, keep people away. Oscarinen.
Step up, Oscar going deep, and a whoa! Skewmon was waiting for you. 4 versus 4, feathers on the ground, shockwaves to 2-man, great damage. A spear from a Comet. Isma doesn't connect though, as Hans looks for a new angle. And Oscar went a bit too deep.
G2 don't need to overpush for this though. They're interrupting.
Hello. Skewmon, guess who we found again? 2-man keeper's verdict. There's a culling from downrange. Isma's getting low. Hans steps up, flashes over the choke. The feather's there. He's still going in. He's dead. A bit too ambitious. And ambitious really is killing the members of both teams. Jackies comes in, takes out Lebrov with a dissonance. And now for the Aegis, Soul to give movement speed. A Comet Spear dodged. It is only Broken Blade who left standing as Caps comes in. Wait. A perfect locked angle. He needs 5 seconds to send them all to purgatory. The ritual nails 2, no, only 1 onto Jackies. He's got a surge, a W to heal him up, an action pursuit over the wall. Jackies on the chase. There's no objectives up. So G2 are just merely delaying, getting some gold back and finding what they can. But as we go to a replay, Dagda, this was Oscar stepping over? No, the dive on Caps.
Miscalculation was the name of the game here across the board. Cap steps up, doesn't realize how much damage is on Giant X's side, but Oscarinen pays him 1 in return as he tries to look for the all-in onto Hans Sama. But Skewmon is right there. The Poppy is ready to slam him into the wall the second he tries to go for it. So Oscarinen miscalculates once more as G2 then think they see their moment. But Hans Sama isn't ready for the exhaust that's on Flacket. He tries to go in, keeping range, aware that Jackies is on the side. Broken Blade keeps Jackies out of the fight by using the Gnar to keep him at bay, but the exhaust comes in onto Hans Sama. He's immediately shut down, but Isma fail flashes the wall here, which actually means that he can't get onto G2. That could have been 2 more kills, and maybe Giant X finding what they need.
I didn't see that, Dagda. That failed flash. It's such a tense moment. That's rough from Isma. As we've got Baron in 30 seconds, this game's still undecided. My favorite game of the weekend so far, that's for sure. Hans Sama stepping forward onto Flack and Culling comes out, unleashes as John gets the quickness down, but Hans Sama got too much damage down. Away the steadfast, no! A verdict from a keeper! And Oscar, where are you going? Skewmon says no, again. Hammer shock, a boulder, his escape no longer possible. And this Poppy, a thorn in the side of Giant X.
Every time Hans Sama has unleashed on Flacket, it has been disastrous for Giant X. They scramble to save him, but it cannot be done. G2 gets a Baron.
G2 win this. I know who my MVP vote is. I mean, Hans has been insane, but Skewmon is having another generational performance. And I mean, how many generations is this guy representing at this point?
But again, Hans Sama sets up like the culling, incredible. Even sidestepping on towards Jun, who tries to go for the setup. And at this stage, it's the teleport that comes in behind that he has to try and avoid. But Skewmon immediately have to close the distance onto Oscarinen. An easy setup. With the steadfast presence and that hook shot, you're never stepping away.
As you said, damage from Hans Sama is so huge. Defending their own camps right now is Giant X. It's Isma with GA now picked up. He got bopped away in the keeper's verdict last time. Giant X in trouble. This part of the jungle, very dark, very scary. The siege coming from Broken Blade's Baron buff as G2 move back into gold. They've got 30 seconds where they have to move down to bottom side to take that dragon. And the defense begins as Caps is on his lonesome towards mid with his on his hourglass, holding down his own fort against Oscar.
Use the E to escape away from Oscarinen's hook shot, wall shots.
Right.
But Broken Blade still keeping pressure on this top side. There is a vision in that brush just beside Raptors that is giving Giant X a lot of information as to whether G2 are moving across. Oscarinen now well aware that G2 are hunting for him.
Oscar was seen on the edge of Caps' lens, if only for 1 tick. His grand escape begins. Isma on the way in while Broken Blade is just going to keep going. He's going to need attention as well. He's going to back away, teleport back in if need be. Dagda, Giant X coming in for this?
No, and that's why I think BB was just kind of holding on to the teleport. Doesn't want to invest it unless Giant X are committing to this, which they aren't. So Broken Blade just going to sit back, relax, waddle his way back in towards the mid lane. And with a minute left on the Red Bull Baron power play for G2, there's not very much more that they can get done on this push.
Okay.
But they're still 1 dragon away from Soul now.
That was a spectator bug, I think. I don't know what that was. Lucian's autos were like behind him, shooting backwards, I think on red buff. And yeah, that has now stopped. But this game, a delivery. If this is how we end our week 5, very happy. We have had ups and downs, many different games through this weekend. This would just be a glorious sight to behold. As Broken Blade 2 levels up, he has been side lane king this game, really absorbing all the XP he can, while Oscarinen has been a bit of a playmaker himself. The G2 only have 20 seconds left of this Baron, and then we wait for 3 minutes at least.
GIANX want to try and ideally have Oscarinen face off against Caps in the mid lane. Caps isn't strong enough to fight the Camille right now, so if he can be isolated, that could be a way for GIANX to find some advantage. But G2, not really giving it to them. Constantly clearing out all the vision. They want to make sure that GIANX have no idea where G2 are moving through their jungle.
3 minutes, Baron. It's now expired. G2 clear all the vision that they can. And it will just be about getting the side laning, getting a bit of gold for Caps' 4th item, especially Han Summer with GA. That'll be another big pickup before our next fighting. I think Broken Blade is going Wit's End 4th, so the ability to get MR, do a bit of DPS, and probably deal with Jackie's Burst now that he has Rabadon's Death Cap as well.
It's definitely a damage build, right? Like the Triforce, Sterex, and the Wit's End. Like you're going to be doing a lot of work when you're in the Mini-Gnar form still as well. As the fights have been a little away from Broken Blade's comfort zone in having Mega Gnar for a lot of them.
He's getting whittled down for now. This is about to be a Mega Gnar. GIANX have run into this. Jund not going to be sent away, but Broken Blade does it for him. Isman flies on him, but sent out with the Keeper's Verdict is 1-for-1 for now. Broken Blade is dead, but Han Summer flashes forward onto Oscar. Skewmon puts him in his place again. Han Summer back to the wave, dies. Burned down by Flacket. Isman's come back in. He's flashed in for the stun. Caps in trouble. Flacket flashes back as well. The feathers are truly flying. It calls to him into melee range. Skewmon's going to die. Flacket flew. He bloody flew, Dagda.
Flacket's exhaust completely rinses Han Summer, and with that play alone, GIANX might have just won the game.
It looked free. There's flash for flash, but Lebrov is just trying to slow down the next wave. There's 2 minions here. They're quite low. The next wave being held by Lebrov, but he is a one-shot. The minions, if they don't do it, Jackie's will. An ace, an electrocution. We are going to game 3. GIANX pull a rabbit out of the hat against G2, and the distance will be traveled in this best of 3.
The downside of this Gnar build is you're very squishy. GIANX found the play onto Broken Blade, but Flacket's exhaust absolutely turned the course of that fight.
The exhaust, the spacing. I mean, that flash was also nuts. Finn, you're with Oscar. Tell us more.
I'm standing here with Oscar after a crazy game. You bring out the Camille once again now after the buffs. What do you think of this champion? Think she's pretty good?
I mean, I think the champion with the buffs is pretty nice. I think the problem that it had was laning phase. I think it was very, very weak. And now with W being 3 seconds down, with passive also being buffed, the CD, I think it's pretty nice. It has way more playable matchups. So yeah, in this comp that we sent it, it's good.
Yeah. And you didn't even care about them picking the Poppy. You still think you can just play that?
And the Poppy was a bit annoying, no, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it, and we can still play the comp, I think.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Oscar. Congratulations and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Finn, I love hearing about that Camille. Yeah. You boys are excited about it.
I love it. I love Camille.
Finally,
I love it.
she returns to the top lane. They found the win. It was a little bit dicey there in the mid game, but like honestly, credit to GX. They did such a good job of finding those fights, finding good situations, and not letting G2, when they did retake control, just kind of roll over and make it look a lot like game 1.
Well, you saw the Camille itself lost a little bit of value as game went on because Oscar said it himself, the Poppy was just extremely annoying for her. But the fact that she was just such a big pressure point up until she got 3 items, 4 items, 35 minutes in the game. That just bought a lot of time for Flacket to become the demon that he was, because he was insane. But onto Oscar, this is where it comes in. Always your level 3 was extremely strong, but he said it himself, the fact that your W is just consistently off cooldown does manage to swing a lot of these matchups, because the way top lane ends up being balanced is around these key cooldowns. W being 17 seconds beforehand matched a lot of the cooldowns that all the other champions in the top lane used to have, like the Jaxi or like the Nab 22 seconds right now. But with the fact that they got such a big buff to the W cooldown, just you got to see it in action where this traditional matchup that used to be extremely not favored swung into Camille's side for her to become the demon she was this game.
Yeah, and also a big thing with Camille is that when you watch Camille in pro play, you see a lot of these flashy dives into going in the backline, the hextech ultimating. And W doesn't feel like a big part of her kit when you're watching her in pro play, but in laning phase, it's probably her strongest ability. Yeah. Completely non-committal, and has a heal as well when you hit the sweet spot. And in general, as long as you Q a minion before you W, the movement speed kind of always allows you to hit that sweet spot. And when you have that on a 12-second cooldown, actually pretty oppressive to lane against, constantly getting these cones in your head that just heals her and does damage. If Camille has a strong laning phase, we know how good she is in skirmishes when she can scale up and assassinate backlines or set up teamfights with all these globals, like think about Kaleo, Ziggs, Pantheon. She's just very good if she gets through lane, and that was always the problem, but now laning phase is actually one of her strengths.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying to have a champion who can side lane incredibly efficiently and also have that presence in teamfight. It's why when Camille has been good, I feel like she's always been a pro play terror. She's not quite in, I think, that like must pick every game tier, but this is clearly a big improvement for her. Now, we talked about the Poppy being difficult. I do want to look back at this final fight because this was a super close one, but it was also just a big flex from GX. Being able to turn this fight, being able to knock G2 down, looked damn good. Flakked the one leading the charge.
Well, this last fight is very odd for me because at some point, everyone just forgets that the Xayah exists, and once, like now they flash on Flakked, but the Xayah, well, if I just stand still, people are just going to ignore me. Look at Caps. Caps is just going past him, and he's just ignoring him, and he ends up killing everyone.
And I feel like all of G2 forgot that she ulted the Gnar ult in the beginning. Usually when Xayah ult is down, that's kind of your sign to go and dive her, go kill her. But the fact that she started the fight with ulting and was able to go completely untouched is just a big misplay from G2's part in this team fight. Broken Blade gets caught on the side lane, and they all die and lose the game in one fight. It's sad to see.
It's kind of insane, too, because it's like, that's your boy, bro. You guys, like, won trophies with that man. Like, surely you should recognize he's, like, a gajillion item Xayah. Like, I'm just saying, maybe put a little respect on the name, BB. You know, you guys are fighting over who's got the hand sign. I don't remember which one it is.
Well, they did maybe think that Poppy can tank him because you saw in that replay that Poppy tanked around 50 auto attacks, which honestly no other champion can tank so much because honestly Poppy you're a little bit busted. Let's just be real. But yeah, giving them a little morale boost.
That it was. We've talked a little bit about Camille. Obviously, had a lot of changes this patch. I am curious though as we go into Fearless. Game 3. For the first time in a while, I feel like we've gotten a lot of 2-0s. Before we talk about the next game, we can take a look at those patches in specific. Now, it was the W change you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Tactical sweep, cooldown downer at all ranks, effectively.
Yeah.
Are you guys like salesmen for solo queue as well? Is this something that everyone should just be playing?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the win rate, I think you get like 2 to 3% win rate in Master
Also play
Plus.
rate, a lot of play rate.
Yeah, a lot of play rate. If we can bring the patches up, it would be amazing because basically what happened is base W cooldown went down from, as you see before, 18
No, from 15 to 12.
Yeah, that's the one, exactly.
That's the one. That's 15 to 12. That's a big change because, again, it swings a lot of the matchups because, again, you are mostly playing around the critical abilities of the enemy, but also on top of that, which doesn't show here, is her mana. She got around 50 or 60 mana, which is pretty much one free W.
And there's one more thing I want you to pay attention to. Look at the passive cooldown reduction. Do you see which levels that goes down? 1, 7, 13, and 19. Only one role can get level 19 right now, so it's specifically designed for top laners to become really high level in those late game teamfights to constantly reapply that passive 6 seconds cooldown on that massive shield. Turns out to be quite a lot as longer the game goes on.
Look, this is, for me, as someone who's bad at League of Legends, I hate this. Because this champion, when she gets ahead, it's unplayable, bro. There's literally no counterplay to affect Camille. There's nothing. Poppy. Okay, Poppy's the counterplay.
Yeah,
I know.
There's a lot of
I'll
champions.
shut my stupid mouth. You're right. Okay, Poppy's a pretty good counter.
Jax, Renekton, I mean,
there's a
the
bunch.
list goes on.
I can't remember the last time I saw a patch note where they just took a flat 3 seconds off of an ability at rank 1.
That's pretty wild.
That's an insane. They really do not want supports playing Camille. They're like, your top laner needs to be asking for this pick. It needs to come through. But game 3, final notes before we send it to break, and then of course pick up game 3 on the other side of that break. Expectations. GX did fight back super well. What are the adjustments we expect from both sides? What do you have your eyes on going into game 3?
Ooh, this one is rough. Well, on the side of GX, I really like that they had a little bit more proactivity because they did opt for the Pantheon. So Isma was empowered a little bit more to find that chaos, because GX was really lacked in the early game in game 1, and that was for me one of the big differences in game 2.
For me, one thing, Jun on Engage. Night and day. Karma, Rakan, he's so good.
I like it. Jun on Engage, a story that we have told before. Let's see if we get more proactivity going into this game 3. When we return from the break, in the meantime, go to the bathroom, take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Nice.
Look at that. No, nothing. Oh, no. Lucian flash. One HP. I'm here, by the way. I'm here with my everything. I'm Poppy. Okay, Poppy. Lock and flash. Okay, Poppy. Lock and flash. Poppy double split. Oh my god, there's no effect flag. They're coming. Double split, Poppy. Oh my god, you got him. We can end, by the way.
Nice.
We can end, yeah.
Nice. Hold up.
Oh my god, Slack, what the f is you doing, bro?
I don't know. This Lucian is fucking trolling.
Good job. Okay, guys, the mood, like...
I mean, we're mega choking, but it's fine.
No, it's not even about that. Like, the tone of the voice of June and Oscar, you guys want to kill yourself, or... It's normal?
Well, it was frustrating.
Just my frustration. Welcome back.
Playing Camille against Poppy is pretty sad. That's
in-game, of course.
It is pretty sad in game. I agree. We're about to get into championship select for game 3 here. We're still at the analyst desk, so Finn and Odo are going to be helping me break this one down before we send it over to our casters to guide us through the final game of the weekend. And if there's anything we've learned about our top teams in this league over the last 2 days, is that they cannot be trusted to 2-0.
No.
Or that all of our teams have the potential to make a massive upset happen. It depends.
This league is so damn competitive.
The floor has been raised throughout the entire summer split, and we are seeing the result of just fantastic growth throughout the split. But now we're going to draft for game 3. Keep in mind that Victor is still banned on the patch, so not something you will be seeing, which does throw a wrench in the mid lane champion pool.
Now that a lot of the enchanters are, my big question of this draft is, are we going to see Lulu? Are we going to see more enchanters? Are we going to see a fist fight brewing up?
How about a Tristana mid?
Oh, it's a bit too early. The skin's coming out next week.
Jace is open.
September 10th.
Jace is the power pick right now. Broken Blade. If you want to keep your performance up,
Broken Blade.
The champion to lock is the Jace right now.
He's reading off the paper. I'm sure the paper will say Jace.
Jace.
No, don't do it.
Nivea Blind is pretty good with the scarcity of really strong control
I will say
mages.
it would be a big flex for Broken Blade to play Jace and absolutely dominate it after we made that segment kind of calling it sort of a psyop every time he walks in. But the Nivea, solid pick, is a flex for this team, which isn't true for a lot of teams.
Yeah. And I think Nivea top is a pretty decent blind pick as well. I think you'd agree, Odom, that doesn't really have any horrible matchups. Will be answered by the Caitlyn and Bard, which
this provides a lot of flexibility here. But the Caitlyn Bard, great power pick, because already, even if you decide to go in any of the directions you want with your team comp, if you want to peel back, if you want to full engage, you can pick a strong bot lane like this and just forget about it.
Yeah, the main answer has been the Jhin into the Caitlyn, but it is pretty scary to play into a Bard as well. Knowing Hansama, he always wants to secure the strongest laning phase possible. Varus could be an answer.
Okay.
Going back to the mages, maybe.
Ziggs is an interesting one. We saw Mel a ton of MSI. Mel was obviously nerfed as kind of the usual really good option into the Caitlyn. Caitlyn never did anything against that champion, but Protoball got nerfed, Mel got nerfed, so Ziggs seems
with
like
Ziggs coming in, I am expecting a little bit more proactivity from the side of G2, because already you have Anivia and Ziggs, you have a lot of zone control, but you really need to start fights or find ways to lock GX down. You cannot go for the enchanter route. I'm expecting the Shen. The Shen did go through this draft. Now I'm really surprised that the Shen power has dropped so much. I guess it came with the support changes, with you losing so much gold and XP if you're not staying in lane, because we saw him wreak havoc on the Rift. But nonetheless, very good combo and pairing for what G2 is having at the moment.
Absolutely. Having a support that doesn't have to be in bot lane, or doesn't really want to be in bot lane when you have the Ziggs, really sets him up a lot. It gives him a lot of freedom to go for early ganks, and especially after level 6, he can just stand united anywhere he wants to go. The Jace we were talking about before is now locked in by Oscarinen, and it's a power pick in the top lane. Not an easy champion to pull off, but is very powerful in this meta.
It's already brewing up to be a big advantage in the drafting department for GX, I would say, because when you have G2, look at them, you have Anivia, Ziggs, Shen, you don't really have engage, you have a lot of zone control, but on the other side of GX, you have so much damn range, you can pretty much start a fight and poke from across the screen.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the range, but I'm also always a little bit worried when I see Jace and Caitlyn on the same team.
Why?
Because Caitlyn really wants to dominate the lane phase. He wants the jungler behind her at all times to just push in that wave. Jace doesn't love being weak-sided as well. He kind of likes having a jungler come to his wave. He's a little bit better at playing weak-side, but in Europe...
Finn, yes, exactly. I like that you said in Europe, because in Europe, all our top laners really want to be the strong side. They want to pick Jace and also get a lot of time in game, but Jace is just such a strong pick by itself that you can afford to leave him weak side if you have someone extremely proficient on the champion. Now, for me, already in this draft would be can Oscar be the weak side Jace and keep funneling more resources into the Caitlyn bot? Because if he pilots the champion expertly, he will still be a huge factor in this game.
I also want to see where Broken Blade takes this top lane matchup, because you have the Shen, you have the guaranteed Stand United to help you on a side lane, so you have the ability to pick something a little bit more volatile, something that could contest the Jace. No, obviously the commit is taken out already. Malphite is not good. I mean, it's fine. It's always fun. I was thinking Aurelia. I'm always going towards Aurelia.
I'm thinking of Yasuo.
Yasuo into Jace can be tricky, just because Jace can go into the hammer from.
You already have the Nivea to set up the random combo for the Yasuo.
That's
a
combo.
Why did we just said Malphite, Aurelia, Yasuo? What year is it?
Well, so Finn was
Let him
saying
dream. Let him dream,
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to understand.
Whoa. Hey.
Oh,
okay.
Guys,
we're going to Cancun.
Is my jungler Canyon or what?
They're addicted to poke, guys.
And they're allergic to CC. Like Jace, Nidalee, Caitlyn.
Now, I like this, even though it's completely random and no one thought of it. The Lee Sin traditional counter to the Nidalee, because even though you do get out tempo.
Oh, baby.
Okay, well.
Okay, Nivea mid.
I'm going to say the Kled into Jace matchup is not as easy as many other Kled matchups, because Broken Mid likes to play the Kled into the Bruisers, which is nice, because when you dismount, you can just kind of scrap your way back into the remount. Against Jace, not quite as easy. Keeps you at range, pokes you down.
Hold on, is this a flex? Is this Jace going mid?
Gwen is not great in the Kled. I mean, it's
okay,
playable.
also just CC, GX, would you like a little bit? Just a crumb?
Looks like they're looking
They would like a crumb.
Okay.
No?
Oh.
Okay.
The Gwen. So
okay, we wanted, I will just say, we said right before the break, we wanted Jund to play engage. Bard definitely is engage. I did not expect it to be literally the only engage.
I mean, Gwen Nidalee is not a good top jungle. They have very strong anti-synergy and makes buying Hex Drinker so easy for Broken Blade. We'll have to see how they make it work, because the lanes are strong, but the setup is not really there.
I struggle to see the value of this Gwen pick, because do you have enough damage to kill the Kled once you dismount him? But at the same time, when you go into mid-game, the only advantage I see for GX is the fact that they can choose to just not interact with the G2 team comp, because the Nidalee will nullify a lot of the poke that Ziggs will be looking to dish out and provide a lot of time for the Jace to create winning situations for their team.
It sounds like there's questions around this GX composition, but I have to know from your perspective, Finn, what do they need to do to win with this composition for GX? What does the early game need to look like?
Needs to be proactive in the early game. Use his winning lanes and put a lot of pressure on Skewmon in his own jungle.
You heard it here first. Casters, take it away. Pressure on that jungle position.
Yes, there is. Isma pulls out the Nidalee. It is an Isma special if you're not familiar with him. He pulled this out many times, like EMEA Masters, I remember, when he was filling in for KC Blue. He won a game solely off of it. That always sticks with me, because seldom in the LEC have I seen games where it's like, yo, Isma, he's going to take over. Here in this game, he has to, Dagda. He has to get the ball rolling. They went Jace mid. I mean, this is, let's poke, let's throw a lot of projectiles, and G2 are going to be like, you know what? We're going to try and dodge that. Hey, guess what? We're coming for you. We have a Kled.
And they're hoping they're going to push in both bot and mid, that they can try and support this Nidalee, because it's definitely going to be funky if you have a Nidalee and you don't really have pressure on the map. And I believe, there you go, you should end up with it early here for Jund and Flacco, though, which is based on, hey, we've got a range support, and Ziggs kind of needs a little while before the bouncing bombs can really clear out these waves effectively.
True. Lost Chapter, the build towards that, as usual, gets the mana down. I mean, I've talked with Orcs about this a lot. You don't need tier. You just get Lost Chapter. The build's fine. G2 are going to face check this. It's Lebrov on the Shen trying to get brush control. He does so. Gets some autos down. Shadow dashes backwards as Lebrov 200 games. Dude, didn't we get Han Summer 600 games earlier in this series?
Yeah.
So Han has played 3 times more the games than Lebrov. There's a duo. I mean, he's been in the LEC, obviously, in BDS and stuff. But as a duo, you know, a very experienced bottom lane. As Flacked as well. Now, call me crazy, that's Broken Blade's position, his stance.
Look, they were both on G2 together. There was a whole debacle around it.
And I've seen it on stage, and Broken Blade claims it was him first. So, anyway, end of this game, jungler's opposite side of the rift. Note where Isma goes is going to be very important on his 14-10 career-wide Nidalee. It's quite a big. I'm curious, what can they do in top lane? Because Broken Blade so far is already heavy pushed out on this pick. Isma obviously being on the other side of the map as he goes for a vertical jungle. Will be matched by Skewmon Dagda trying to cover his bases. Javelin toss thrown up to start, and here we go.
The early ward there to spot out exactly what's happening. You got the reset from Skewmon to pick up the longsword, but Isma should be able to believe to clear this out. Actually trying to drag it away, but doesn't quite end up yet in this might range.
Yeah.
So yeah, Labrov shifting over, basically the call came through that the Shen was in the jungle, so not going to be able to get too much from it. Actually does help out Skewmon quite a bit, because it means that Isma was late moving towards his top side.
Exactly.
So Skewmon gets the reset, will be able to collect his bottom side, gets the Scuttle Crab on the bot side of the map as well, and keeps presence here for against Flacken and Jun, which isn't great for them. They really want to be pushing hard in this bottom lane.
They do indeed. Quick trade from Caps as we look towards mid. Caps last game, invisible. Caps last fight of last game, absolutely turbulent int. As flash away from Jackie, he's about to wait for that solo kill with the Frostbite from the Flash Frost. Caps has enough mana. If he gets the cooldowns again, he can rotate and do it once more. Jackie says TP, but he wants to wait for this wave before backing off.
Yeah, Caps is fine. He still has the Resurrect, so just basically using that to his advantage. As,
good sidestep.
Yeah, Hansama was trying to get some decent damage onto Flacket to see if maybe Skewmon could look for a dive or a bot side play afterwards. Not in a position to do so. Isma, though.
Javelin toss going to be dodge, shock blast. The little one still connects. All Isma needs is an auto to get into egg form. Not even a swipe or a pounce. Isma gets out of there because Skewmon's here to cover.
Yeah, Jackie should back away, though. Has to be careful. Skewmon will definitely kill him from that damage when he has no flash. So Isma just going to try and cover for his mid laner. But again, Isma slow on the takes. Like, showed up mid, forgone his blue because of it. So still going to be kind of a camp behind the play. Skewmon sitting still in mid here. And is now, I imagine, going back in towards his Raptors, but still kind of just hovering.
Scowl, the cowardly lizard, lives up to his name. He disappears into Fog of War. Someday he will come back. We don't know when. But for now, the wave in a very good spot here for Broken Blade as Oscar has to step up. I don't know if or when Skewmon can get up here.
Potential gank mid, though.
Yeah, more important is this lane, isn't it? Waiting for the Flash Frost. Jackie's has no flash. He's going to step up, clear the wave, goes into hammer form. Now beats back Labrov, but he knows he's dead. It's just about the who. Sonic Wave going to be taken. Kill gets taken by Skewmon as well. And it's a good punish of the flashless mid laner.
Nicely done by G2. Labrov, good roam. Skewmon pulling off the camps as well, knowing that this wave was in an awkward spot for Jackie, so they punish effectively. And again, it doesn't really set Skewmon behind because Isma was relatively slow on actually his first clear. So he's going to keep up, go for the reset, be in a decent spot then to still defend his bot side jungle when it spawns.
And Jackie's wave is quite monstrous still pushing into Caps' turret. Yeah, Broken Blade is going to remount here in a second, don't worry. He'll clear it off the minion and get that 5 extra to get back up. Poke almost lands on the Flacket as we get to a bouncing bomb down in bot lane. And Dagda, I'm already impressed with this game. I'm loving it because we know this is going to be a fast-paced game. This is the third and final game of the week of a very hectic week of League of Legends. And G2 are leading it with a gold lead here in what is going to be, again, fast-paced considering the comps. Cosmic Binding does connect and Hansama takes a pilt over Peacemaker. So the poke working well for GX so far.
Yeah, G2, I think, still want to try and just get a push out of this bottom wave and then allow the reset to come through for Hansama for the last chapter. The other thing of note is that because Jackie's kind of went all in to clear out the wave, which don't get me wrong, I think was the correct call.
Yep.
It does mean that Labrov didn't have to use his flash to try and get like a flash taunt or something like that on that mid lane play. So still, Jackie's going to be relatively vulnerable for the next, 2 minutes in that mid lane, and that's why I think we'll keep our eyes on Labrov to see as he at least starts to leave bot lane if he can make a play towards mid once more.
Isma spotted out moving down bot though. This is third scuttle, all eyes for both junglers on this bottom side of the map. Cap's got 6 first, goes to push. Jackie's all in, trying to get egg form. Flash Frost comes in at short range, but Jackie's has the damage almost going down to egg. Caps is close, crystallized there. Egg out. Skewmon coming in, looking for a safeguard. Sonic Wave, no flash, remember. Jackie's dead again. Skewmon right where he needs to be. That man's always on time.
Nicely done by Skewmon, and good setup from Caps. More than happy to utilize the fact that he had that revive and now push on mid. Giant X at least will secure level 6 for Isma, but Skewmon happy to get it off the kill anyway.
Giving up the scuttle. Skewmon gets a kill. Worthwhile trade. Dragon wasn't started. Isma, Shadow Dash, he walks into it. Sonic Wave going to be taken. Skewmon got level 6 in the interim. Will not take that Q2, as Jun is also covering the play here with Jackie's on the respawn. Flash Cosmic Binding, it connects. Wait, the Javelin toss as well. A pounce, a swipe, a prowl, but kicked away. Sonic Wave is with flashes the match anyway, but will it cost his life? Yeah, you're damn sure it will. Jun now needs to escape. A magical journey will be taken, but Skewmon on the chase with Caps also. They've got the movement speed thanks to the scuttler, but Sonic Wave doesn't connect, so Jun is going to get out. Everyone is just sending it.
Flacket had to protect his support there, make sure that Hansama couldn't come across for the satchel charge, because that's what G2 were chasing for, but G2 at least get one back. It was nicely set up by Jun. but the fact that you had the Spirit's Refuge to deny the execute auto attack was crucial here for Lebrov. So good call here from Jun, great play. But watch as the Spirit's Refuge comes in. Isma can't actually get the, doesn't even actually throw out the Q in the end. Skewmon just gets the kick away. As he comes back there, you get the execute damage. But the damage from Caps, enough to finish him off as Flash away from Broken Blade. Nearly finished off by Oscar.
Yeah, close call in top. Flash being down. Oscar doing pretty well in the matchup. And Broken Blade's going to stick around. He's close to a remount, so confident that he can step back up to this wave, especially with Skewmon in the vicinity if anything goes wrong. And then he'll remount after this full minion wave. And Oscar, after the Camille game, obviously feeling it. Had a great Camille game overall, I think. You know, he was punished a bit by Skewmon, but hard to play Camille into a Poppy when Poppy saves everything for you every time. As Grub Spawn focusing on this game, Sonic Wave is going to connect onto Isma. A back from Jun has to be cancelled. Caps on the way in as well. One Grub taken, Javelin Toss, not going to connect, nor is Cosmic Binding crystallized behind Jun's back. He's got a Magical Journey to the right side here as Smite goes down. It's a 1-for-1 on the Grubs. Ginex moving Oscar into position now as well. Broken Blade stuck in the wave. And that means Ginex will be able to make 2 of these Grubs in total.
Yeah, that's fine. G2 just wanted to try and stop them from getting those third stacks. Broken Blade has to be a little careful though, as he did stop his own reset on the top side to make sure he could stick around for any potential play. But at the moment, this is a winning map state for G2. Isma has not gotten the leads that you want to as in Italy by going for these invades. It's been defended by G2, or he hasn't really been able to sync up the waves properly because G2 consistently attacked mid lane. Cap's in a very strong position on the Nivea, pretty far accelerated with that almost 1,000 gold lead. And sure, Flacket has been able to push in on bot side a fair amount, but it's actually Hansama now who's starting to get enough damage in the bouncing bombs to clear our waves and even got a play for himself.
He's got the best item in League of Legends. Lost chapter there. Also for Caps, by the way, as well. Cosmic Guiding dodged. Magical Journey out while Dragon is going down. First Dragon of the game will be going to G2 while Isma used this time to get a little bit of investment into information topside.
I mean, wanted to see if there was Caps up to take, but Skewmon is not letting him do it. He's been very diligent on how he's been clearing out his jungle. And Isma just hasn't quite been able to find that success that he wants to. Now that's Scuttle Crab as well for Skewmon.
Good sidestep from Jackies. He's got his flashback up and available, but Caps is obviously trying to burn that once again. Well, the Egg Nivea, that's on cooldown, but I'm sure that'll be up in the next minute or so. Regarding my calculations. As Sonic Wave started on the Raptors, Isma here to contest.
No smite for Skewmon though. This should be Isma's. There it is. Just to be annoying though.
He likes being annoying. For a blind man, he's definitely got his eye on the prize. As Blackhead has to be careful where he steps up. Lebrov doesn't have flash, but into range is dangerous.
He kind of needs to stay bot lane for a little bit though. You really want this level 6 for Lebrov, especially as, you know, Oscarin's getting a little bit more dangerous, mid's getting a bit more dangerous.
Egg just came up. This is half HP, Satchel Charge used, Magical Journey going to come in. Lebrov holds the fort, only gets 1, but Isma will not be able to get the Javelin Toss. Cosmic Binding sidestep as well. Hansama had no mana, so he had to use his feet.
He was dancing back and forth there,
John. He just used the Magical Journey. The kick away is not an execution, though. Tempered Fate, Flash, Tempest, Cripple. Skewmon gets a kill regardless. In comes Lebrov. Flash not up, but a Shadow Dash is. Sonic Wave kited by Isma. And a Javelin Toss to boot. We'll just get Lebrov down. And I mean, Hans made them sweat for it, and they did not find him in the end. As Oscar steps up, needlework in hand. A bear trap on a rope. Broken Blade has just said thank you for that, but again, it is Oscar and holding cards in this top lane.
Hansama looking clean on the fancy feet, but it's Skewmon's hands that are getting dirty. 3-0-1 on the Lee Sin now. This Lee Sin is exceptionally accelerated, and I really don't think that Isma can actually turn and fight this Lee Sin if they run into each other, which is devastating for the Nidalee. But we'll see it here. The little tippy taps as Hansama is like, am I going? Am I going? I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Oh! And G2 absolutely turned the play around. Great play from Skewmon once again. You kind of called it out, Hysteric, so far this series. He's been everywhere. And the kick, although it does kind of boot Jun to safety, there was still enough follow-up. The flash, the ult from the...
Lebrov stands united. He will stand with Broken Blade. A Shadow Dash onto Oscar and doesn't take it, rather. As meanwhile, 1v1 in mid. Crystallized, flash over by Jack. He's about to be in Egg Nivea. Flash returned there by Caps. He's going to die under turret. Now resurrecting. Jackies, will he have the damage? He can't go in hammer form here. The wave's also cleared. So Caps once again loses the passive, but this mid lane is all about it for Jackie. He's committing a lot just to take Caps down a peg.
I think you're fine still as Caps though. I mean, Jackie's kind of low on mana now. Skewmon waiting in the wings as well. If Caps can land this Flash Frost, but not going to be the case either way. Skewmon like defends his top line, camps moving down towards Scuttle Crab once again. You saw Labrov kind of stick around on that top side to deny any sort of like play from the Nidalee that may be a gank.
Oh.
But
oh my god, the
here
damage. Flash Frost already missed. Labrov's coming in with Flash. Sonic Wave, it lands. Skewmond, he wants to do it, but Jun's there, Isma's there. He will not take the Q to certain death.
I don't know if it would have even been certain death, to be honest.
You believe?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at, like, Isma's Nidalee is not dealing the damage that you want. And Skewmond is very dangerous at this stage, especially if you can have Labrov move over with him.
Do you know, Dagger, what I'm starting to love is the Bard Nidalee combo, though. Regardless of like the fact that G2 do have a 2k gold lead, early game's going well. You can see Jun's trying to Tempered Fate so that Isma prepares a Javelin and then one-shots Caps there. As, he does survive, he does get the back. As Jun is caught out, Han Sama does big damage now. Bomba! Jun flashes away from it. A bouncing bomb will kill him, so he needs to get out. Ludens was just picked up, so the influx of damage from Han Summer has just been shown.
Yeah, I think the downside of the Bard, though, is like, usually when you have a Nidalee, it's, hey, I want easy point-and-click CC to set up for me, right? Like the Renekton and these kind of things, right? And even then you look at, from a support point of view, an Alistar or a Leona, something that is capable of tanking the turret and providing that CC.
Yeah.
With the Bard, it becomes a little bit more difficult because you can't consistently go for these tower dives. So even though Oscarinin has been getting the better of BB in this top side, you can't really follow through in a potential dive, and you haven't been able to follow through on any of the invades either because the lanes haven't been winning as much as you hope for a mid and bot lane. So you're kind of, as Isma, just stuck in this sort of position where you'll poke your head in, but there's nothing to get for it.
Gotta rely on those Lichbane autos there with Javelin Toss missing again. 30 seconds till Drake in this fast-paced game. Looking towards mid, heel burn by Labrov. Isma in a bit of trouble, but Jackie's up against a Crystallize. He's bot back, but he's still taunted. Sonic Wave doesn't connect from Skewmond, nor does the Javelin Toss. Both junglers throwing a whiff here, but 20 seconds till the Drake. It's away from that Herald timer, which means the push here from G2 can lead them to more bot side dominance.
The reset from Flacket in the bottom lane, though, has given Ziggs a lot of time with this tower in the bottom side, so he's going to get some very nice plating for himself as well. So again, G2 kind of turning up the heat onto Giant X. And Giant X just don't really have a good response. And especially as a poke composition, being behind like this is devastating.
Jackie's not going to get stunned up. Isma comes in yet again. Caps must fly. Tempered Fate going to catch him. He has no flash. Crystallize in the way. A trap on his body. Everything thrown. A shutdown to Jackie's in the face of Dragon spawning.
Well, he'd been started by Skewmond, but now that Caps is dead in the mid lane, doesn't have the help that he needs to actually try and finish it out. Resets coming through as well for G2 with the AD carry and top laner. He's a Giant X. Great pick, and it nets them the Dragon.
Punishing Caps' flash. No Egnivia. No reinforcements from G2. And their first Dragon of the game for GX. Herald's also up, so back-to-back objectives possible. As Labrov getting shadowed here. Damage blocked by Flacket's headshot. Also, Piltover Peacemaker not hitting. Isma, he's going to try and throw some spears here. Puts down that bushwhack once again as Juna's just making sure that Labrov gets sectioned out, slowly poked down, and that his vision is clear. There's that Herald.
They are moving over. The response play from G2 is to try and go towards Jackie's in this bottom side, but I believe Skewmond, won't be able to get into position. So it's a nice take here by Giant X. I think Ziggs could take mid lane tower, though, if they're quick enough on this as G2.
He's playing between poking off the rest of GX and looking towards midwave. Midwave now the final call. Herald goes down. Scuttle might be taken as well. Flacket getting zone coming back in. Hans unable to auto it to get it close towards that satchel range. Tempered Fate's not up, so Hans feeling safe to step up near this turret.
Yeah, Labrov resetting meant that Han Sama couldn't really put the pressure down on towards the mid lane turret. Isma now also hovering in the wings, but it looks like Labrov more interested in trying to defend these these jungle camps once again. And Skewmond repositions towards the mid lane. Has the support here of Labrov.
That's all he's going to need. He's just going to back off. He's got a little bit to clear. He's got wolves, respawn of Grom. We look back towards top. I've noticed Oscar just holds the needlework now, even with Dusk and Dawn. Wants to get the D-mount and then look for it. Satchel Charge use. Hans out of mana. Labrov deep. Shadow Dash to get out. Tempered Fate catches his flash. Skewmond comes in to defend, but he's too late. Good setup from GX. They're finding multiple picks here with this Bard. Nice
collapse from Giant X. Han Sama used the ultimate to try and clear out the wave to very quickly get onto the tower, proc the crystalline, and then get the satchel charge to destroy it. Couldn't do it though because Jackie started to roam across, and you can see Caps was doing his damnedest to shove in that bot wave, but wasn't quick enough to deny any creeps from Jackie's. Giant X playing off the map states well and covering this mid lane play consistently.
Making sure that Ziggs can't come up. The turret is going to be in satchel range pretty soon, though. So I don't know how much longer they can defend. Good damage from Hans Hammer as a needlessly large on top of what he's already got. I mean, Hans has had a gold lead each and every game individually in the lane. Javelin blocked by a minion. Isma continues fishing, steps forward with Lichbane. He's now got a Proto Belt as well, Dagda, so it's a 2-item Nidalee. Continuing to try and find plays here. Skumon's just on the defensive while Hans keeps getting pushed back in his own lane.
Yeah, Jackie's moving in mid once again, so Cap's now going to TP to the mid lane.
A TP purely defensive. Herald here, crystallize, put a wall. Yeah, wait. Okay, counterplay. The wall's now down, the Herald's going to die as well. Skumon goes in and out, and they're just stagnating, minimizing what Giant can do.
Broken Blade kind of low. Isma going to immediately try and move up.
Here it comes. He's dethroned. Nidalee comes out. The Shen ulti as well. The flash from Broken Blade. He remounts almost. But a Shadow Dash under turret. Oscarinin about to die. Blocked by Lebrov for the time being. But in comes Isma for a double. That was a second of being bad as the flash comes in. Kick from Skumon. Sonic Wave. Resonating strike. A Tempest. A cripple. A couple of legs on this Pussycat. And with a double given back over, it is a 2-for-2 trade.
Skumon manages to rectify the play in the top lane. It was nice from Giant X, but Hans Hammer might be caught. Flacky can't get there for the trap.
He can't get out, but he flashes forward, gets the autos in the heal as well before any reaction comes through from Hans.
Nicely done by Giant X, punishing Hans Hammer as he steps up. And Jun, the Temper Fates have been on point. He called it out earlier on, Hysterics. And they're continuing to rain down and rain issues for G2. Skumon at least getting that top tower. Going to be nice for them. But Broken Blade here, so close to getting the remount. The shield comes through, but yeah, just barely enough damage coming through from Oscarinin to finish it out. Like any damage coming through later, and Broken Blade would have survived that.
He remounts, and this becomes probably a 2-for-0. As Skumon did get a 2-for-2 in the end. I mean, comes in to save the day a little bit late, but regardless, he's able to push top turret in live. This game delivering already. Cosmic Binding for the Sun. We come back to even time as Baron will spawn as the third dragon of the game does.
Sorry, it's the battle for the mid lane tower still.
It is.
Everyone is here now. 30 seconds until Dragon, so it is still going to be a focus on Dragon after this in just a moment, but G2 really want to get that mid lane tower down, but Giant X are refusing to let it go easily.
They're going to get Scuttle. It's going to make it difficult. Damage onto Hans Hammer. Quick correction while we lull for a couple of seconds. Instead of his 200th game, it's actually his 400th game for LeBron.
That makes more sense.
So, yeah, a lot more. I was trying to think of the map before, and I mean, I can't count days as Sonic Wave. Not going to be taken.
Broken Blade's in the area, though. They want to try and collapse on this quickly. Giant X want to poke G2. If they can find that engage with Broken Blade, can stop it.
Cosmic Binding, beautiful from Jun. Damage, Shock Blast. Look at the poke onto Caps, who doesn't have Egg. Spear. Blocked by Lebrov. Broken Blade has just shown himself without the charge. Magical Journey, Bear Trap on a rope. A Javelin toss, in goes Isma, maybe not charge. Broken Blade goes through a Magical Journey. That clan is wild. Broken Blade's gonna die. And a Cosmic Binding flashed away from. Out goes Hansama, but Broken Blade just ran into death.
And that leaves Oscarinin with the tier 2 tower in the top lane. G2 fumbled the play. And it's a disaster. Oscarinin, can you get out here, though?
Man United is going to bring out some of the pieces as well in the Halloween Miss. It won't matter. A Shadow Dash, a stun. Skumon will get the kill again. I mean, Caps does need some resources. Skumon 6-0. They do get one back, but Giant X are about to move and think about this next strike with Broken Blade dead for another 10.
I mean, Giant X are absolutely running rings around G2 on that mid lane play. Jun with some great Cosmic Bindings. Now being a little annoying towards Skumon, but yeah, the Cosmic Binding initially is great, but then this play here, where the Magical Journey's there,
look at him.
You don't get to pull the trigger fast enough. Nidalee escapes, you're caught underneath this tower. There's no follow-up. And G2 were basically sacrificing a wave top lane to try and really close the gap and turn the game.
He is dead. That's correct.
I'm dead.
That's correct again. Broken Blade, correct again. 2-for-2 there. 0-2, in fact. Dragon's still up. Giant X didn't actually start this objective. They are still looking mid. We must get mid. Mid must die.
Flackett needs to be careful. Flash on Lebrov, though. He'd love if Flackett was to face check this. Jun just hit that blind. That was pretty impressive.
I mean, his cosmic bindings have been insane. Gonna miss that one though. As Flacker could be in trouble. Here's Broken Blade again. Bear Trap on a rope, gonna run out. Sonic Wave, a stun. Skewmon will not take it. Hans needs to add his addition of poke in as we continue to A-ramp. Oscar's like, I'm gonna stay side lanes. And on Dragon side of the map as Hans gets poked out. Hang on, Tempered Fate on the blast cone, mid-air, found out. Skewmon needs to defend. Isma sends it out, and the poke is gonna land as well. Safeguard gets Skewmon through, but G2 have blinking health bars, and what a way to start Drake for GX.
The hits from GX are absolutely insane. They keep finding ways to get onto Hansama, to get onto Caps, to push G2 back. I thought with the lead that G2 had in the gold that they'd be able to find these moments to push Giant X away. But Giant X have done a good job of attacking the side lanes, keeping up the pressure, and especially Oscarina now having a 2-level advantage over Broken Blade. It's just drawing so much attention from G2.
Caps trying to make a lane gank as a kick away. Jackie's been found out. He does have flash, but he goes on the Hansama instead. Skewmon may have just killed his AD carry. Oh no! Flacken finds the ulti through the weaving as Skewmon gets one himself, but again, he keeps picking up all the kills and none for anyone else. 7-0. A 1-for-1. Jackie's for Hans.
Broken Blade is giving up bot lane again, though, to try and move towards mid lane, and Giant X have traded 1-for-1. This is again G2 just not having the engage that they want to set up this play. And this mid lane tower continues to stand.
A stun from Caps does good damage. Lebrov, a shadow dash away from the javelin toss. Meanwhile, we look towards bot. This setup coming through now. Stand United, they're going to overwhelm Oscarina, but in a 1v3, he's doing okay. Got true damage. Need to work out. A bit of danger, but Broken Blade this time will remount. Oscar flashes over to Sonic Wave, catches him by the toe. Nothing down on this bottom side of the map except Ego has a lot burned to kill Oscar again.
Oscarina didn't need to all in. Gives G2 a little bit of gold and some breathing room on this map. If he just accepted, hey, look, there's 2 members of G2 down here that have already drawn. We can open up for push on mid, try to, especially with Hansam off the map, crack open this mid lane turret. Instead, gives over a kill, and G2 now still under pressure, don't get me wrong, but at least get to push out these waves.
Some of it relieved then. I mean, we saw these comps and we said, yo, Giant X need to do something, and they need to do something in this game, and they have been trying to do something. Pressure's never off. Look, Isma gets a camp, and he's like, hang on a minute, should we go mid again? Jun's here, here comes Tempered Fate once more, and guess who they caught again? Hansama has no flash, Javelin Toss going to be blocked, Cosmic Binding is a 2-man show. Beautiful again, Lebrov Shadow Dash to get him on out, the kick onto Isma's going to make a trade, but Skewmon, he needs to do a little bit more. In the Glacial Storm, Caps is picking them down, ice cold as Oscarinen's needlework is doing even more. Skewmon needs to get out, but a magical journey, a Cosmic Binding, flash away from the Lee Sin. John's setup, Oscar's flank, Flack gets damage. Maybe mid will finally now fall down.
This Lee Sin is 10-0, but it doesn't, it's just not enough.
Damage, Oscar stands in, Caps about to be an Agnivia, blocked by Lebrov. Again, he'll save Caps as passive. Giant X get a bit of damage on the inner with Oscar still able to step up.
Yeah, GX actually have their gold shared around multiple people, which is working out great in these fights.
Skewmon does not.
But Skewmon has every bit of gold for G2, and Lebrov, heartbreaking, sets up, gives the Cosmic Binding for Jun. Maybe this game is a little bit of Hansama getting griefed by his teammates, but G2 tried all in. Giant X are in position, and Skewmon is trying his best to take on these fights, but you're at least in. There's only so much you can do solo. And Giant X are consistently being able to push G2 back.
His stuns are crazy. Jackie's, I mean, he's losing his mind a bit, surely. It's a long night for him. On this Jace, he's 1-4. He's had some crazy plays himself, but he's not the one getting resources. I mean, Isma is flourishing. Rabadon's coming up soon. Flacket's doing very well, having absorbed all the mid lane waves. Hansama's down in gold now. Like, he's slowed down a lot. He's been picked out 3 times. And it feels like every time of his death has been Jun landing in an insane ult when Hansama either doesn't have flash or doesn't have help or Lebrov's ult.
Still, the gold is incredibly close. Now, obviously, again, a lot of that's on Skewmon. But for Giant X, they want to try and continue to keep up the pace of this game, keep that pressure up. A minute now until that next Chem Check Dragon. They want to try and, again, siege up, get that poke before G2 are really in position. So G2, just reset early, already established themselves in River. But with the push and the advantage that Giant X has, I think you do just hard shove mid and try and draw G2 out of this little this hobble that they've set up for themselves.
Taking the whole block by Skumon, took no damage. It's a level 16 Lee Sin. LeBron found on a flanking position. Charge going to be used. And Stand United onto Flacket. He can't escape. Shadow Dasher 2-man that died from G2. And the kick! Insane. Megan Fernabom dodged away by Isma. G2 have all 5 as LeBron and Caps both survive to play another day. But that's what you need to see from G2. Send it and put the orbs on Broken Blade to teleport in.
They send it past 2 different towers, but they get flacked. They somehow are holding on. And this Baron is now started, but the poke from Giant X is not to be sniffed at.
Isma walks in with the rest. Oscar over the wall. Broken Blade the threat. Caps, he's going to DBS this down quick. Giant X need to pick a fight. No Tempered Fate available. The poke, Hans Summer at half HP already has to turn and burn onto Jun. He's going to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Oscar and Broken Blade hatch it out. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Hans Summer. He's not dead. It's Lebrov. Satchel charge used. Disengaged. Kick was used by Skumon. Need to work. 2 from Oscar in and left to go. Skumon at half HP. Looking for an angle. Baron not deregulated for now. Jackies, did he just flash for that? He's going to turn onto Caps next, but a bit bold. Oscar steps forward into the Hallowing Mist. Baron is stopped. He could have killed Hunt. I mean, to his credit, he had to send it, I guess.
Still, it keeps G2 off of the objective, and Dragon should be going to Giant X in the back, but here it is, the play. Hans Summer gets caught, but at least he still has that ultimate that can come in from a very far way away. As G2 just full send onto Flacket. They have the shield on Broken Blade. They know they got the remount, and the damage from Skumon is enough to finish off the Caitlyn.
This is just an all-sended game. That's who's going to win. Baron still standing, but Dragon taking Soul Point. Tempered Fate on Skumon. He gets a Sonic Wave, but he's in the middle of everyone. A spear about to connect. Jumps onto Jackies instead. Sonic Wave will be taken. Skumon is the raid boss. Where is the damage? Someone has to kill him at half HP. Cosmic Binding. The poke finally, no. He gets over the wall into Flacket. He's in the whole team. Somebody kill him. Flacket seizes him. Now, Giant X, will they continue the fight? A Glacial Storm in the middle. The Articuno sends down the ulti and zones. Skumon didn't give a shutdown? I saw no shutdown on my screen.
I don't think
He's
so.
11 and 1.
Yeah.
Surely there was a shutdown because I saw nothing. Flacket got the kill. He does have a shutdown. The math is...
There's no shutdown.
He was 11 and 0. Okay. Just because I have a shutdown doesn't mean I can't get shutdowns. Okay. Baron is on wards. Dagda, Giant X are going to start it.
This is a little risky, though. Yes, you don't have Lee Sin, but G2 wants you in this one spot where they can try and all in.
Look at Hans Summer, 3K, 2K, Satchel, a steal!
Oh my God!
Hans Summer blows Baron to pieces!
I can't believe the Ziggs is the one that steals that. If anything, I thought the G2 would just try and full send for a fight. But the damage from the Ziggs, the quick pop, and Isma doesn't get a chance to react. Like, you have an execute in the Italy. Yeah, they pull off. It's too low to just pull off at that stage.
Baron's coded as a turret now. Oh, yeah. No. Oh my God, go hold it, settle.
Yeah, you leave that so low. You cannot be doing that. And especially for Giant X, this win will be so important for them for playoffs, for their positioning, to try and see if they can get to that top 4. Beating G2 would be amazing.
They're not even in yet.
But that might have just stopped it.
They've got 3 series to go. They're not in yet.
I know, but this is their toughest series, right?
Yeah. It's been a wild one. 23 kills, 30 minutes. Baron on G2 on 4 out of 5 members. Skumon the only one who wasn't alive. His team did the work for him. As the 11 and 1 Lee Sin with 4 items now crests upon G2's push in his inner top side. Hans needs to get nearby. Look how far back this Ziggs is standing. He's not taking risk. Only comes up to potential Satchel and get a Q closer to Flacket.
Lebrov actually being that other split pusher, feeling a little bit like Hylissang in this one, as he knows that he has that Stand United, which is the most valuable part of his kit. So if he can just spread Baron to another wave, well, Giant X have to respond. It means that that poke that Giant X are trying to play around is less valuable. So G2, they get one Terra, and they will just back it up. They don't want to overextend here.
Isma's doing big damage. You can see Broken Blade. I don't know if that was a Bushwhacker's trap or...
There's a spear.
A spear, yeah. I mean, either way, like DPS from the W, from the traps Nidalee puts down, also big damage. I mean, there's just a Nidalee with 3.5 items who has Rabadons and Seekers in case the all-in happens again.
Yeah, the problem is, though, I think Like, Broken Blade just kind of shrugs it off at this stage, right? Because he's got so much innate health and then has the remount.
Yeah.
And Lebrov is massive. Like, he has a full maw at this stage.
Isma, Protobelt, crystallized down the storm, the flash, he gets out. Here's a charge. It might find John. Instead, it finds Isma again. He wasn't fully on out. Broken Blade just sends it in. He's going to dismount for now, but he needs to get back on the bicycle. No opportunity with the network slicing through Skewmon for the kick, the disengage, but he too is dead. A double back over to Flackett. Nothing up for a minute. But G2 getting too cozy that deep in the jungle.
John's stun ends up landing onto Broken Blade and locking him in place with Skewmon. There is no remount, there is no chance, and with 55 seconds until Seoul, Giant X can set up around this objective easily.
Well, I've just been told with the 1 billion scenarios we have, Giant X has been confirmed after math has been done because of the last series. They will lock playoffs.
If they win here, playoffs on the cards. Oscar Rinnan, though, needs to get away.
Hans, Satchel. Turret plating going to go down to him on the way through. They're like, hang on, is there any more damage here? Bit of poke from Hans Sommer. Isma, spear, not going to connect. Giant X back off. Mid push was a success. They have the gold lead. They have Soul. And there's no way G2 can approach this. It's gone. I think Soul's just going to go to Giant X.
Yeah, so you can see G2 try to get this pick onto Isma. Flashes over the wall, BB full sends it. But it's again kind of Jun helping out here, repositioning. Broken Blade tries desperately to go all the way. But it's Jun with the Tempered Fate. Jun with this binding as BB tries to go for the knockback that collects onto Skewmon as well. It sets up for the double kill. Jun has been spectacular on this Bard.
0, 2, and 10. Playoffs have been insane accomplishment. Spear connects as well. Everything, all the poke into Agnivia. Caps us down, at least for the time being. He's going to go fully down to the ground. Flackett's damage, a combo with Jackie's and the spears. They're doing so much work. Oscar Rinnan, he flushes into Hans Sommer. The needles are working. Jun will take the kill, but 2 in the ground. G2 have 50 seconds to survive.
I don't know if they can, though. Giant X are running down this bot side. They have so much damage. And G2 don't have the bodies.
Broken Blade has to back. He's taking a while to do so. He needs to get there to support. No charge. 3 versus 5. The poke comp from Giant X had to get ahead. They stayed ahead. They played it to fruition. Lebrov on death's door as Oscar is running down Broken Blade. He's meant to be the Kled God, but Oscar's putting him in his place with a pair of scissors. Broken Blade remounts. Yes, he will survive, but GX have taken down Lebrov. They've cleared G2, and with this comp, they lock in playoffs. What a style of class from Giant X in a Game 3.
I doubted that Giant X would be able to pull off a composition like this, but the gentlemen handshake each other after that one. An incredibly impressive performance to lock playoffs.
I want more of that. That comp was on an edge the whole time. GX had to keep sending it. They couldn't take their finger off the pulse. They couldn't take their finger off the trigger, rather. And Oscar and Flackett or Jung could be your key player of the series. All you have to do is vote. Oscar, decent Camille game. Bloody great Gwen game, I think. It's fair to say. But hot damn, Flackett today. That Xayah was incredible in the last.
I mean, Jung's Bard was crazy.
It's hard. I mean, this was high-level playmaking to make this happen. 2-1 over G2. That's how G2's season finishes and how GX's run to the top 4 starts.
Exactly. I mean, they still have to play so many of their counterparts that are all kind of sitting in around that 3-4 weight. But this is such a huge win for them. They now go to 4-3. They're going to have Na'Vi and Fnatic still to play. And if they play like this, I mean, suddenly they're shooting up head and shoulders above them. So we're going to have to toss it over to PGL, though, as we got Dracos and Finn with Flackett and Jackies.
Welcome to PGL.
Oh, hello.
Boys, I was a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. I saw that draft. You decided to draft almost no CC. There's a random Gwen. There's a Nidalee. And you won. I'm not going to say it was clean, but it was...
I mean, I think Gwen is Thanos.
No, Gwen is Thanos pick for sure, but I was just nervous. Like, that's a really hard comp to play, but you guys did incredibly well. I feel like you were catching people left and right. You got a lot out of it. What were your thoughts going into game after that draft? Was there something that you guys were playing towards specifically? Because basically all we said was Isma has to, like, you guys are going to get winning lanes. Isma just has to gank. But the early game was rough. How did you bring it back?
Well, I think the early game was rough only on mid. No, I think I didn't play the matchup never. Let's be honest, like Jace and Evia on mid is not not really happening anywhere. But yeah, I mean, the problem is I'm not a Korean Jace, right? And then I'm a Czech Jace, so that's probably like worst of the worst. But yeah, I think the early game was a bit hard because of that, but I think my team did well. And yeah, from that point, I think our comp is just 50x theirs, in my opinion. Like, we just stand off, and what can they do? They can't do anything, so yeah.
So how was the comms like in draft? Did Oscarina just say, give me counterpick top, I'm going to carry the game, you can take the Jace mid? Or did you offer it up to him?
I did offer more is like I offered it to him. Actually, I think this draft, I offered the Nidalee too. I was really keen on going the Nidalee because I felt like... No, jungle.
Okay.
I was saying to Isma to pick Nidalee because it was not really our plan, but I felt like Ziggs... Wait, what did I play? Ziggs, Anivia, Shen, 1, 2, 3.
I think
this should be somehow punished, and I think this was our way of punishing it, so yeah.
Yep.
Damn, respect for you to be like, yo, I see this insane top lane angle, or like, get your counter pick. I'm gonna play Jason to Nivea mid, a matchup that you yourself said like you don't play. It's like not real.
I didn't tell him to go Gwen. I just said this guy can just bind Kled. No way, no. And he said I was thinking we might even go. I mean, it's not really a secret, but I was thinking about going Sion mid this game too. I feel like having something like this R5 had to win the game, and it did. So I'm happy.
Damn, yeah, it looked good. We were nervous for you at one point because it really looked like you guys full control, were winning, comp was looking fresh. There was a moment around Baron.
Oh my god!
I mean, tell me about what happened here.
I think it's the first time I ever said in competitive, like we scale, like it's fine we scale, unironically. So, okay, this game we legit mega outscale. So I was like, I think for the first time in my career, I said, don't worry guys, we outscale. Even though, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's sad that we lose the Nash. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I think this game we can only lose it if I run it down, or like someone like really runs it down. But even then, I think our draft was just too OP.
Too OP, bro.
So why do you think outscales are? Just they have no damage to kill anyone?
I mean, in my opinion, they have no damage. This Gwen, you can't stop her from scaling.
No.
Also, easiest exit of his life, like he's playing to Ziggs Anivia. So, plus they have no engage too. I mean, they have a Kled, but there's like a fake engage. I feel like we have so much mobility too. So, in my opinion, they just have nothing. They have zone control while getting outranged and losing side with Shen. So, I think there's like a big problem there and unlucky perks, I guess, yeah.
Damn. The draft gap.
I'm saying it because he trash talked me after game 1, so I have to like say
this is personal.
Bro, yeah, if it's personal, it's personal. I'm not here to come in between, but I'm just here to capture those moments, man. I'm not here to judge. Although it's not very gentlemanly of you, I will say. You're still doing the handshakes. You're still being mostly very gentlemanly, I will say.
I will be a gentleman, you know, but if someone's being rude when he doesn't have to be, then like I will be, you know, I was after game 2 and now I'll be after game 3, and that's how it goes. He took off his sunglasses, I think, so that's an achievement for us.
There you go.
Yeah, so nice.
He had to bring out his final form. Still wasn't enough. Race for playoff scenario updates. You guys are locked in playoffs.
We're locked in playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, so tomorrow we do content.
Yeah.
Nice. This is so good.
Nice. Yeah, you're locked in playoffs. How does it feel? Obviously, the ambitions for this team are sky high, right? You guys made these changes. Flacked, you're a part of these changes to bring this team even higher than they were before. But I think it's not just you guys. Pretty much for every team in the league, it's been a super messy regular season. So is it kind of like a sigh of relief to get playoffs? How are you guys feeling?
I mean, it's for sure a relief to like get it like this, right? Because I think, like, I mean, obviously we came into the fact that like we can win. We were not dumb enough to say that we will lose no matter what. But let's be honest, beating G2 and now not having to go into the pressure matches against Navi and Fnatic will always feel good, right? But more, I'm happy about the fact that we can fight top 4 now. I think with like kind of confidently. So yeah, I'm more happy about the top 4 because I feel like I want to go to Madrid. So
So how was the bounce back from yesterday? Because yesterday's games against Team Heretics, they were quite messy. And now you come in here and you win against G2.
I wiped that out of my brain. This was literally yesterday. Oh yeah, that's so true.
I mean, I think games against Heretics, I mean, like not to throw like any shade or anything, but I just think they kind of like didn't do anything. So kind of like our mistakes didn't really get punished because like both teams were kind of just NPC and we were like a little bit more proactive and like more decisive in some like situations. But yeah, I mean, today was really rough. I mean, I think I'm really disgusted with my performance. I don't know about my mid laner, But yeah, I mean, I think the CS against Heretics were really free, I would say. We really did, it was kind of like just take the win. Just don't do anything stupid, just take the win. Be like a bit just disciplined, bit consistent, and you're gonna win. And yeah, I mean, today was really rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, like, you get the win today, that's the one that matters.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that you got the win yesterday, the win is all that matters.
Yeah.
Like, you just need to win
Yeah.
one column. It's just about the race for playoffs.
Yep.
Like, now you have time to adjust, to adapt. Hopefully before Madrid and top 4. One of the teams fighting for you in that top 4 will be Navi. Earlier today, Relech did get player of the series for the 14th time this year.
Wow.
Quick shout out to Relech.
Wow.
We missed him earlier in the day,
Relech,
so he's
my bro.
getting the quick
Didn't
shout
get me
out here.
into it.
My goat.
No big deal.
No biggie.
Yeah.
Big
What do you?
broski.
Oh wait, now we're.
Oh my god. Okay, but we're putting it like here or?
Now they're
or
putting.
Poppy
Wait.
or,
Oh no, we mixed it up. Mixed it up.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
but this
we
was Poppy
spoiled.
highlight. No, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can't escape Village getting played.
Oh, okay, this was here. I saw
the
this.
series, he still gets it. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Baron Steel. Were you guys aware he was there looking for it?
So we are not from Fnatic.
Oh, I thought that was the 6th Baron Steel.
No,
It's
bro.
really, I mean, honestly,
It's fine, bro.
I was
It's been a long
backstage.
weekend. It's
I
been a
was
long
backstage and I saw him there.
Yeah.
So I kind of felt like it's coming. And then I was laughing at Razork that he didn't smite with Pantheon, right? Should be really easy, but honestly he got inted by his team there, so I will allow him. I will allow him.
What do you guys think about the league being so messy? Like, I feel like the League of Legends right now, it is so swingy. The games are so volatile.
Yep.
What do you guys think are the main
Culprits?
Like, what does this happen? Culprits?
I mean, in my head it's like the game state, as in like League of Legends on its own. I feel like items are really strong.
Yep.
So even if you're like a worse team or a bad team, I feel like if you have okay, let's say this game we played, Gwen. This guy gets 4 items and that is literally doesn't matter who's against him unless it's like BLG, Bin.
Yeah.
But I feel like this Gwen can go against anyone in the world, low-key, and if he plays good, he can 1v3. Like, so I think that's also like why I feel like so many items are strong right now, and champs with like spikes, like, okay, even on ADC. I feel like any ADC in the game right now gets 4 items before the other one. And yeah, good luck, have fun. You can be better or worse. You will get crit for 2k and good luck, have fun. You know? So I think that's like one of the big reasons. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, what Jackie said basically. When I get 4 items, I'm Thanos. Before 4 items, I'm...
But we saw it. We saw it in the Xayah game. I don't know what they were doing. I mean, I think you said it in the comments. You're like, this solution is trolling, by the way.
Yeah, I mean...
you ulted, you dodged an Arnold. Great. You're sitting there vulnerable, and they're all like, nah, leave. We ignore little bro. We're going to go. We're going to...
so crazy. Like, you start fights with ulting, and the Lucian dashes in, doesn't hit you. The lock goes for the backline.
I mean, I think I was hinting so much that they forgot about me or something. So, I mean...
I did that before too, actually.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm so triggered, actually. My game 1 was most disgusting I've ever played, I think, long time. But, yeah, I mean, as I said, right, I don't know what they did. So... I mean, as well, I don't know what we were doing as well.
Oh, we got it. They're ready.
I didn't see it in game, but I feel like you mega smurfed here. I don't know what you
I don't think so, because look at Lucian.
Okay, at this point,
Lucian is just completely ignoring me for fun.
And now Locke is going behind there as well.
And I don't know how Lucian dies. I just kill him. Yeah. Look at this fight. I look like fucking pace, but I'm out looking.
Let's be honest, this Locke, okay? Like, you guys were friends with Caps, no, in G2.
Yeah.
It's kind of showed here, for sure, by the way.
I mean, I just, I just saw BB before the match. I was like, yo, please, broski. I really want to be in Madrid. Koi is out. There's no Spanish like representative in Madrid.
You need that.
So I was like, yes, if you can make an effort today, just help me. I'm sure, broski, I got you. And they just ignore me in the fight.
Side note, but Jags, I'm pretty sure the only person that has won on Lock. I think you've seen 7 games now. It's 1-6. You're the only person who's won a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this champion fake? Like, why is it impossible?
I think Jack is just too good.
People get mega fed. I've seen so many people mega fed. Like, Vladdy didn't even pick up the ulti, and he was still super fed.
I just think it's like, is the CEO of like being called a scrim champ. But it's like, I think it's like, okay, in theory it's similar as to Sylas the Akalis, right? Because it's still a melee champ that has electrocute and will one-shot you if he can. But the problem, like, why I think Loke is mega OP is his mobility on the map. Like, this guy can skip 50 walls, have 800 movement speed on CD.
Yep.
And I think why people are not good at this is like, when you get a certain lead, the game doesn't function the same as like normal, like, oh, here you can get this wave. No, if you're like today when Vladdy was fed, I think 4-0.
Yeah.
With that item lead, literally no one can be on his screen. No one can. So at this point, you can just start running around the map and killing everyone. And I feel like on stage, it's hard to do, right? Because you're like, oh yeah, I'm on stage and he doesn't want to throw, right? So it completely makes sense, and I think that's with everyone. So that's probably the biggest reasons. Like our win against MKOI, we were fighting till literally the Nexus exploded. So I was even inting that game. So yeah.
Dude, fair enough. Look, all I'm saying is check Jace. maybe some questions, but the check
lock
is looking pretty
People
real.
need to be careful, yeah. That's true.
Of course, we are back next Friday for the last week of regular season. Reminder to everyone at home, the regular season ends next Sunday. It is a triple best-of-3 day. You guys versus Fnatic. Final series of Split. You're playing Na'Vi and Fnatic.
Yep.
You have full control over top 4 right now, basically. Because two of the teams you're playing up against, you get the chance to play. This week was a little loosey-goosey, but you got the wins that you needed. Thoughts on this final week? Because these are the guys you're fighting neck and neck with.
Okay, so basically, I'll go first, if I may. Low-key, I just care about Shifters versus Heretics and TH against MKOI. Because those sound like complete bangers to watch.
Yeah, and I don't agree.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like, our games are hype in this, like top 4, top 6, but those 2 games, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie, bro. You are right.
I'm full right now.
I really... I'm so sad. I am so sad I'm not casting those. Like I'm hosting that day. Those are the mega bangers.
They're mega bangers.
The Heretics will bang for sure.
Low-key SKKC, I can see you too.
This
can be a banger.
I think you heard it here. We'll let you guys go. It's been a long
thank
weekend, right? Everyone gets their day off. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe you guys, I guess, are shooting some for playoffs. We'll see. But regardless, that's been enough here for us from LEC. You can see the schedule for next week: Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That last day being a triple best-of-3. We're going to find out who our top 6 teams are for playoffs, and more importantly, who the top 4 headed to Madrid are next weekend. Don't go anywhere. Be there. You don't want to miss it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll see you all next week.
Download Itero GG.
Bloody, but you're beautiful, don't worry, okay? Thank you, my love. Oh, you're beautiful. Thank you, my love, yeah. My dear.
Look, guys, go. Look at Ori. Oriana.
Guys, my ulti was look here.
Anyone? Oriana no flash.
Lumber can face, tipping.
That's it, boys, that's it.
Yeah. Mesa. Yeah, CC chain. He's dead. Go more. I have ulti Kai'Sa, can jump in. He's in office. He's winning. I'm towers. No towers.
Just hit tower. Get me in there. Hit tower.
It's oh, good job, guys. Guys.
Counter-strike, Ragnarok instead, and looking for the 1v2. Exhaust is down, he has to fight it out. Undertow, there's the flash! Ragnarok from Mainta will take the 1-for-1.
Go.
Nice, really good. I cannot die. I W. Kill, yeah.
Nice, guys.
Mainta at 5k, 4k, Roulette is trying the monkey over the wall, but still! Roulette from under the nose of Razork!
Another one.
Ole. Dale. Keep going. Dale. Let's go.
I hear Scooby-Doo.
Broken Blade might be in trouble here, but as I say that, Jackie's just gets Q2'd. Ulti, buffered with his own Broken Blade, baby! Hot damn! He's looking for him. Look at the player profile down below. He's looking for him. Stare him in the eye and say, what up?
Nice. I'm Poppy. Look at Poppy. Flash. Poppy, oh my god, there's no effect target. They're coming. I see. Oh my god, you're him. We get him, by the way. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, so lucky. What the fuck, bro? I don't know this Lucian is controlling. Good job. Nice, guys. I'm doing DPM. Nice. I was in the early game though, but... okay, look, this matchup's not easy though. I mean, it is not easy. Yeah, but I mean, at some point, I lost Flash and SCG. Good job. But we won. Good job, guys. Good job, guys.